on off. Hello. Big turn this thing on.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I want to welcome everybody to today's special meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. There are some housekeeping I'll get out of the way, just some short things. If you need to use the bathroom, there's a bathroom in the back. You can exit through the doors on the back left. You will need to, after doing what you got to do, come back in through that entrance. That won't be a back and forth entrance, and that's to basically keep the people in mind that are members of the gym and the Adorney Center, and that was one of the conditions that we did this to have this here today. And I've got to thank staff, IT. They were here at 6 o'clock this morning, and they got everything put together before, so I want to thank them for providing the space and getting it ready. We're going to begin today's meeting by addressing items of business on our weekly consent calendar. We will then move to public comment on non-agenda items. I'll repeat this a couple times. This has nothing to do with the wind project appeal. This is on public comment on non-agenda items. Basically, your neighbor's barking dog or anything like that. At the conclusion of the comments on the non-agenda items, planning will introduce the item. Staff will then give their presentation. Appellant will give their presentation. We will invite public comment on the wind project. There are many people in the audience today who want to speak, and we appreciate that, and we'll be using guidelines today to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to comment. These are the guidelines we would like you to follow. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to comment on the project. Everyone who wishes to speak should sign up at the door to receive a number. We will call you up in numerical order. If you lose your place, you lost your place. Be ready when your number is called. We request that everybody be respectful to all speakers. No clapping, cheering, yelling, talking, etc. during the presentation, including during public comment. First and foremost, please be respectful of everyone in this room, even if you disagree with their position. We will not tolerate disruptions. And the other thing that will just allow, we are going to take public comment today. We are going to be here till 7 o'clock. If needed, we're coming in tomorrow. If needed, public comment will be stopped tomorrow at noon. At noon, sharp. So then the deliberation and the rebuttals can start. If you are disruptive, you will be escorted from the meeting. If necessary to restore order, we will stop the meeting and clear the room. At the end of the public comment, applicant is granted rebuttal to public comment. Then staff will respond to public comment and the applicant rebuttal. Then the board can ask any additional questions. The board deliberates. Then the board can take action with a motion and a roll call vote. We are committed to getting through as much business and public comment as possible during this meeting. To allow for more time, we've decided not to take a recess for lunch, but we will need to replenish ourselves, and we will probably do that. You will see us drinking, maybe taking a sandwich or something up here. That's not to be disrespectful. That's to be respectful, so your time is considered and you can speak. I don't think you want us leaving for an hour as you guys hang around, try to find more parking. So we've decided to hang through. There will also be times when we need to pause, because we're drinking and eating, for 5 to 10 minutes to provide staff a short break. If you speak today, you will not get to speak tomorrow. It is a continuation. We appreciate that. So it's very important you sign up to speak. And again, I thank staff, and I can't say how much this has been going on. They've been working on this, on the plans for an appeal for this site. So it's not an easy, and these are for rent when we're done for outdoor movies. So lately, we appreciate all the hard work from staff, and we welcome all those who took time today to make their voices heard. Thank you, and let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Chair, is there anything pulled from the consent calendar?
There are no modifications to the agenda.
Seeing none, I'd accept a motion.
I move that we move forward with the consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved and second by the third and the second. Public comment on the consent calendar. And just for clarification, there's a 2-minute limit on consent calendar day that we follow through. Thanks.
Thank you for clarifying that, Rex. I wish to speak on item 12 today. My name is Kent Sawatsky. My business card says Public Meeting Enthusiast, Agent of Chaos. It does not say 6th District Supervisor, nor does it say Covert Ops. I'll be explaining that to you a little bit later, maybe today. Consent item number 12. I'm greatly distressed upon what's been happening down in the area down south in Garberville to the veterans. Anybody else who wishes to speak on any one of these 39 items gets 2 minutes to come up and speak. If this topic is something you wish to address, you feel free to come up and speak. That's how the rules work here. What they're doing down there, about 3 years ago, the veterans ceased to have use of their Veterans Hall. There was a contract. The county was responsible for maintaining that. It fell into disrepair. They have an obligation to replace that Veterans Hall for the vets. On this item, a new modular building will be placed on the site that will house the Garberville branch of Humboldt County Library, Garberville Sheriff's Substation, and a multiple department conference room that can be utilized for various purposes, including but limited to meetings located for the Garberville veterans. This is not sufficient. This particular project, which will house these things, including an office for Estelle Fennell down there and new digs, is estimated to cost us $2.999 million, $3 million. This money should have been spent and should have been spent on the Veterans Hall down there. At one time, Estelle said, bring it on as far as replacing her. This is a deal killer. The fact that this has happened under your watch and the veterans have been thrown underneath the bus is my thing. I will not be endorsing any other candidates, but as far as I'm concerned, the fact that the veterans were thrown under the bus here is something that I cannot find to forgive. For the rest of you, I hope you will make this right for the veterans. You can't probably do much today. You could pull it off consent and discuss it. You may wish to do so. Thank you for my opportunity to speak my 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Next.
I'd like to address the Lane Russ appointment. To the, I think it's the Natural Resources Advisory Board. Do you see that on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it's the RCD, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, my comment is this. Wasn't it Lane Russ who publicly challenged the Wiyot tribe to prove they ever occupied the Bear River Ridge? Way back in history, back in 1861, Seth Kinman, the renowned murderer of the Wiyot tribe, with the blessings of Governor Pete Burnett, this was around 1861, he started killing off all the Wiyot people he could find on Bear River Ridge, and then took the land by force. Then along comes old man Russ, who buys it from Seth Kinman, I believe. Then the Russ family proceeded to run off the Wiyot people anytime they came up on the hill. I know that because I heard the public testimony of a Wiyot man named Ken Bren from Shively. Ken Bren testified this last Saturday in the presence of over 200 people that as a young boy, he was up on Bear River Ridge collecting nuts and was run off the land and told never to trespass there again. Wikipedia definition of genocide. Genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation. The word genocide is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aimed at the destruction of the personal security, liberty,
Thank you very much.
dignity,
Thank you.
and
Thank
even
you.
the lives of individuals
Thank you.
belonging to such groups.
Again, thank you very much,
Okay.
Speaker. Next. Again, it is 2 minutes, so everybody gets an opportunity to talk.
Gotcha, Rex.
Thank you.
Scotty. Number 12 and 39. You're just going to let the school districts have their way with the taxpayers, my property, and just raise the rates or what? This is the first I've heard of this. I don't get this here. It should be talked about. I've served on a school board, and boy, would I just love to take every time I got a chance to raise the tax rolls. Here, we need another $100 million. Number 12, I want my courthouse back. I lived down there for 60 years. I want my courthouse back. You're saving money by not having us in court, any court down there. I want my Veterans Hall back. Not this. Not this where you're going to just put a bunch of beds in a place. I want it back the way it was, or bigger. But mainly I want the court down there. You shut the Fortuna courts down a few years ago. And look how much money you're saving. Now we got to come up here 70, 80 miles to find out maybe sometimes we're not guilty. And how many times we got to come up here when we could just go to the Garberville court? How many people don't show up? How many warrants are issued because people can't get on the bus and come up here on time? I want my court back. I want my VFW hall back. I want my American Legion hall back.
Thank you.
Hi, Bonnie Blackberry, item 12, the authorization for construction of the Garberville mini complex. We need our Veterans Hall. That's a huge, huge, huge deal and a loss. And as far as the county, there was no public meetings in Garberville about this mini complex, and I think that's a huge, huge problem. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else, I will close public comment on non-agenda items. Estelle?
So we're talking about the consent agenda. I wanted to draw attention to the fact that I really appreciate the work being done by the Fire Services Subcommittee and the CAO's office, and we're moving forward with the Rio Dell tax exchange agreement that has to do with the annexation of Scotia, Redcrest, and Holmes Flat and Shively. Also very happy with the fact that we're moving forward with storm damage repair on the Shelter Cove Road. That is a huge issue, and we finally have gotten the federal money to go forward with that. As for the construction of the Garberville mini complex, really glad that that's moving forward as well. That addresses ADA issues in the Garberville area. ADA, there were several ADA priority issues throughout the county, and this was one of them. So this actually replaces the library and the sheriff's, and then provides a meeting room. It does not replace the Vets Hall or the courthouse, which are scheduled to be replaced in the future.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None?
No.
Okay. 4-1. Okay, I will ask County Council to open the public hearing. No, excuse me. Oh, excuse me, I've got a departmental. To the CAO. I apologize.
So as is required per California Government Code, staff is requesting your board approve the hiring of a retired annuitant, Tammy Robeson, to provide training to new staff in the probation department. That concludes the staff report.
Can't you need to speak into it.
Okay,
Turn into Motley Crue here.
sorry. As is required per California Government Code, staff is requesting your board approve the hiring of a retired annuitant, Tammy Robeson, to provide training to new staff in the probation department. That concludes the staff report.
Supervisor Bass?
I move staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any public comment on this item?
Kent Sawatsky again. This seems to be an ongoing problem we have here in Humboldt County. I appreciate the people coming back. My wife is currently retiring from her job very soon here. Happy about that. But for the last 6 months, she's been training somebody to fill her position. So right now, when she leaves, she knows that her position is going to be filled. Also, if she were to be sick, she would have somebody to have her backup. It's time we have a policy, procedure, and protocol where every single person of importance in the county is cross-trained, and we always have somebody to fill these positions, rather than being here time after time after time. Again, I appreciate the person coming back, but there really is no need that we should be doing this. I believe then our next thing, Rex, is comments on non-agendized item. Is that correct?
You already spoke on that. We already did non-agenda items.
We did the consent calendar. I don't believe you asked for comments on non-agendized items, but I could be wrong.
I'll take that into advisement. Anybody else on the? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you.
We didn't do it yet. It was just on the consent.
Correct. Yep. Public comment on non-agenda.
All right, we'll take public comment on non-agenda items. My mistake.
It feels like we did it because of your explanation.
Sometimes the public is not wanted to be heard from. I do have some copies of some papers. It's a long ways to bring them up there. Do you have somebody who wants to come and get them for me, please? Submit for the record. I believe I have the correct amount of copies.
My job is chair.
Hey, no chuckling.
Kent Sawatsky, as my time ticks on, apparently. I brought two things for the people here. One is a vote no on Measure R. It's a tax thing that's being brought forward by Arcata. I strongly support the fire district, but it has a tax that is going to be way too high. Current mobile home park people might, as far as I can tell, pay $81 in this district. They will pay an additional $90 for a total of $171. In Blue Lake, I believe they pay $36. There's something wrong with this tax measure. I'm asking for a no vote on that particular item. I also brought something forward for you guys later to see. It's going to be very important on the next topic, or I think it's the next topic, and it has to do with water consumption or availability of water for Terra-Gen. I will speak on that later during my time. Thank you for my abbreviated public comment on non-agendized items. And of course, anybody else who wishes to come up here and have 2 minutes on a topic that's not on the agenda may feel free to do so at this time.
Thank you.
Hi, Bonnie Blackberry again. I want to talk about the public participation process. The meetings that happened at the Board of Supervisors meeting for the Planning Commission, it was really apparent that the venue is too small. When I talked to John Ford about finding a bigger venue so everyone could be there, he said they didn't have time to find it. And so I carpooled to the second one. I had to come back to the third one. Two of the people I came with couldn't come back. So it's a way to cut down on public participation. Also, it's my understanding that the county did not go to Rio Dell Scotia and have any kind of a meeting about this Terra-Gen project. And those people are the most impacted by this project. And I think it's a dereliction of the county to do that.
Thank you. I will close. Oh, hi. If anybody else wants to speak, matter of time, it'd be great if you were lined up.
My name's Roby Tenorio. I also wanted to speak about the process because with this being a rush job, it's been a little unclear when and where we submit comments. and it was very confusing last week. I had to drive up to Eureka, I was told, to give my written comments in by 12 o'clock. When I got there, the very kind people in the supervisor's office said, no, you didn't have to do that. You could have emailed them. Fortunately, I had emailed them anyway, but I think with the rush job that we're doing to accommodate this project, we're not really giving a chance for people to be heard. Also, I'm wondering, what's the deal with shutting off a third of the room here? That means that this third of the room doesn't allow people to sit in it. So I'm really asking you, our supervisors, to please make room for your constituents, not an outside corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will close that. And now I will turn to John Ford for the public for your presentation. I know. Do I need, for 4 minutes, do I need to? Yeah. Is your mic on?
He's trying.
Thank you, Chair Bohn. My name is John Ford. I'm with the Humboldt County Planning and Building Department here this morning to present an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the Humboldt Wind Project. Joining me this morning are Beth Burks and Steve Warner with the Planning and Building Department, Natalie Duke of County Counsel's Office. In preparing the environmental impact report for this project, the county hired AECOM. Joining us from AECOM is Petra Unger, the project director, Dr. Susan Sanders, the senior biologist and technical lead, Ken Koch, the CEQA project manager, and Sean McAllister, wildlife biologist. I'd just like to note this is a highly qualified team. If there are any questions about their qualifications and their resumes are included in attachment 14 to the staff report. So as an appeal, this hearing is what is considered de novo, meaning the Board of Supervisors can consider the whole of the action. There are no limitations on what actions the board may take. There are two components to the action that the board will be taking on this. First is the certification of the environmental impact report. The second is to take action on the conditional use permit and special permit for the project. As you're aware, this project has generated a significant amount of public comment and discussion. Some of the comments and discussion have been on point and have resulted in meaningful improvements to the project. Many other comments have somewhat distorted the project understanding and circumstances surrounding the project. One of the things the presentation today is designed to do is to provide a clear understanding of the project and the significant components of the project. In weighing the facts for this particular case, in order to approve the project, the Board of Supervisors must certify that the EIR has been prepared in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Could we get the PowerPoint on too, please? So there are two primary purposes to CEQA. The first is public disclosure, and in that basically has to do with whether the EIR does an adequate job of informing you as the decision makers and also the public of what the potential impacts are. The second primary purpose of CEQA is to identify mitigation to the extent that it's feasible. So one of the questions that you'll be asked in certifying the EIR is whether or not the EIR formulates feasible methods of mitigating potential impacts. There are many who take issue with the EIR because there are significant impacts that are identified associated with this project. I would point out to the board and to the public that it is the role of the EIR to disclose this information. it is important for the board to consider that public controversy does not mean that an EIR is inadequate. If anything, it points to the fact that the EIR has adequately identified what the potential impacts are. So it is possible in this scenario, and I'm not going to go in, we're going to go into this in more detail in a little bit, but it's actually possible to find that an EIR is adequate, to certify an EIR without approving a project. That's not the staff's recommendation in this particular case, but it's important for you as the decision makers to recognize that there is a distinction between considering the environmental impact report and considering the permits that are before you. If the board determines and finds that the permits can be approved, the findings must be that they're consistent with the zoning ordinance and the general plan requirements, and we will be discussing that in more detail. So the presentation today will be aimed at helping the board get to a place where an informed decision can be made on the EIR and then on the permits. And I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Burks now to continue with the presentation. Oh, are we first? Yeah. Okay. So I'm told that this, what I'm looking at on the screen is appearing behind me. And what this is really intended to do is to use Google Earth to give an overview of where the project is. I'm sure the board is somewhat familiar with this, but for everybody's benefit, this strand that's located here, if you can follow the cursor, is the location of Bear River Ridge. And this goes around up in this location. This would be Monument Ridge. And I show this to give you a context without the project. And then when we turn the project components on, the shading that you see here shows the parcels that are involved. These dots at this location here are where the wind turbines will be placed. Again, this is on Bear River Ridge. So one of the points that we did want to make is that on Bear River Ridge is over 10 miles long. This would impact or occupy approximately 3.25 miles of that ridge. So not the entire ridge line is going to be or would be home to turbines. You also see on Monument Ridge the location of the turbines. This yellow line right here would be the location of the access road coming up through and from Jordan Creek. The green line is the location of what is called the Gentai line, and what that does is that takes the power produced at the wind generation facility and transfers it to the substation located in Bridgeville. There are some things that wanted the board to be able to see and the public to be able to see. Is there are a lot of comments that are made about the important bird areas. And the area in purple here is the important bird area. And one of the things as I scan out that the board will notice is that the important bird area is actually a very large area. And the actual location of the project is just right at the periphery on the northeastern corner of the project. We also wanted to point out where within the FEIR there was the proposal to underground an existing PG&E line to mitigate impacts to raptors and other birds. And that is, and it's very hard to see, but there's a pink line that goes right along where the cursor is following right now. There's an area that comes out there and goes all the way around Monument Ridge. And this would be the location that PG&E line would be placed underground and to minimize impacts with birds. And then it's also worth seeing the relationship of the parcel to some of the closest residences. And one of those is the Hoops and Chang parcel, which are located approximately in this area here. And they are they're both over 2 miles away from the nearest turbines. The other closest residence would be the Zanzi parcel and home, which is located here. Those are approximately a third of a mile away from the nearest proposed turbines. So with that overview, we will now begin to explain the components of the project.
Thanks, John. So I'm going to go through and talk a little bit about the details of the project and the project components. So what we have here is a diagram of a typical wind turbine generator. These ones would stand a maximum of 600 feet tall. They would have a ground clearance for the rotor blades at their lowest point of rotation. It would be 76 feet from the ground to the lowest blade. They'd be painted off-white or light gray so that they're non-reflective. And it's also important to note that they will need FAA lighting. This has not been determined exactly what it will look like, but most likely what will happen is that each turbine would have lights mounted on the nacelle, which is this portion that I'm pointing to now. And there would be 2 red lights that would flash simultaneously, and they'd be mounted to each turbine, and those would be visible at night for FAA safety reasons. The haul route, the materials for the wind turbines, they're the very large components, and they would be barged in and brought into the Fields Landing Terminal. From there, they would head southbound on the 101. 2 temporary bypasses would need to be constructed, one near Hookton Road and one near 12th Street in Fortuna. For each wind turbine generator, up to 15 separate loads of equipment would need to be delivered to the pad location. And from the 101 south where they're heading, they'll be exiting at the Jordan Creek, which is the Pepperwood exit. So this image is showing the staging area at Pepperwood. It's on HRC property. In this image at the bottom, you can see the purple represents temporary disturbance. So there's 10 acres of temporary disturbance for the staging area where they'll be storing components and having a temporary office while construction is going on. And the blue represents a permanent impact. And this will be the location of the permanent operations and maintenance building. Up to 15 workers would be employed there. And that is the area that would need to be maintained for the life of the project. The purple area would be restored after construction is complete. This image is for the access road. So from the Jordan Creek staging area, the access road would be improved going up Monument Ridge. The roads would be improved to 24 feet wide with shoulders in addition to that. And to accommodate some of the switchbacks, it could be as wide as 200 feet during construction only. So all the areas that are temporarily improved to handle the construction traffic would be restored. The roads would be maintained at 24 feet wide for the duration. And this is incorporated, we'll hear more about the alternatives later in the presentation, but this design that you see before you has incorporated portions of Alternative 2, which is to realign this road so it is more contiguous with existing logging roads so that we are limiting the additional disturbance. This is typical turbine pad design. So each turbine pad needs about 2.8 acres to be developed. And the top image is a typical turbine pad for a more relatively flat area. And the bottom image is something that would be typical in more of an area with steeper slopes. So what we have is an area a 2.8 acre area that would be graded to a 2% slope or less. A portion of the wind turbine pad would remain graded as permanent compacted soil. This would be for a crane pad to provide a stable foundation for a crane during construction, and then it would remain so that it could be, if there needed to be maintenance on the turbine during the project life. So, but it is not paved, it is a gravel compacted pad. There's also a 25-foot There's also a 25-foot diameter gravel ring that would be established around the base of the turbine, and this would allow for maintenance vehicles to access there as well. The foundations would be buried to a depth of 10 feet and below grade, and there would be a pedestal extending for approximately 1 foot above the ground. After construction, all temporarily disturbed areas would be restored and regraded to pre-construction contours. And we'll talk a little bit later about what will happen when the project is actually decommissioned. So this is just a little bit of detail. There is a barn in the image so that you get an idea of scale. So again, the purple is representing temporary disturbance during construction, and the blue would be what remains after construction is complete, so the permanent disturbance area. All of the purple area gets restored once construction is over, and the blue, of course, remains. And then this is zoomed out, just an image of Western Monument Ridge turbines. There's actually more disturbance associated with the turbine layout on Monument Ridge, and this is because they're planning to use this location for spoils deposits during construction, and that's because this area had less wetlands, less culturally significant sites, and so there was less to interfere with if they were putting their piles there. Again, the entire purple area gets restored post-construction, and just the blue line and the turbine pads that you see is what would remain. So John pointed out the location of the Gentai. These are just images to give you an idea of what that would look like. They would be typical H-frame poles, such as you see on the top figure. And actually, the figure on the bottom is the Gentai leaving Bridgeville now. So it's about similar to the Gentai that is proposed with this project, which is about 80 feet wide. Under the Gentai, there would be tree removal. Some vegetation would be allowed to grow back, but for fire safety reasons, it would not grow back into the typical forest that you would see, and it would look like a corridor, much like you see on the bottom image. So the Gentai crossing at the Eel River, in the draft DIR, this was originally proposed to be done with horizontal directional drilling, and the line would go under the Eel River. We heard a lot of concerns about that approach, and Alternative 2 considered attaching the Gentai at bridge height there at the Stafford Bridge, and that is the currently proposed project, so it incorporates Alternative 2. And so now the proposal is that it would go at bridge height, be sort of co-located with other facilities, and minimize disturbance underneath the river, but also not become a hazard to birds or anything else like that. The Gentai terminates at the Bridgeville substation, and at this point PG&E would make the improvements to the Bridgeville sub, and you can barely see, maybe back here better, but this is the area that would need to be expanded. There'd be gravel laid down and new equipment put in that area. And again, PG&E would actually be responsible for those improvements. So, decommissioning. This project has a 30-year permit limit. That's in the conditions of approval. At that point, or 2 years prior to expiration, the applicant would need to apply for a permit to either repower or to decommission. The decommissioning would be through the exact decommissioning plan would be handled through the permit process, which would be subject to its own CEQA review. Because it's 30 years down the line, there could be a lot of things changing in 30 years, and it seems appropriate to review it in detail at that time. There are guidelines for decommissioning that are spelled out in the EIR, and these include that all underground infrastructure would be abandoned in place, and this is to minimize disturbance. So those turbine pads we talked about, those would be brought down. Anything above grade would be removed. The rest of it would come down 1 foot below grade, and then it would be covered and recontoured. And everything else would be, everything that's above ground would be, as I said, removed. And then after the recontouring, revegetation would take place, and pre-construction contours would need to be in place. And there is a bond that we require for decommissioning, and this is a bond that would be posted. It's based on an engineer's estimate that the county would need to approve. It's a financial assurance, and it would allow the county to take over the decommissioning should the project cease to be operated for any period of more than 1 year. So this could happen, if that happened, the county would have the ability to use that bond and that financial assurance to do the decommissioning work. Okay, so I want to walk a little bit through what we've done so far on this project. We've had 3 planning commission hearings. We had three meetings in November. We heard over 10 hours of public testimony. We read through over 800 pages of submitted public comments. After all of that, the motion that was made to approve the project at the planning commission was essentially deadlocked. And ultimately, a second motion was brought forth, and that was a motion to deny the project, and that motion passed at a 4-2 vote. And the reasoning for that was that they were unable to find that the benefits of the project outweighed the significant unavoidable impacts. So as I mentioned, we did go through a CEQA review process, and it was a rather robust process. We have followed all required standards for noticing, scoping, consultation, and analysis. The draft EIR was presented to the public in April and decision makers, and the public comment was extended from 45 days to 60, so there was a full 60-day public comment period. The document is very complete. It has thoroughly analyzed all of the impacts. It discloses impacts, finds many impacts that are not significant and do not require mitigation. It finds many other impacts that could be significant and require mitigation. That mitigation has been applied, bringing many impacts to a less than significant level. There are also still remaining significant unavoidable impacts, which we will discuss in a little bit. All the studies that were in the document that were relied upon have been peer-reviewed by independent third-party consultants. In many cases, we have also reached out to leading experts in the field. Public agency engagement has been robust, and we've had multiple meetings with several agencies. This includes California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Coastal Commission. We've done tribal consultations, and we've coordinated with the Air Quality Management District. We've had at least 3 joint meetings with CDFW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We had regular coordination with CDFW throughout the process. There have been many changes and refinements to the project based on their feedback, and this was both prior to publishing the draft EIR and comments that have been incorporated into the final EIR. And while we have not been able to incorporate all of the requests, we have given thoughtful consideration to their comments, and where feasible, mitigation has been identified and required. So one of the most visible aspects and impacts of the project, of course, is the visual impacts. And I think on the back screen it shows a little better than this one, but we are talking about placing wind turbines on prominent ridges in our community. Bear River Ridge and Monument Ridge are highly visible element of our landscape, and in Bear River Ridge in particular can be seen from many locations around Humboldt Bay. The wind turbines would be visible from Scotia, Rio Dell, areas of Fortuna, Hydesville, the Ferndale Bottoms, Highway 101, and the Mattole Road. These are impacts that cannot be avoided. There's no way to avoid the impacts of seeing these things, and it's disclosed as a significant unavoidable impact as a result. And as I mentioned before, there's also nighttime lighting associated with these, and that is also noted as a significant unavoidable impact. And this is just an image from another farm that shows an example of what the nighttime lighting might look like. So tribal consultation and tribal cultural resources, this has certainly become one of the most difficult aspects of this project and something we've heard a lot of testimony about and given a lot of consideration to. So I want to talk a little bit about what has transpired through the AB 52 consultation process, how the county became aware of what the tribal cultural resources were for the site, and what we've done about that. So prior to the start of this project, the county did not have knowledge that this was a tribally significant location. In fact, in 2007, when the Shell Wind Energy project was coming online, a referral was sent to the tribe, and they did not note any significant resources on the site, but just asked to have a tribal monitor present and recommended conditional approval. So that was, again, the county did not have prior knowledge. AB 52 was not in effect then when the Shell project came in, and what the tribal consultation process allows us to do is more specifically ask tribes if they have information related to resources, and so that was what was done for this project now that that's part of CEQA. So in July of 2018, In July, is that better? In July of 2018, tribal consultation letters were sent for the project, and both the Bear River Band of the Ronerville Rancheria and the Wiyot Tribe did request consultation, and they requested consultation to begin after they received the cultural resources report for the site. And at the time, that was being prepared. So a qualified archaeologist was in the process of preparing the report, and during the preparation of that report, they did do a Native American Heritage Commission search, which is standard, and the purpose of that search is to ascertain whether there are resources or locations that may be of importance to tribes who have traditionally resided in the project area. Their search yielded negative results. The search did identify several archaeological sites, which have been disclosed in the draft EIR and are avoided through mitigation. In February, we conducted a staff level meeting with tribal historic preservation officers of the Wiyot Tribe and the Bear River Band. And then in March, we conducted government-to-government tribal consultation between the county and the Wiyot Tribe, and later that same month with the county and Bear River. The Wiyot Tribe followed up with a letter, which was dated March 29th, 2019, in which the tribe outlined 3 issues of importance to the tribe. The first was Bear River Ridge, which they noted was a defining feature of the larger Wiyot cultural landscape, the southern boundary of Wiyot ancestral territory, and was most likely used as a high prayer spot. The second was a coastal prairie that supports numerous ethnobotanical resources critical to the survival and culture of the Wiyot people. And the third was the California condor, a vital part of the Wiyot people's creation story. It wasn't until the consultation, as I mentioned, that the county became aware of the tribal cultural resources associated with Bear River Ridge. The condor was also identified as a tribal cultural resource. The ethnobotanical area was identified as a historical landscape, and impacts to these features were analyzed and disclosed in the EIR. So tribal cultural resources are a fairly new part of the CEQA requirements, and what they are are either of these, and this is straight from the code. They are sites, features, places, cultural landscapes, sacred places, and objects with cultural value to a tribe that are listed or determined to be eligible for listing in the National or State Register of Historical Resources, or listed in the local Register of Historical Resources. Or they are a resource that the lead agency determines, in its discretion, is a tribal cultural resource. When a lead agency chooses to treat a resource as a tribal cultural resource, the determination shall be supported with substantial evidence. Evidence that may support such a finding could include, among other evidence, elder testimony, oral history, or tribal government archival information. Bear River Ridge is not listed or determined to be eligible for listing in the National or State Register of Historic Resources or listed in the local Register of Historic Resources, and no specific location along Bear River Ridge was identified as being particularly more significant than another. But the county, to be conservative, did consider Bear River Ridge a tribal cultural resource because it is visible from all of the traditional Wiyot territory. This decision was based on the lead agency's discretion to consider elder testimony referenced in the March 29th letter as evidence. As a result, the draft EIR identified Bear River Ridge was a tribal cultural resource, and placing turbines on the ridge constitutes a significant unavoidable impact. The impact is related to the visual impacts on an iconic feature of the Wiyot territory. And that's an important distinction, exactly, the nuance of how the draft EIR is written. The actual land is not identified as a tribal cultural resource, but rather the visual impact to the ridge as a high place. The land on the ridge has been in private ownership for approximately 150 years, and there's currently no access to it beyond the public road. And prior to the close of consultation, no mitigation was identified that would lessen these impacts. So again, it has been disclosed as a significant unavoidable impact of the project. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Petra Unger, and she's going to discuss the EIR process.
Thank you, Beth. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you, Beth. So my name is Petra Unger. I'm with AECOM. We're the county's consultant on preparing the EIR, and my background is in biology and CEQA. I have 26 years of experience in preparing environmental documents and EIRs, and I've worked on numerous wind project EIRs, and most importantly to this one, I was the project manager as a consultant to the county for the previously proposed Bear River Ridge wind project by Shell Wind from 2007 and 2011 when it was withdrawn. And so both myself and the team that we put together to support the county on this has extensive experience in these sorts of projects, but also in the process of CEQA and how to address these impacts. So I'm going to touch a little bit on the final EIR and the revisions that have been made since circulation of the draft EIR. So since the draft EIR was circulated, the project applicant has worked diligently to refine the project description to incorporate several important aspects. So most notably, the Gen tie line that's now proposed, prepared to the draft EIR, is shorter, and it's more co-located with existing roads. So it's 22 miles instead of 25 miles. John touched on or showed you that overhead location for the Eel River. Previously proposed was an directional drilling under the Eel River, proposed a different location. The final EIR includes fewer turbines. There are now 47 proposed as opposed to 60 in the draft EIR. Beth mentioned the access road from Alternative 2 and Gen tie alignment. Those have also been chosen to reduce impacts. And overall, through micrositing of the turbines and in adopting some of these elements, the overall impact acreage for the project was reduced from 900 acres in the draft EIR to 655 in the final EIR. Also, the project substation footprint was produced. And also during this season in 2019, there were additional resource studies that were conducted by the project applicant's technical consultant team. All of those have been peer reviewed, as Beth mentioned, and where applicable, that technical information has also been published in Appendix B of the final EIR. And also in the final EIR's Appendix C are maps that show the new project footprint, location of resources, and any information that is needed to fully understand that impact discussion. As far as the structure of the final EIR, that is overall, Chapter 1 is the introduction that explains the history and what is included in there, and it also has a map that shows that those two footprints from the draft and final EIR. The most important chapter of the final EIR is Chapter 2, which is the master responses. So master responses are where we have prepared an in-depth response to certain resource topics that got many, many comments and questions. And so what they do is they really allow the project team to do a deep dive and a more thorough response to those topics that are commonly of concern by multiple commenters. And most notably, those have been related to the biological resources, marbled murrelet, northern spotted owl, raptors. But there are also others in response to topics that came up frequently during the comments on the draft EIR, such as wildfire and applicability of the Humboldt Redwood Company, HRC. So those are really the core pieces, and those master responses are frequently referred to throughout all the other responses that are provided. Then we structured the remaining chapters by the commenters. So Chapter 3 includes responses to comments received from the federal agencies, and Chapter 2 comments from the state agencies. And you can see a list here of who they were. And then Chapter 5 is regional and local agency comments. Chapter 6 is the tribal comments. And there's a long list of organizational comments that we received in the draft EIR, and this is the list of all the ones that originally were received. Many of these included detailed packages and many technical appendices of studies and comments. Some of these letters were hundreds of pages long. All letters are included in their entirety in a technical appendix of the EIR, but for those response chapters, we have brief summary of the comments and then responses to those as well. Then Chapter 8 is the individual comments, which we received quite a few, and then there were many, many form letters. Chapter 9 is another very important chapter where we go into detail about revisions and what is different from the draft EIR. So there's those updated technical studies, those refinements to the project description, what has been changed, and so on. And then also in that chapter 9, we reduced in the entirety the project description, reproduced the project description and the biological resources impact section. And those two we particularly chose to make it more easy for the reader to find really what had changed and not make them hunt back and forth between both documents. And then in compliance with CEQA, we also include a full reference chapter and a list of the preparers of the document. So here's a brief summary of what was received during that initial 60-day public comment period. There were 2 federal agencies comment, 5 state agencies, and then you can see the numbers here. But so there was a total of almost 400 comment letters received. Like I said, many of them many pages long, and in some cases hundreds of pages. And as you can see here that we had a very robust participation, and we got a lot of very passionate and detailed responses and concerns about technical issues, and we really took those to heart and worked diligently to produce responses to those, both in the master and in the individual responses. So since publication of that final EIR, those comments have continued to come in, as you've probably seen. Beth mentioned the 3 commission hearings. There have been many emails to the county and the Planning Commission. Comments were handed in at those commission hearings. And the EIR team has continued to work diligently to read and summarize those comments and to, where appropriate, respond to those comments as well, that where they pertain to the analysis presented in the EIR. Now, we've also, of course, received a lot of comments that are either strong opposition or strong endorsement of the project. You know, those don't necessarily warrant responses in terms of the technical analysis, but where appropriately they have been and continue to be addressed. Where additional responses have been prepared, they have been included in those staff reports for the Planning Commission hearings, but also in the board package that you received today. Also in your package is a summary of all the comments that we have received between November 7th and 21st. And where appropriate, as I said, we have included additional information on the technical topics raised or made slight refinements to the mitigation measures, but it should be noted that those were not made to remedy any information that we felt was missing in either the draft or final EIR, but to continue to be responsive to comments being brought up by agencies or commenters on how we could improve those mitigation measures or what additional detail would help. So those refinements to any mitigation measures are also included in your board packet. And it should maybe be pointed out that in many cases, those refinements include numerous also aspects that commenters keep asking for. One example is we've been asked to establish a technical advisory committee for birds, similar to the ones for bats, that is in the mitigation plan and has been in there for some time. And there's other topics too, such as the use of scent dogs for bat and bird mortality searches. Those have also been in there for some time. So Susan will go over some of the details on the biology and point out where applicable, where those changes apply.
Thank you, Petra. My name's Susan Sanders, and I'm a senior wildlife biologist with AECOM. My role on the project was to oversee preparation of the biological resources section of the EIR. I have over 30 years of experience assessing the impacts of projects on California wildlife, including work on numerous wind energy projects. And today I'm going to be covering some of the highlights on the wildlife impacts and mitigation. So let's start with marbled murrelets. Marbled murrelets are a federally threatened and listed as endangered by the state. Construction of the project will not result in the removal or degradation of any marbled murrelet nesting habitat, but construction could affect marbled murrelets because there'll be disturbance from noise and just the visual disturbance. To mitigate for that impact, buffers will be established around the potential nesting habitat, and that buffer will be determined by the extent of the noise, larger buffer for noisier, more disturbing activities. The main concern and the main impact on marble murrelets from this project is collision with the rotating turbine blades and with transmission lines. To assess those impacts, the applicant conducted 2 years of radar studies to see where the highest levels of passage of marbled murrelets as they move from their at-sea foraging grounds to their inland nesting habitat, where in relation to the turbines were those birds moving. The results of those studies allowed the applicant to determine which turbines were closest to some of the high passage rate areas and to get rid of those turbines. And here is a exhibit depicting the location of the turbines. Proposed turbine locations are shown as circles with dots. And then if you look at the line here, the green represents no passage of marbled murrelets. And then as you go from yellow to orange to red, there's more and more passage, higher passage rates. You can see on the bottom, the area, the polygon with K, that turbine was removed near the high passage rate. Here on the other side of the turbine string, you can see area C and area G. Turbines were also removed. A total of 5 turbines near high passage rates were removed. The total reduction is, as you've heard before, it went from 60 to 47 turbines. The collision risk model that was done by the applicant calculated that the fatalities would, originally with the original turbine layout with 60 turbines, the fatality rate was 10.86 marbled murrelets over the 30-year life of the project. With the reduction in those high-risk turbines, an overall reduction of turbines, that was cut down to 7.77%, which is close to 25% reduction. So the mitigation for marbled murrelets, often when you are mitigating for an endangered species, habitat will be acquired and protected. Well, for marbled murrelets, there's just 4% of coastal old-growth redwood left. Almost all of that's already in local, state, or federal protection, and the applicant also could not find any willing sellers. So the proposed mitigation approach for marbled murrelets is to target one of the main stressors, one of the main threats to marbled murrelets, and that is, again, a human-associated effect of increased corvids. Stellar's days and ravens are predators on marbled murrelet nestlings. And of course, corvids are also associated with human activities. You see them in campgrounds and in parks where there's lots of food for those birds. So the approach proposed by the applicant is one that's been tried elsewhere with great success in state and federal areas that are protecting marbled murrelets, and that is to reduce the availability of food. So if the mitigation approach succeeds in reducing corvids by 50%, you'll get this many more, 47.6 to 96.8 additional breeding adults over the 30 years because you've reduced the nestling predation. Even though we have confidence that this is going to be an effective mitigation approach, it's been tried elsewhere, this is nevertheless the result of a model, and 7.7 is a lot of birds for a rare bird like marbled murrelet. For that reason, the DEIR concluded this is a significant and unavoidable impact. There's been some comments from Cal Fish and Wildlife and also from other commenters that mitigation should more resemble the Skookumchuck Wind Project. That's a project in Lewis County in Washington State. It's the only project I know of that is also wind project that's occurring in marbled murrelet habitat. On that project, the EIS that was prepared for that project did not include curtailment. And when I say curtailment, I mean turning off the turbines so they're not spinning and less of a threat to any birds passing through. The EIS for that project did not include curtailment, but when the applicant went to the Fish and Wildlife Service to apply for a take permit, in other words, legal permission to actually kill birds that are listed in exchange for mitigation, they required curtailment of 10 turbines. And during the high passage rate, with high passage rate during the peak breeding season. That reduced, according to the same collision risk model, the same one that the applicant ran for this project, they concluded that would reduce the number of fatalities from 30 to 26, a 13% reduction. So the curtailment, in comparing the two effectiveness of the two approaches for mitigation, eliminating the termites actually reduces the fatality rate more than the curtailment does at Skookumchuck. So northern spotted owls, that's the other listed species of concern on this project. It's listed as threatened by both Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW. Surveys were conducted in 2019 in all suitable habitat. The project area is unusual in that it has a lot of spotted owl data already available because Humboldt Redwood Company have been collecting data on spotted owls for years out there and other nearby landowners. So based on those data, the applicant looked at the activity centers, and what you see here, can you go to the next slide, please? What you see here is in yellow is the draft EIR alignment, and then in red is what the final EIR. The applicant rearranged the alignment to minimize impacts on known activity center, well, impacts on spotted owl habitat, and to avoid activity centers for spotted owls. Here is the, go to the next slide, please. Here is the western portion of the project area. The triangles you see are the activity centers, and the green circles around them are the 1,000-foot non-disturbance buffer. During the construction season, that buffer will be maintained to protect the foraging, nesting, roosting, the activities of the spotted owls at the activity center. There's only one spot, it's the third circle from the left, Goat Rock, and that area, it's not possible to maintain that 1,000-foot buffer. It's only 800 feet, and the solution to that is to not do construction during the nesting season for spotted owls at that area. This table summarizes the impacts, temporary and permanent impacts of the project on spotted owl habitat. Permanent impacts are those like turbine pads or roads. Temporary impacts are areas along roads that were cleared for construction but will be allowed to revegetate. Impacts in the gentai, the 80-foot gentai, are considered permanent because they will not be allowed to grow back during the life of the project to provide habitat, nesting or roosting habitat for spotted owls. We also assess the impacts of fragmentation, cutting a swath through forest. It'll affect, of course, all the habitat within the swath, but it also affects spotted owl habitat adjacent to that gentai. The way it affects it, it's the edge effect, fragmentation edge effect, that opens up the habitat adjacent to the gentai line to microclimate changes, more sunlight, more wind. It introduces predators like great horned owls, predators on spotted owl nestlings. And so that's also an impact that's assessed here, acreage of impacts assessed. This next table shows the mitigation ratios for offsetting those impacts on spotted owl habitat. A 1-to-1 ratio is recommended for the permanent impacts for foraging, nesting, and roosting habitat, and a 0.25 mitigation ratio for the edge effects, because it still provides some value, it's just of diminished value. Next slide, yes. The spotted owl mitigation, the applicants identified 5 properties that provide higher quality habitat for spotted owls compared to the habitat being impacted. Barred owl management. Barred owl is an invasive competitor and even a predator on spotted owls, and a major stressor and threat to northern spotted owls. Barred owl management is included as an option for mitigating, in addition to the acquisition of habitat or conservation easements on these properties. So the effect of the project on eagles and other raptors, the original analysis of impacts on raptors estimated there'd be as many as 114 fatalities per year for raptors. Commenters pointed out that the analysis of impacts was overly conservative. We reanalyzed the impacts based on a larger raptor mortality data set. This is looking at 21 other projects in California, Oregon, and Washington, and we concluded that that was an overestimate, but nevertheless, the significant unavoidable impact conclusion for raptors remains unchanged because there is still considerable uncertainty. We base that estimate on what's happened at other wind projects, on use of the existing habitat data collected during the studies that have been conducted for the project. But raptors are long-lived and it takes a long time to reproduce, and we concluded that the impacts on raptors would be significant and unavoidable. For eagles were analyzed separately from other raptors. Eagle use is relatively low at the project site, and the mitigation for any eagle that is taken, the mitigation is one that's approved, recommended by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and that is retrofits of high-risk power poles. John mentioned that 6 miles of power poles would be undergrounded. The way that benefits eagles is that old-fashioned power poles have electrified components that are pretty close together, so a bird like an eagle with a big wingspan can touch both electrified components and be killed. It's a major source of mortality for eagles in North America and throughout the world, so getting rid of those benefits the eagles. For take of every eagle, the applicant will be required to retrofit 32 power poles, which avoids 10 years of risk, according to the service calculations, Fish and Wildlife Service calculations, 10 years of risk from those high-risk poles. The project will also have impacts on resident and migratory birds, non-raptor birds, and by non-raptors I mean songbirds, waterfowl, game birds. The estimates based on studies from other wind projects in California, Oregon, and Washington, there'll be 3 to 6 avian mortalities per turbine per year. This mainly will be to common resident birds like meadowlarks, sparrows, and blackbirds, and perhaps some to migratory birds. This is a slide similar to what you've seen in John's Google Earth skimming. The project is in the northeastern corner, and this is an Audubon designation, these Cape Mendocino grasslands important bird area. Permanent impacts on the important bird area are 23, and temporary impacts are 131 acres, 0.01 and 0.05% respectively of the important bird area. Now, one of the recommendations we got from Cal Fish and Wildlife, and Cal Fish and Wildlife has been very generous with their time and their expertise and have met with staff quite a bit, and we've taken a lot of their recommendations for mitigation, especially for marbled murrelets, spotted owls, is to create a technical advisory committee for raptors and non-raptor birds, similar to what we have for bats, and I'll be talking about that in just a second. The role of the technical advisory committee would be to evaluate post-construction monitoring data, and what I mean by that is that for the life of the project and intensively for the first 3 years of the project, biologists will be walking around the turbines and under the transmission lines collecting dead birds and bats and seeing how the numbers of dead birds and bats compares to what was predicted in the EIR. The Technical Advisory Committee will be able to be experts in the field and with a knowledge of wind, wildlife interactions. They would be able to interpret the data and also to recommend adaptive management to avoid and minimize or to compensate for those impacts. And these are some of the duties that I just discussed. That would be the role of the Technical Advisory Committee. They would provide recommendations to Humboldt County, and those recommendations would be enforced by the county. And finally, bats. There's 13 species of bats that could occur in the project area. 9 of those are of special concern on a watch list. There are no listed bat species in California, but there are some that are of concern because there are potential for perhaps becoming listed someday. Hoary bats are of particular concern. Hoary bats and Mexican free-tailed bats are the bats most commonly found dead under wind turbines. Hoary bats are unusual in that, in this area, there's been some research indicating that large numbers of hoary bats aggregate in swarms at nearby Humboldt Redwood State Park, 4 miles. We consulted with the experts who did this research in preparing it, and were aware of this. Hoary bats are vulnerable to collisions and, in fact, may be vulnerable to declines due to wind energy. Some estimates have been that over the next 50 years or so, we could actually see them listed and perhaps even extirpated. That was a source of great concern that we described in the draft environmental impact report. Because there is so much uncertainty about the population dynamics, if these are migratory or local populations of bats. We felt it was important to have subject matter experts who understood the dynamics of the bat populations, understood hoary bats, and also knew the latest of avoidance and minimization measures available for reducing impacts on bats and birds, be available to advise the county on how to interpret the post-construction monitoring data. The Bat Advisory Committee will be formed soon after project approval so that they can review the plans for pre-operation monitoring. 2 years of acoustic data was collected, but there's still a lot of uncertainty as to whether swarming occurs in the area near the bat. More data would provide more information to inform mitigation and avoidance measures for bats. So the Technical Advisory Committee will be in place to approve and review and approve the monitoring plan, and also review and approve the post-construction monitoring plan, and to come up with mitigation measures. The draft EIR provides a stepwise approach to implementing mitigation or minimization measures for bats. And what we've arrived at is a threshold. We wanted to have a quantitative threshold that would trigger adaptive management action, and we came up with 1.7 bat fatalities per year. This was based on a study conducted by Frick, a researcher who made these estimates of what the impacts of wind energy could be on hoary bat populations. Department of Fish and Wildlife requested that that be cut in half, that was too high a threshold to trigger adaptive management. That is the recently revised mitigation monitoring reporting plan accommodates that request, in that if the Technical Advisory Committee sees that bats are on a trajectory to experience population level declines, which is the CEQA threshold for a significant impact, they can take action, and that might be implementing acoustic deterrence, devices that repel bats from the turbines, or curtailment during low wind nights to reduce the risk of impacts to bats, especially during the fall migration season. So that's the end of the discussion of wildlife impacts, and I think, Ken, you're next.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Susan. My name is Ken Koch, CEQA project manager with AECOM, so I was responsible for compliance with California.
Excuse me, can you borrow her mic? That one's not very good.
I just unplugged it. Hello? There you go. Thank you. Ken Koch, CEQA project manager with AECOM. I have 29 years of experience in complying with the California Environmental Quality Act. Today I'm going to talk briefly about greenhouse gas analysis in the draft EIR. So why is that important? Well, GHGs are, the general consensus of the scientific community is that greenhouse gases are responsible for global climate change by trapping solar radiation in the lower Earth's atmosphere and resulting in rise in surface temperatures of the Earth, which has resulted in increasing water temperature in the ocean and rising sea levels. The analysis in the draft EIR evaluated or modeled the GHG emitted during project construction and operation. And as you can see, there's some facts on the screen. The project would generate 246 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent on an annual basis. And through burning, the project would have a beneficial effect because it would avoid emissions associated with burning of fossil fuels for power generation. And the estimate of the avoidance is 38,800 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalency per year. So recognize that this is a comparative figure, and that the PGD power mix is about, right now, 33% renewable energy, or supplied by renewable energy. The state recognizes that climate change is an issue of concern and has adopted policies for a carbon-free power mix by the year 2045. PG&E is currently at 33%, so there's a long way to go. The project would, upon operation, have a beneficial effect because it would be a GHG-free source of power, and it would be consistent with the state's policy to have a carbon-free power mix. Without development of projects such as the proposed Terra-Gen project, there would be, you need them in order to achieve the state's goal of a free, carbon-free power supply.
Thank you. I'd like to cover just a couple more topics that have come up frequently in the testimony we heard at the Planning Commission hearings. And one of them was water supply. And if the applicant really could obtain water from HRC, the plan is to use water from the HRC cooling towers prior to discharge into the Scotia Log Pond, and that would be for construction purposes, not for operation purposes, but construction-related water. We have worked on this with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. They have provided a condition of approval, which appears as condition 26 in your staff reports, and this is to ensure that the water is regulated under a waste discharge requirements or a waiver from the Regional Board. So they gave us this condition. We've recommended it in the staff report, and they are satisfied that that would ensure that the water is suitable for application during construction purposes. So along those same lines, water quality, we have construction water. This is more related to concerns we heard about erosion, sedimentation potential. We do have a specific mitigation measure that addresses wet weather construction, and it's very stringent standards if there is construction in the wet season as to what would need to happen, and actually allows for stop work if there is a water quality exceedance. There's also conditions of approval related to reducing erosion potential, and those are found in the conditions, and they have to do with compliance with general plan standards for work within streamside management areas, and then also they will need a grading permit, and through that process there are erosion control requirements as well. So these did not rise to significant impacts that could not be mitigated. The EIR does identify several significant unavoidable impacts, and these are up on the screen. There are impacts, as we've discussed, to aesthetics. There's air quality impacts, and this is just one specific one related to short-term emissions of NOx. This has to do with emissions from construction vehicles. It's only daily exceedance during construction. There are mitigation measures to reduce this, but it still causes the daily exceedance. Annual thresholds are met. There's also the biological resource impacts Susan went over. These include operational impacts to marbled murrelets and operational impacts on raptors. We have identified also cultural resources as significant unavoidable, as we've talked about. And those include tribal cultural resources of Bear River Ridge and the California condor, and then also the ethnobotanical landscape and the Bear River Ridge and Valley historical landscape. So what CEQA requires when you have significant unavoidable impacts is one, that you employ all feasible mitigation to lessen those impacts, and we believe we've done that. And in your resolution for approval of the project, there are, it includes the mitigation that has been rejected as infeasible that has been suggested. And also, one of the other aspects of having significant unavoidable impacts is it informs the development of project alternatives. So in CEQA, when we develop project alternatives, we're looking at lessening a significant impact. Each alternative needs to lessen at least one significant impact. So every project is required to have a no project alternative. And then We also have alternative 2, which is realignment of the Gentai and access road. This alternative reduces impacts to spotted owls, marbled murrelets, a few other impact areas, and it has been incorporated into the project. This is the reason we're going at bridge level in terms of crossing the Eel River rather than going in the under the river with a directional drill. So alternative 2 has been implemented as part of the project. Alternative 3 is avoidance of Monument Ridge. This alternative was created primarily to avoid impacts to marbled murrelets. It would reduce the turbines from 60 to 23, however, it would not go as far as to create the megawatts needed to create a viable project. Alternative 4 is the reduced turbine count. It reduces the turbines from 60 to 31 turbines, and it would be throughout the original range proposed. And this really leads to incremental improvements over many of the impact categories, because just less turbines is overall less disturbance of the site. This was also not found to generate enough power to lead to a viable project. And then the final alternative was avoidance of Bear River Ridge. And this alternative came as a direct result of consultation with the Wiyot tribe after we heard that that is a significant tribal cultural resource. We added alternative 5. It's actually the environmentally preferred alternative in the EIR. It would reduce the turbine count from 60 to 37 and completely avoid Bear River Ridge. However, this was analyzed by the applicant, and they said actually if we were going to put all the maximum turbines they could fit on Monument would be 27, not the 37 we put into the draft. And again, it would not have enough megawatts to generate a viable project. So another portion of CEQA is that when you do have significant unavoidable impacts, that you need to adopt a statement of overriding considerations, finding that there are benefits to the project that outweigh those significant unavoidable impacts. And in this case, the resolution, the CEQA resolution, which I believe is attachment 1, it includes a listing of environmental benefits, local and regional benefits, economic benefits, and benefits to the knowledge base. The environmental benefits, there's statewide importance is that California has passed legislation that requires a statewide portfolio standard to ensure that renewable resources account for 50% of California's electrical load by 2026 and stepping that up to 60% by 2030. The state has also has a goal of reducing GHG emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, by 80%.
Technical will step in.
Sounds like it's back.
Okay. So that was California also has a goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% below 1990 levels by the year 2050. So this project would assist California in meeting the reduced greenhouse gases and increased renewable energy portfolio. There are infrastructure benefits. The local grid would receive approximately $14 million in infrastructure upgrades, and more details about those upgrades are found in the resolution. The local benefits, and John will talk about the general plan policies in a minute, but it does support general plan policies related to energy independence and supporting renewables, including wind. There are economic benefits. We anticipate 15 full-time permanent jobs and 300 construction jobs, and then approximately $50 million in property taxes and another $9 million in sales tax. The project does require a conditional use permit and a special permit, and there's a resolution provided for this in your staff report. The findings required to issue a use permit and a special permit is that the project is in conformance with the general plan, in conformance with zoning, that it meets housing element densities, and it's not detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. And the use permit is required because wind generation facilities are a conditionally permitted use in both TPZ and AE zones, and that is primarily where the project is occurring. And the special permit is for allowance for work within the streamside management areas, and that is primarily road crossings that will happen in those areas. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Ford.
Thanks, Beth. So with the adoption of the 2017 general plan, the general plan established energy element that identified policies for renewable energy and really to encourage and support renewable energy, and just wanted to point out the policy guidance that the general plan energy element does give on these. Policy number 3 identifies that the county shall support wind energy development. And then moving down to policy 14 is that there is a requirement to develop wind energy overlay zones. As the board knows, we're not moving forward really fast with the general plan implementation, but this is something that is part of that, is to develop wind energy overlay zones, or renewable energy overlay zones, excuse me. And what that would look like relative to wind energy, this would be a resource map showing where the most significant wind energy resources are. And the areas that are in the crosshatched, being here and here and here, and down here on the Lost Coast, would be the primary areas that would be wind resources. And so this project is very much within one of those zones where if we were to be considering where to put down policies to encourage wind energy development, this would be a location. And just wanted to make the board aware of that. And then there's also the requirement to coordinate with other local agencies, communities, landowners to assess potential wind and offshore renewable energy development. And while this, I think, is intended to be a process that happens before a project is in place, one of the things that this project has done is required that we do consult and coordinate with other agencies and cities and areas to determine where the best locations are, to determine site suitability. And obviously this site has a lot of opposition to it, but it is in a location that has the best, identified by that map, the best wind energy. So it really does pose a bit of a policy dilemma for you as decision makers, is to decide what is the county going to do relative to wind energy, because this project really does represent where wind energy would be located, the kinds of impacts that are associated with wind energy, and that if wind energy is going to be pursued, this is what it's going to look like. The general plan does call for a consideration, a balance of policies, and if the policy decision can be that a project can be approved in compliance with the general plan policies and zoning ordinance regulations, it should be supported. And so that is the overall general plan guidance relative to alternative forms of energy. I would like to do two things to clarify some things that have come up. One is, I believe Mari Wilson, the assessor, is here to clarify any questions there may be relative to the tax revenue associated with the project. And so I would like to invite her up, and then following Mari, we have Matthew Marshall with RCEA, who has a presentation to present.
Good morning, board members. Mari Wilson, Humboldt County Assessor. On November 5th, your board directed our office, among others, to estimate the potential property tax revenue for the life of the Humboldt Wind Project. Our portion of that estimate would be for assessed value. We finally received data from Terra-Gen to review on December 4th, which did not leave much time to delve into the complex calculations that are involved with wind energy project assessment. We reached out to Kern County, which I believe is the most knowledgeable on wind generation assessment, and they were very helpful. Mr. Vitos previously told us that Terra-Gen had recently completed a comparable project in Kern County. Kern County provided us with the 2019 assessed value for that project of $172 million, which is their value rounded to the nearest million. We use this value as our starting point and then use calculations derived from the data provided from Terra-Gen to project out for the 30-year anticipated life of the project. Our estimate resulted in a total value fairly close to the estimate that Terra-Gen has provided to you. Our estimate of total assessed value for the life of the project would be approximately $4.6 billion. That figure multiplied by 1% ad valorem tax per Prop 13 comes out to $46 million over the 30-year life of the project. Per the tax collector's property tax distribution graph, the county general fund would receive 16.1% of that revenue, with other portions of that going to schools, public safety, special districts, et cetera, or approximately $7.4 million over the life of the project, with an average of $248,000 property tax revenue per year for the 30-year life of the project. Do you have any questions?
I would like you to repeat that, please.
Which portion?
The whole analysis, because I'm writing it down.
So
Mari, did you bring copies?
I did not, but I can bring copies back down.
If you could bring copies, that'd be great for
Okay. Do you want
later
me to read it
section.
now or just bring copies?
Just bring copies, and I
Okay.
think we'll.
I can do that.
Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead and read it again.
Okay. Kern County provided us with the 2019 assessed value of a comparable project in their county for 2019, I'm repeating myself, of $172 million, which is rounded from their value to the nearest million. We use that value as our starting point and then use calculations derived from the data provided from Terra-Gen to project out for the 30-year anticipated life of the project. Our estimate resulted in a total value fairly close to the estimate that Terra-Gen had provided to you. Our estimate of total assessed value for the life of the project would be approximately $4.6 billion. That's assessed value. That figure multiplied by the 1% ad valorem tax per Prop 13 comes out to $46 million over the 30-year life of the project. Per the tax collector's property tax distribution graph, the county general fund would receive 16.1% of that revenue, or approximately $7.4 million, which would average about $248,000 property tax revenue per year for the 30-year life of the project.
Now I have a question. You project a $46 million, sorry, this is feeding back, of which the county and the general fund would get 7.4. Where does the rest go?
62.5% goes to schools. The 16.1 comes to county general fund. 7.5% goes to special districts. 7.4% redevelopment. 2.5% cities. 2.2% county roads, and 1.9% county library. I can also provide you with a copy of that.
That would be great. And that basically all the tax monies will stay local.
That's my understanding. Your CAO may be able to give you a better explanation of that, or I don't believe the tax collector is here.
He was.
Through the chair, I have an additional question, which is the 62.5% that goes to schools, is that an allocation across the county, or is that somewhere, is it geographically located more closely to the project site?
I believe we're going to defer that question to our CAO.
So the 62% of property tax that is received by schools goes back to the state, and then the state redistributes that property tax dollar back to the schools.
Any idea what that proportion is? Is it just by student? Is it within Humboldt County only?
So there is the state reimburses on a per pupil basis, so it's a little over $11,000 per pupil. And so for school districts that don't bring in that amount of property tax, the state redistributes, so every school district receives that $11,000 per pupil.
And so I'm looking at this as 28 million, almost 29 million. Is that for local schools over the span of, so it's basically $1 million a year, more or less?
It's approximately a little over $1 million a year to the state to redistribute to schools.
Okay.
And 28 million over the life of the project, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As with anything in life, there's pluses and minuses, right? So I appreciate the information on property tax increases. I also appreciate your efforts to contact Kern County. I did the same because there's so many good comparisons and information to be able to glean from that. So I'm curious what the what your projection is for property tax losses for the adjacent ranches and for the communities of Scotia and Riadel.
We were not asked to provide that. I have not done that.
Yeah, and I would imagine that the Alta project and the Kern projects might have some of that information. It would be very valuable to this community to know what the pluses and minuses are.
We can certainly talk to Kern, see if they have anything to share with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ford?
I have one more question for, and it might be for Mari, which is sales tax. There's estimated sales tax for this project as well?
I
That
would
wouldn't be
not
her.
be the one to answer that.
To our CAO?
Oh. So I have an estimated 5.6 million in the first year of the project for sales tax. And then over 10 years, I have 5.9 million in sales tax. And the reason that total, and then 9.1 million in sales tax over 30 years, the life of the project.
And just to clarify for everybody here, how does that subdivided, where does that all go?
So sales tax is distributed in numerous ways. So Prop 172 is the half-cent sales tax that goes to public safety. So public safety would receive that half-cent sales tax. 91 in 2011 realignment, so that's funding that goes to your health and human services. The county roads fund receives sales tax. The county general fund receives sales tax at approximately 26%. And then also there's the half-cent sales tax of Measure Z.
And distribution of sales tax and property tax on this project is no different than any other project, right? There's nothing special about.
Well, correct, and my understanding is in this project, this project would need to apply to the state to have sales tax received locally.
George Fennell?
So can you explain for me where the sales tax comes from? What is taxed?
The actual parts of the turbines are taxed, and so those are sales tax dollars that could come into the community, the actual pieces of the turbines.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford?
Thank you, Chair Bohn. Sorry. Is Matthew Marshall in the house? Yep.
With his coffee.
Thank you, and I'll just let you know when to advance slides. I'm Matthew Marshall. I'm the Executive Director of the Redwood Coast Energy Authority, and as was mentioned, like any energy project, there's impacts and benefits, and you've certainly been hearing about the impacts, and so I was asked to provide some context for the benefit side of it, which are primarily within my area of expertise, which is the renewable energy side of things, just to give you the full picture there. So as you all know, the Redwood Coast Energy Authority is a joint powers agency that was established by the county and all the cities in Humboldt County back in 2003 with the mission to develop and implement sustainable energy initiatives that reduce energy demand, increase energy efficiency, and advance the use of renewable resources available in the region. And in pursuit of that mission, we've done a lot of renewable energy planning and looking at how to make our community energy resilient. And in 2017, we launched a community choice aggregation program that gives us local decision-making over where our electricity supply comes from. Next slide. And the core goal of that program has been to maximize the use of local renewable energy while providing affordable rates to customers in the county. And that goal, obviously the affordable rate part doesn't need much explanation, and then the renewable energy element of that goal is really focused on the environmental and climate as well as the economic benefits of having renewable generation here in our community as opposed to trying to import that from other areas, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. Next slide. So as a tangible target, it was mentioned the state has a goal for 2045 to eliminate the use of fossil fuels in the state's electricity mix. Earlier this year, the RCEA Board of Directors actually set a target to accelerate that by 20 years for Humboldt County and to pursue a goal of 100% renewable and fossil fuel-free power mix by 2025 for Humboldt County. And so, that's an aggressive target, but it's technically achievable, and that's something that the agency is working towards. To that end, we issued a request for proposals for renewable energy projects, and we have been going through the process of that RFP process this year. It was open to any projects within the state of California with a preference for local and regional projects. The Humboldt Wind Project was the only local proposal we received through that process, and in the summer, my board voted unanimously to negotiate a power purchase agreement with Terra-Gen for the majority of the offtake from the project. That is obviously contingent on the Board of Supervisors approval for the project to get constructed for that power purchase agreement to be viable. Next slide. So just to provide kind of a sense of scale, because I think it's something that most people don't think in terms of, what is a wind turbine or what's a megawatt hour or a megawatt. And so, I think, again, talking about the renewable energy context of it, the Humboldt Wind Project would supply enough low cost, and I highlight that as far as the affordable rates element. This is the lowest cost renewable generation option that we have in Humboldt County is the wind resource, the onshore wind resource. Is going to be the lowest cost option. And this project will generate enough to meet about 56% of Humboldt County's current electricity load. So if that pie chart represented all the electricity we use in Humboldt County in 2018, this project, and this is probably a little bit of a conservative number, would generate over half of our electricity needs for Humboldt County. Next slide. And so just to kind of really frame, how big a chunk of our need that is, if we were to use the biggest solar array in Humboldt County currently, which is the Blue Lake Rancheria's solar microgrid project, if we wanted to replicate that to get the same energy benefits here in the community, we'd have to build 560 similar size projects to the Blue Lake Rancheria's microgrid, and that would have a cost of about $1.5 billion. And so, and this is not to say that we aren't pursuing solar. RCA is working to actually build a solar microgrid 4.5 times the size of the Blue Lake system. But I think it's just, the context, and if you can't see in the back, That's a Google map of the city of Eureka, and if you wanted to see how much solar it would take to equal the output of this project, it's about 3.4 square miles worth of solar to get to that output, or to put it in rooftops, it would be about 47,000 rooftop systems, which is about 1,000 rooftops per turbine as far as to generate the same amount of electricity if we were going to go for local solar rooftop to complement that. And again, not to discourage us from pursuing solar, but just to highlight the magnitude of how much renewable energy this project would produce compared to our local needs. Next slide. And so one of the questions I've gotten a lot about is, would this benefit Humboldt County from an energy perspective? The power purchase agreement would contractually give us the value and the affordable rate kind of opportunities. But as far as the physical power here in Humboldt County, right now we're a net importer, and so that pie chart represents in 2018 about a little over half of our local electricity generation was from the PG&E natural gas power plant that imports natural gas into the community to generate electricity. It's a little bit less than a quarter from the two existing local biomass plants that are operating right now, which are the green dots on the map there. And then about a little over a quarter is net imports into the county from outside the community. And the lines on that, the darker pink lines represent the two main transmission lines into the county, and then the orange lines are other sort of secondary transmission lines that move power around the community. And so about a quarter of our power is imported on those two major transmission lines from the Central Valley that we depend on for electricity supply. So we're pulling power from the broader grid on a net basis over the course of the year right now. Next slide. And so if this project was built, the wind power would go onto the grid at the Bridgeville substation, which is at the middle of that little squiggle of lines. And so, the power is going to flow where it goes, but as we're generally pulling, it's generally going to be going to Humboldt County and into the grid. The Bridgeville substation is kind of a multiple crossroads with lines going in several directions. And so, that power would offset our net imports as well as the natural gas generation, again, to a significant portion of our current electricity load. The one thing I'll also add is this is our current electricity load, and one of the things we need to do to address climate change is grow the size of this pie in the sense that over half of our emissions are from transportation, and our natural gas use in our homes and businesses is a greater source of greenhouse gas emissions than our electricity use. And so we need to also have strategies to reduce our consumption of both transportation and natural gas fuels, but also switch those applications to renewable electricity. So we're going to need to increase the supply of local renewable electricity to be able to also decarbonize our transportation and our buildings fully. Next slide. So again, trying to really quickly cover some of the main points that I've gotten questions about as far as what would the actual energy benefits to Humboldt County be from an energy perspective, not to disregard or minimize the non-energy related impacts that you all have to weigh against those energy benefits. But I think from an energy perspective, wind energy, whether it's here or elsewhere, is a really critical element in the fight against climate change, and it complements solar, and we really need an all-of-the-above strategy if we're going to wean ourselves off of fossil fuels and address the climate challenge. And so we need distributed solar, we need large-scale wind projects, offshore wind. We need every tool in the toolbox to be able to address the scope and magnitude of the challenge. But here in Humboldt County, it is onshore wind is going to be the lowest cost and sort of most significant near-term resource that we're able to leverage in that fight. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. So, you describe the electrical part of our grid system, and we have a gas grid, I guess you'd say, natural gas grid, and then we have a petro-fuel grid of sorts. Can you describe the other two energy grids and sort of you did a little bit, but sort of their proportionality in terms of our energy use?
Yeah, so transportation fuels are a little over 50% of our greenhouse gas emissions and our overall, energy consumption, in a similar proportion. And then natural gas, which is, I think it's about a 12-inch pipe that comes into the county. There's a few local natural gas wells in the Eel River Valley, but the vast majority is imported through a 12-inch pipe that comes from wherever, the broader national natural gas system. And again, the emissions from building and other natural gas, not counting power generation uses, is a little bit more than the electricity emissions. So, about 75% of our energy-related emissions are from everything other than electricity. And again, so that's a big lift to start moving those other energy uses to electricity.
And just as a follow-up, if there is a desire or a shift that we're looking to move from natural gas, which I assume comes from at least some portion of fracked natural gas, right? I mean, do we have any estimation of that in terms of like the natural gas composite that comes to Humboldt County in terms of that?
Yeah, I mean, the natural gas system is, a nationally connected, pipeline system, and so you can't say exactly what percentage of our gas is from fracking in the Midwest or elsewhere. But as far as overall natural gas, that's a major component, and it's one of the reasons why it's very affordable right now, which is, from a climate standpoint, not the greatest thing.
And then, so our transportation fuels come by barge typically into Humboldt County, like an island, basically. Is that true?
Yeah, so there's the terminal over by the Bayshore Mall that brings in transportation fuel, and that's kind of the primary way that we move vehicles around. Although electric vehicles are increasing in adoption, we passed the 1,000 vehicles on the road mark a while back, and there's an accelerated uptake of people switching to electric vehicles because they're lower cost to operate and have fewer environmental impacts, and they're actually more fun to drive as well. So I think we're going to see an increasing transition to electric vehicles, and then obviously, one of the key strategies there, not to get off topic, but is to switch from transportation entirely. So the best thing you can do is public transportation, and like Humboldt Transit Authority is actually working on integrating electric buses. They've already got one into their transit fleet.
But currently more than half of the energy charging electric vehicles is from natural gas.
Yeah, so that still provides a tremendous greenhouse gas benefit compared to burning gas or diesel in a combustion engine. So even with the upstream emissions, it's a climate no-brainer to switch to electric vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
I'll have more later.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Ford?
Thank you. We have come to the end of our presentation this morning, and just want to close with giving you the recommended action. The first thing that we're going to ask that you do, regardless of what you do with the project, is to authorize the chair to sign the indemnification agreement that's included in attachment 18. That's already been signed by the applicant. It is really a formality at this point. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. But then there are two resolutions. We are recommending that the Board of Supervisors find that the EIR has been prepared in compliance with CEQA, that it does adequately identify the potential impacts, and that it does provide an adequate discussion and presentation of mitigation for those impacts and an adequate range of alternatives. One of the other things the board needs to find is that it was done and the decision was made with the county's own independent discretion. And so that is something that we believe, because the county was in control of preparing the FEIR and that everything has been peer reviewed, that it has been done with independent discretion on the part of the county. Then we're also recommending that you find that the project is consistent with the general plan and with the zoning ordinance requirements, and that you approve the use permit and the special permit subject to the conditions of approval, and also adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. That is the document that implements all the mitigation measures that are contained within the final environmental impact report. Sorry, if I get too close, I get feedback. The last piece is that because there are significant unavoidable impacts that are identified, that you adopt findings of overriding consideration, and those have been spelled out in the resolution number in attachment 1. And a lot of those revolve around the benefits to climate change, GHG emission reductions, and also the benefit to producing jobs into the county, as Beth had outlined earlier. At this point, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about the document, the project, or anything that we've presented today.
Bring it forward. Supervisor Wilson?
Going back to the greenhouse gas emissions calculation that was provided earlier by AECOM. So I think what you said is that it would, on an annual basis, create 246 tons of carbon. Is that what I'm correct in hearing you say?
Could we have someone look at that mic too, please?
That is correct.
But yet, basically replace 38,800 tons of carbon in terms of like its replacement value. Is that what was to understand?
Yes, correct.
And so there's a lot of, I think we received a lot of correspondence sort of questioning the balance of that, and that the building of this project and the loss of carbon sequestration for the timberlands and the prairie parts of this project, were those included in those calculations?
There is a master response to comments.
I saw that. It was
okay.
quite. There was a full spreadsheet of stuff, but I just want to like hear from you how you feel about the veracity of that analysis.
Okay, so just a little background. Carbon sequestration is basically the storage.
Hang on.
Carbon sequestration
Thank you.
is basically the ecosystem plant matter is pulling or extracting.
Okay. Great point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me now?
You want to repeat the question, or you want me to repeat it?
Which part? Supervisor Wilson or?
All right, hold on. You can't be on and me be on at the same time. Thanks. All right. Otherwise, we get some feedback there. So my question to the consultant, what's your name again one more time?
Ken Koch.
Ken. My question to Ken was, basically, we've received a lot of correspondence related to the carbon production of the construction of this project, as well as the loss of potential for carbon sequestration related to the cutting of trees and the loss of some prairie space on the hilltops. And so I'm just can you dig a little deeper into the veracity of that analysis that you made, and were those things considered, and I guess that's kind of where I'm going with this. I just want to know where you.
Yes, there were comments received on the analysis in the draft EIR about the analysis did not account for the removal of timberland and the loss of the ability to store carbon in the trees. So a subsequent calculation was made and additional information provided in the response to comments to account for that, and the net result is the 38,000 metric tons figure. So it does account for the losses. I think the amount of, we estimate about 4,000 metric tons of carbon is stored in the trees that would be cut by the Gentai and the establishment of the project. I would just point out that those are trees that could be cut at any time because they are on HRC property and it's a managed landscape. So it's sort of baked into the setting.
And for the bases of the towers, there was some discussion or question within both, within the comments that were received, and I've seen kind of in the community about the size of those pads in terms of square feet. And am I understand they're about 60 feet in diameter or about 3,500 square feet per base? Is that correct?
60 to 70, I'm told. 60
to 70. Okay. So that's included in your analysis, I assume?
Yes. Excuse me. Soil is about 21% of the total carbon sequestration capacity. So it is accounted for.
In your 246 metric tons of CO2 per year, is that basically is that taking the total in sort of the initial carbon loss due to the construction and spanning that out over years? Is that what that's doing? Is that
yes, that figure is it's amortized over the life of the project.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah,
amortized. Thank you.
So the construction, because you can't really construction, the emissions stop once so the typical analysis will fold it all in, amortize it over, and develop the ultimate figure.
And what was that estimate for what was the estimate for the initial number for construction in terms of metric tons of CO2 produced for the initial construction?
I would have to look that up. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Could you do that at some point today, or that would be great? That's all I have for you right now. I'm sure we'll get back to this later.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thinking about the property tax issue, I'm sure we can all appreciate that in anything there are pros and cons, and there are winners and losers. And clearly it would be a win for the county to get some more property tax revenues. I recognize that. We certainly could use that for our roads and many other things. But from what I've seen in the record from Scotia and Rio Dell and even the adjacent ranchers on Bear River Ridge, they perceive a loss in value. Now, that's why I said it would be really nice for us to do our due diligence and talk with Kern County and get some factual information about when the first wind farm came in, how were property values affected in Tehachapi and Mojave, and then as additional wind farms went in, what was the effect on property values at that point. I don't believe that these actually improve property values for those that are directly impacted by the projects, be it aesthetically or with the flicker or any number of other issues. And so I just played around with a little bit of math. There's about 300 parcels in Scotia, about 1,100 parcels in Rio Dell, and at our property tax valuation of 1%, there's approximately $280 million in assessed value. These are rough numbers, just using the assumptions that I stated. So with a 10% tax value drop, we would lose $280,000 in tax revenues. Now, only 16.1% of that would go to the county. So it would take about a 40% loss in property values to completely cause the tax benefits to disappear. Now, what I didn't include in there is the ranch values of Bear River adjacent property owners, or Jordan Creek, Pepperwood, Eel River Valley farmers, which have also made contact with the board in regards to their perceived effects on their property values as well. As board members, we're looking out for the entire community, not just one entity. And so that concerns me that the potential $248,000 in tax revenues for the county could very much be a much smaller number than that, quite easily, just simply with reduction in property values for adjacent landowners. So that's something that concerns me, and I don't see any information in the record to discuss that impact. And I believe that those individuals absolutely deserve that consideration so that they can also be protected in their property values. The other thing I wanted to talk about.
Please, no applause.
Do this thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the Bear River Ridge, and I have some questions in regards to that. I do want to commend staff and the applicant on a tremendous amount of work that's been put into this effort to try and look into every single issue and drill down in. I will say that I was somewhat disappointed in the cultural resources elements that were described in our staff report on page 10 of 19, wherein it was said, prior to the project, the county had no knowledge of Bear River Ridge as being significant to the WIAT. I find that incredibly disappointing. I'll use that word. I think it's a polite word. I mean, who doesn't know that these high ridges were important to our local Native American community? That's common knowledge. In fact, this particular ridge has been compared over and over again to the Bald Hills, which is in Redwood National Park. And the reason they're compared is because they are two anomalies within what is primarily forested regions that are these long native prairies that go from the ocean inland to a significant distance. And anybody that can imagine hiking through the forests here before there were roads, railroads, etc., can imagine that hiking a long ridge to get 30 miles from one place to another was exactly what people did. I will also point out that in the historical records in Humboldt County, there is what's called an archaeological district on the Bald Hills. So when it's stated in the report that there are no sites that are eligible for historical places to be registered, that's just simply not true. In the record of historical places, there is the option to file for archaeological sites, historical sites, but also as a district. And I know this because on the Bald Hills, no, I'm asking questions. I'm asking why we've got a comment in the record that there is no other option for filing a site. And in fact, under state law, you can file both an archaeological site and you can file for an archaeological district. And I know this because I filed for the archaeological district on the Bald Hills back in 1976. And I'm just going to read a very short piece out of the document, A Study of Cultural Resources in Redwood National Park, because Bald Hills is so fitting in terms of comparisons to the Bear River Ridge. And on page 86, it says that a variety of data are contained within this proposed district. It includes several apparently distinct site types, presumably functionally different. Some of the sites are sufficiently intact that comparisons of artifacts, etc., can be of a great importance. So basically, it's talking about how when you have a district, which is what this is, you've got village sites on either side of the ridge. We know local Native Americans primarily had their main villages along the rivers, Bear River, Eel River, and then they had hunting and fishing sites in the hills. Together, all of those sites and that area create a district, and that is absolutely available to be filed. The fact that the state of California has never filed for this is not evidence that it doesn't exist. In fact, I'm not an archaeologist, but I filed for the archaeological district on Bald Hills because our state archaeologists were not doing their job, and they were not documenting these sites. So I ask you, with that information, now I appreciate that our county staff did say that even though there was limited information, they still took the conservative viewpoint that this was a very special place. And I appreciate that viewpoint and that you took that stand. But then there was no mitigation offered. There certainly are mitigation measures that could be considered. So I will ask you, did you consider the option whereby I understand that the Yurok tribe doesn't want this project to happen for all the reasons they've stated, and I'm not going to try and repeat that. But one mitigation, it may not be acceptable to the tribe, but one mitigation might be that Terra-Gen would purchase this land from the Russ family and provide conservation easements to the Yurok tribe, and or when this is decommissioned in 30 years, that, I'm sorry, Wiyot, excuse me, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then in 30 years that this land would revert back to the Wiyot people. You know, to me, we've got to consider options here to try and help repair some of the damage of the past. And frankly, this bothers me so much that it wasn't but a month ago we were sitting in this room overfilled with the chairs all the way up to here almost, with people saying how wonderful it was that we were giving Tuluwat, Indian Island, back to the Wiyot people. And yet here we are a month later, not respecting their wishes and willing to put this on an area that they're opposed to doing. And I'm having a hard time dealing with that dichotomy. So I guess my question to you, long form here, is given that new information about an archaeological district, do you feel that that might change your opinions, or do you feel that we might need to go back and review some of these things more carefully given that status?
Okay, thank you. Director Ford, please.
Thank you. I think that the staff report absolutely spells things out correctly in terms of the research that has been done and what's on the record. And that is basically what we have to base a decision on. We're factually based, and so the facts are, in this particular case, that there was research done back in 2007 through 2010 to determine whether or not there was anything of significance on Bear River Ridge. At that time, the written correspondence said there is not. When this project was undertaken and an archaeologist was charged with determining what the likely impacts are, there was a record search done at the Northwest Information Center. There was a research done with the State Historic Preservation Office. There was actual on-site research to determine what existed on-site. The literature searches did not result of anything that existed that had been reported as being of significance. There were some archaeological sites that were identified, and those are reported out in the DEIR, and those are protected. I think it's important to know that we're basing decisions on what existed, and then there has been a significant amount of fact-finding. I can tell you that during the government-to-government consultation, you know, finding out about the high place was a revelation. That was a surprise. That's something that we were then put in a position of making a decision on how to deal with that. We did choose to honor the concerns of the Wiyot people and to identify the prospect of wind turbines being placed on that ridge as a significant adverse impact. And that was based upon the criteria that Beth mentioned, which is allows the local agency to make that determination based upon the testimony of an elder. So it's not anything that existed on the record. It was taking a relationship and trusting that individual in what they said. So going forward, is there information there that says this should be set aside as a historical district? I can't say that there is or there's not. I can say that it's important to the Wiyot tribe. I do know that, and I want to be respectful of that. But does that require mitigation that would then somehow take, and the other thing that I need to say before I say the second thing is that there are two parties at play here. There is an applicant and a property owner. And obviously the applicant is pursuing a lease from a property owner who may not be willing to give their property up or give it back to the Wiyot tribe. That has not been explored. That was not an idea that has been brought up in all the discussions. So I don't want to close the door to the possibility that there could be something looked at up there, but there has not been information presented on the record right now that would warrant that kind of response.
Well, and that's exactly why I put this on the record, this report in Redwood National Park, which is a highly comparable ridge to Bear River Ridge. So with that, you now have information that filing for an archaeological district is absolutely one of the ways that you get on the historical record. So you now have that information in front of you. A couple other questions of clarification. There's a lot of information in this particular project that shows that there are impacts and that are unmitigatable. And then that is why we have the overriding consideration element here. But what I find to be interesting is that several of the impacts that are considered overriding are simply financial. That it's stated over and over again that this particular impact cannot be mitigated without making the project completely unfeasible due to cost. And yet there are many statements in the staff report and other documents that talk about the differences between the cost of this wind plant versus the cost of solar, and I think the number or the number is of 1 to 5, that the wind project would cost 1 time, and the solar for the county would cost 5 times that much to solarize all the homes in Humboldt County, 1 to 5. But if you add in the costs that were considered to be infeasible but are in fact costs of the project to fully mitigate the project, such as variable times that the power is being run. I think that's, what's that called, where you curtail on that cost. There was a lot of discussion about the cost of curtailment to protect species. There's the cost of decommissioning and leaving the 10-foot deep, 60-foot diameter concrete pads in place, except for taking 1 foot off the top of them. And the reason for that was justified as to minimize disturbance. And yet we're ready to disturb this sacred place, this ridgetop, to put all this in place, but we're not willing to disturb it to remove all this material. So for me, I find that to be an error in the document in that we're stating that it's a 1 to 5 cost, but in fact, if you add in the cost of fully decommissioning the site, removing all the concrete, and probably replanting with perennial bunching grass that roots 12 to 15 feet deep, and is known to be a major carbon sequestering piece of our ecosystem, why wouldn't we decommission it fully? And why wouldn't we have that number together already instead of developing it down the road? And if you add those costs of curtailment and full decommissioning and a number of other items that were listed as too expensive, if you add those in, now we're suddenly looking at something that's more like 1 to 2. But the difference is that we would own all of that solar on our rooftops, whereas we don't own any of this.
Please.
So I just, I'm trying to point out some questions about the numbers that are used and the impact assessment and the rest of it. And when you really fully mitigate, it changes the economics considerably in terms of this. So I would suggest that there is some missing pieces in this in regards to that, unless you have information that would share with me. I mean, I'm not familiar with the part of CEQA that says, well, it costs too much, so we're not going to do it. I do understand overriding concerns, and climate change is one of those. I recognize that. I want to make a difference in that arena. But when we don't use correct math here to really fairly evaluate what's going on in terms of impacts and costs to this community, then there's something very much missing in this EIR. Another question is, if we do approve this EIR, does this set precedents for future projects that are not fully mitigated?
So there were about 5 or 6 questions in there.
There were.
So number one is that obviously anytime a decision maker takes an action, people want to point to it and say, well, you did it there. And so To the extent that that happens, I guess you could say there's a precedent. On the other hand, this doesn't guarantee any future action. Everything is weighed on its own merits, taken on a case-by-case basis. We've also heard, and I'm going to maybe answer another question that may come up later, we've also heard that this is a conspiracy to really begin a whole slew of additional solar infrastructure being constructed within Humboldt County. And that is patently false. What this is a single project with a very narrowly prescribed project description that has been evaluated in the EIR. This is not a project EIR or a programmatic EIR for development of wind energy in all of Humboldt County. This is consideration of a single project. And so that clarity needs to be grasped as you deliberate on this. I think the other thing that's really important relative to that is to understand that a lot of people want to offer solar as a comparable alternative to this project. And I think that it's important to understand that solar doesn't achieve the project objectives that are stated in the project EIR. So that's a bit of an unfair comparison. The applicant is not in the business of putting solar panels on people's roofs. So that is not an objective that meets the objectives of this project. Is that a noble and worthwhile endeavor? Probably is. But as Matthew Marshall mentioned, that's part of the overall solution as wind energy is part of the need to develop renewable energy sources. So it's part of the whole package. You also asked the question about feasibility and economic feasibility. And CEQA does talk about, and case law does talk about what is feasible. And part of a feasibility finding is that the project can't be undertaken if it's determined that that mitigation basically kills the project. And so what that really is done to do is to kind of circumscribe what a local agency could do to an applicant. There is an old land use kind of idea that you could condition a project to death, that you could so condition things that even though it's an approval, it's a denial because with the conditions or the mitigation measures that are attached, it could never be undertaken. So one of the things that CEQA does require is that you make the finding that the mitigation measures are feasible and that the mitigation measures that are rejected because they're not feasible. If there is feasible mitigation, that those need to be considered. And we believe we've gone to great lengths to spell that out in terms of why some things are feasible, why some things aren't feasible. And one of the issues that exists here is that if you so condition a project with uncertainty, such as unlimited curtailment, how do you finance then that project?
Yeah, no, I appreciate all of those responses. So if something is deemed to be unfeasible because it's too expensive, that doesn't take away the impact or the cost to actually mitigate the impact. You're just saying that there's an allowance not to require mitigation for that impact, but the cost is still there to the environment or to the site, et cetera. So,
well, if I could, I mean, one of the things that CEQA does an excellent job of doing is that it puts the decision makers in the place of weighing the benefits and the costs. And so, yes, there may be environmental costs, and that's why one of the things I tried to start with was the idea that just because there's environmental costs associated with a project doesn't make it a bad project. It may provide benefits that outweigh that. And that's really the objective of CEQA, is to allow you as a decision maker to weigh those things in the balance.
yeah, no, I understand that.
Thank you.
One last question I have, Mr. Chair, is that I again spent some time talking with officials at Kern County, and the particular official I spoke with asked to stay anonymous. And that individual said that we would be fools to be proceeding with this project without a wind energy ordinance. And here's a community that has spent a lot of time implementing these projects, and we do not have a wind energy ordinance. We're doing this through a conditional use permit and a special permit. And the reason they said that is because there's so many things to consider in a wind energy ordinance, even beyond this individual project's impacts. And we have not had the chance for the community to really do that. And it is identified in the general plan, I think you pointed this out, as item number E14, whereby it talks about developing this zoning and/or wind energy ordinance before proceeding with projects, and yet here we are with the cart before the horse. So I know it's not what your preference would have been, but here's the project. It came to us before we have the ordinance done. But that concerns me that this official would make such a strong statement about us moving forward. So I'm just curious what your thoughts on that are.
Well, I'm concerned that a public agency official would make that kind of a comment, particularly to a member of the Board of Supervisors about that, because it's always preferable to have regulations in place. It makes things easier. It gives a target. However, that's not to say that good planning and good environmental work can't accomplish the same thing. I mean, we could spend years and years and years debating what an ordinance looks like and never get to a place where everybody's happy that doesn't achieve what the public process has done for this project to get to the place that it is. Because in preparation of an ordinance, you cannot anticipate project level impacts. And so what you're dealing with right now are not hypothetical ideals. You're dealing with, here's what the project level impacts are. Have they been adequately identified? Have they been adequately mitigated? Does it comply with the direction of the general plan, which, as you mentioned, wants to see these kinds of policy documents prepared? However, the overriding thought there is that the general plan wants to see renewable energy resources developed, including wind energy. That's the overarching direction. So we are, in considering this project, on that vector.
So I guess the last clarification then is, why are we not requiring complete removal of all the concrete and everything on the site as mitigation?
That's a good question. We could require that.
Complete restoration of the site.
Complete restoration of the site, that could be a condition. It is not uncommon for us to evaluate remediation of sites in terms of what makes the most environmental sense. So we could dig out have all the concrete dug out, but then those holes have to be refilled in.
Yeah, understood.
That's more trips, that's more grading, that's more impact. And so the idea that we think makes sense is to bring the condition of the topography back to as close to a natural condition as possible, and make sure it's stable, and then revegetate and replant. And I understood your comment relative to the bunch grasses and the deep roots and wanting to see the opportunity for that to occur. And that is something that can be worked into this, absolutely.
Yeah, and the reason I push for that is because there are lots of ways to deal with climate change, and that's certainly one of them, protecting that ecosystem and restoring the native bunching grasses and all that carbon sequestering that could do for us. So, there's all these little incremental places where we can make a difference, and I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bess?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was a long filibuster, but I appreciate you got all the questions out you wanted. For my part, I think this part is where we ask technical questions. And while it's great to see, talk about solutions and mitigation measures and options, I would really prefer we get the technical questions out of the way, then we can hear from the public, who's been very patient sitting there, and I really do appreciate that. And quite frankly, to me, questions are a little bit different. And with all due respect to my fellow supervisor, it almost felt like some type of cross-examination where you provided your own statements of perceived facts, and then threw it into staff's lap. So I just wanted to get that out there. I really want to say I appreciate staff, and I almost felt like they were a little under the gun. And I also appreciate your passion, however. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy if we could go to public comment. If we could take a break to go to the restroom first.
Supervisor Fennell?
So I'll keep mine short. I do have a couple of questions. With regard to EM14 or EP14, I'm not sure. We haven't yet come up with the zoning. And you showed that map that showed where the winds blow, basically. But when we get to that point, would we also be considering such things as cultural impacts and maybe excluding some areas from those zones, even if the wind is there?
I think that this project gives us some insight into the things that would need to be included within those appropriate areas.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then I had another question, and this goes to ex parte communications. Let me just say that I have talked with all sides of this issue, but almost everything that we discussed is already in the record. However, I did talk with Jimmy Faye Beal, who lives quite close to the project, and she was concerned about impacts to the hydrology regard to the springs on her property, and I wondered if that was in there. I couldn't really find it in the record.
Yeah, you know, we've that comment was raised, and I think the thing that we would like to do today is to propose that there be a new condition. A lot of that normally is really addressed at the precise engineering phase, which is you get project approval, then you do some of the precise engineering. And so what we would like to do is propose a condition that says prior to any construction permits, the applicant shall submit to Planning and Building, the Planning and Building Department, an analysis prepared by a qualified hydrogeologist demonstrating that the installation of improvements associated with this project will not have an adverse effect on water sources for adjacent properties that are from a spring.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. I want to make sure that if we're going to do ex partes a little bit, I'll go through.
As soon as we get through asking the questions before
Okay.
then
we'll do question.
the applicant has his
questions.
presentation.
All right, I have a few more questions. My next question has to do with bats, and it seems like there's some adjustments between what was with the Planning Commission and what we're talking about now. And could we go into that? Because the reason I was actually going to go through my ex partes is because I had a conversation with Joe Swidzak, I think is the name, a bat expert at Humboldt State, about his concern related to looking at avoidance before there is actually before bats are even known to be on the site. And so could you give me a little detail on that and like what you guys came up with in terms of how that might be addressed? And that's also mentioned in EPIC's letter as well. So there's, as well as a letter we received today from a host of biologists. They all kind of have the same concern, which is that although bats have not been identified on the ridge itself, a single event could be significant, and they're requesting that there's curtailance while the studies are done to greater depth. So I'm just wondering how we address that.
Absolutely, thank you. And this is something that we did not during our presentation. I apologize for this. Present as something that we were identifying as being new and in response to the concerns that have been raised. The issue here, and most of the comments revolve around the fact that there is just a lack of information relative to bats. So one of the things, there has been at least one full year of acoustic monitoring up on the ridges. There's been another partial year. It hasn't shown that there are bats swarming on the ridgetops. However, there is concern that there will be bats swarming on the ridgetops. So what we're proposing to do is add a new mitigation measure, which would be 3.5-18F, which would require the applicant to prepare a pre-operation monitoring plan for bats, whereby they would go out in the fall season and monitor to see if there's swarming activity going on the ridgetops. That the protocol for that monitoring would be approved by the TAC, so we've also modified the mitigation measure to require formation of the TAC at a slightly earlier date so that the TAC could review and approve that protocol. And then the thing that can happen is that based upon the results of that pre-operation monitoring, then the TAC would have the ability to have the benefit of that pre-operation monitoring and determine whether or not there are population level impacts that are possible, and they would have the ability then to advance the mitigation as identified within 3.18D, which starts with installation of deterrents as the first option, but then could go all the way to curtailment if the other options, i.e. deterrents, don't work.
And one more on with relationship to the issue of condors. And so I guess what I'm understanding is that because condors would be introduced into this space, that then they wouldn't, that a take of a condor necessarily wouldn't be considered a biological thing of significance, but we've listed it as, or you guys have listed it as something of cultural significance. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, and so what is the mechanism by which we're looking at not having that significant impact occur? I mean, that seems like a pretty significant impact to me.
So it's our understanding that, and this has not been finalized in writing yet, but based upon conversations, that the condor will be released as an experimental population. It will not be released as a population intended for or protected under the Endangered Species Act. And so in that situation, it allows reintroduction of the condors without the same regulations and limitations on it. However, since this is important to the tribes, and including both Wiyot and Yurok, and who have primarily commented on this, is that the condors will be released with a tracking mechanism already on them. And so the mitigation here is to put a geofence up around the turbines so that if a condor does fly in proximity to the turbines, that turbine will be shut down. And that is, as you mentioned, a tribal cultural impact, not a biological impact.
And we're talking, the project lifespan is 30 years. So assuming that condor is released and that's, from the humans, they're putting the device on it, what about condors who have condor babies? What happens there? How do we address the next generation and next generation of condors that potentially could be in that chicks? Thank you.
It's my understanding.
I assume that you're right. I don't know.
I don't know either. They are chickens.
My understanding, given the nature of these birds, that they are trapped and that they are tagged so that they can be tracked.
So is there, from my perspective, who's going to pay to do that for the generations of condors coming up? Because I mean, we're creating the, assuming this project occurs, and that the responsibility, or not we, but we as a community and Terra-Gen and everybody, if this happens, right, then there's some responsibility to that, and who's going to be responsible to maintain those next generations of condors in terms of the trapping and maintaining that surveillance?
What I'd like to do is do some research on that and give you a better answer than what I could give you right now.
I have a bunch more questions, but I'm going to leave them till after folks have had their chance. I appreciate the letting me get into it.
All right, with that, it is 11:45. We are going to resume again at 11:55 promptly, allow everybody to do what they need to do, and we'll be back in place 11:55. I want to compliment everybody on their civility and not, a little bit of clapping, but doing a good job. Thank you guys very much.
Did you get the parking thing taken care of?
Yeah, he did right away. He jumped on it.
You want to tell?
All right, we will reassume. I gave you an extra 5 minutes because you looked like you needed it.
And the value of the trees, so. And now I've got other ranchers, as you know, I'm working with Bob Stansberry up in the middle of Matol doing similar work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I appreciate you doing all that in the valley.
I know you do. I appreciate the work you do, Rick.
All right. We will have, before the applicant, we will do any ex parte communications. Start with Supervisor Madrone.
Okay, this is my ex parte information. My name is Steve Madrone. I'm the 5th District Supervisor. This is related to the Terra-Gen project. As far as date and time of communications, multiple times and dates, both in person, by telephone, email, as well as letters. I've received dozens of calls and letters, hundreds of emails, both in support and opposed. These came from multiple entities speaking on their own behalf with me. There were hundreds of pros and cons received in these interactions. So it's a massive amount of material. I brought some of it here. It stacks up about a foot thick. And so it would be pretty much impossible to document every single conversation. I met with Terra-Gen several times. I was offered a helicopter ride, but I turned it down. And that's basically my ex parte. Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
I'll try and get these in sort of like relevance of time frame. So before the project went to the Planning Commission, I did meet maybe 3 times with representatives of Terra-Gen, twice for, we had lunch at Spoons, I think it was. I had a small salad, and that was good.
What kind of dressing?
I get the tahini dressing. It's very good.
Good choice.
Thank you. Let's see. Kind of during the process with the Planning Commission, I did have a phone call with Cheryl Seidner to get her perspective on things. And after, I think also prior to the final decision with the Planning Commission, I did meet with Chairman Ted Hernandez and Executive Director Michelle Vassal of the Wiyot tribe, discussing with them some of their concerns and experiences related to the Bear River Ridge. Afterwards, I did participate in having some of the holiday dinner at the tribal center there, where I had some nice salmon, deer, and acorn soup. And since then, I've also talked to Tom Wheeler of EPIC related to the issues that EPIC has put forward here. I've also had a few conversations with Matthew Marshall, and then also with Joe Zwizlak, related to bats. And then most recently had a conversation with Cassandra McQuillan, who communicated with me about her experiences related to Terra-Gen, and she is a professor of well, I think she's an instructor at Texas University related to wind energy. And then besides that, there's been numerous communications with community members in terms of just hearing what they have to say within the community, and but these are the ones I think are that provided substance, most of which is in the record and written. So.
Mine have been, since day one, I think at the time, Estelle and I were both, I think we went to a meeting together with Mr. Vieros because they were thinking about the project, and I can remember telling them to take the Shell playbook and go the other direction. Don't run it through the middle of Ferndale. Don't take any Victorians down. I said, make sure you have visuals available. 6 years into the project, we didn't, but 5 years, 4 years, Shell didn't have any. I asked them to do a 180. I asked them, I said, Bear River, take as many off of Bear River as you could, because the last project covered Bear River. Told them it would be a big hill to climb. We've had constant conversations since then. We've had a few dinners and coffees. And lots of consultations. They wanted somebody local to work on their project. I suggested somebody that was friendly to the environmental community so we could get all the T's and I's crossed, and if it didn't cut the mustard, then it wouldn't fly. And I suggested their local consultant, Nadlin DeLapp, former executive director of EPIC, someone historically I had a very tenuous relationship with in previous elections and things like that. But I thought that would be a good compliment to them and somebody that wouldn't rubber stamp everything. And I respect her opinion on things. With that, I've had conversations with labor. I've had conversations, both union and non-union labor. My big push from day one was local jobs. Much to the chagrin of our local union guy, who we had great conversations with, I just wanted the jobs locally. I wanted the money to stay here. Redwood Coast Energy Authority, discussed with them. I like the idea that this power is going to be extremely cheaper than what we get now. There's a lot of people buying 100% renewable energy, but that's just on an exchange. That's not our power. So with 75% of the power now staying locally, that was a big hurdle, and then that has been met. So with that, I have met with numerous people, and I have the same foot-high pile of emails, letters. I did too talk to the Manzis at length. Hopefully we could get those moved a little bit more away from them. And I have the same concerns. Jimmy Fay, who I consider a close personal friend for many, many years, her concerns on their watershed and their aquifer, I think that's going to be preeminent then on something that we can work on, and I appreciate Director Ford saying that they would work on that. So with that, Supervisor Fennell.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank everybody for helping me to get a clearer understanding of what we're dealing with here. And to that note, I had an open door right from the start. I have met with Terra-Gen. I went on that helicopter ride. It was actually with county staff where we were looking at. This was way before anything was drawn up. I also met with Terra-Gen after that, at least one time. I met with the mayor of Rio Del. I went up to the ridge with Terra-Gen and the mayor and several other local
Officials.
Representative of elected officials. We went up and had a look around, took a drive, a very bumpy drive. And I also met with Kyle Knopp, who's the
City
manager of Rio Del. I met with the Wiyot tribe. Appreciate the opportunity to talk with the chair and Michelle, and Eddie, and some of their resource people. I met with Lane Russ, Ryan Rice, met with the operating engineers, and I have been fielding numerous phone calls, emails, letters, handwritten letters, which, by the way, make a huge impact. And up until this morning, I've been receiving phone calls. I have not been able to return all of them, and I apologize, but you have been heard. Thank you.
I forgot to mention, I took a couple years ago, I don't know when it was, a helicopter ride, and Terra-Gen had reached out to people that were concerned. They had no preference if they were opposed or in favor. They just wanted to know people that had interest in it. And I had called a list of people that lived on Monument, thinking that would be affected, and some of them, and I'm not sure which ones, took them up on the ride. It was informational and give us a perspective of where everything was going. Sorry, I forgot that. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, going through the last several months and prior to that, I really haven't had any contact by the applicant or their agents since then that hasn't been information that has been supplied in the public and on record or in the staff report. But I will mention a few things that I do, I think, stand out. Prior to the Planning Commission meeting and in the early days, I did attend a lot of the public meetings that they had, and I did have at least 2 meetings with the applicant, and I think they were both at Ramon's, one at the airport and one on Harrison. So if anyone knows me, you can find me there most days. And then I spoke several times to Beverly Chang, and I know Bev's in the audience, and someone I've known for a very long time, and that's how it is in this community. You hear from a lot of friends on both that have both pros and cons on things, so it's really hard sometimes. Obviously, I got the same emails and voice messages that most of the board got as well, and tried to return as many as I could. I was going to be on the helicopter ride, and there was an illness that day, so I did not go. I did have the intent, but I had not been out to the site. Let's see, I've spoken to Kern County Supervisors Perez and Scrivener regarding the county's relationship with Terra-Gen, which from their perspective had been reported as very good. I've spoken numerous times to OE3 and in specific Jeff Honorlock and a few others, and the importance of local jobs and benefits to the community and opportunities to have the apprenticeship program back, and of the benefits of actually having this project move forward. And I was actually surprised in all of our emails how many members we have of OE3 who actually live in our community. I thought that was pretty cool. I spent time talking to Tom Wheeler as well regarding issues of concern. I did speak yesterday with Lane and Jay Russ. I wanted clarification on some of the issues that I've been hearing about. And I also spoke last night to Planning Commissioner Noah Levy, who wanted to explain his no vote was not necessarily a no vote based that he didn't care for the project. From the best that I can explain, his no vote came from just wanting a little more information that was not able to be provided at that point in time. And he had clarified that having received that information, if he were to vote now, he would be in support. And then lastly, I spoke to a Cub Scout Dexter LaFonce, who was doing a special project. So I gave him a nice interview. He's a really smart kid, and he's like 9 years old, so watch out. So that pretty much covers it. Thank you.
Judge Wilson?
In the middle of my list, I failed to mention meeting with Jeff Hunter-Latch, representative operating engineers 3. And I did ask Noah Levy to send me his list of issues that he had, and I forwarded those to staff. So,
Supervisor Fennell?
I want to be clear that when I didn't give an explanation of either what I said or what they said, is because there is nothing included in my conversation that is not part of the public record already.
And I forgot to mention on my birthday 3 years ago, I got a $39.95 plastic windmill. So, all right, with that, I'm going to turn the program over to the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to say good morning, but I think we're in the afternoon officially now. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors, and community members. My name is Randy Hoyle, and I am Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer for Terra-Gen. We are the sponsor of, and we are the applicant for, the Humboldt Wind County project. I lead the company's nationwide renewable energy efforts, primarily utilizing wind energy or energy storage and solar. While I lead these efforts, serving California's clean energy needs is our primary focus. All of our development efforts are led by me out of our California office. I live in California with my wife and 5 children. And one of the things that I'm most proud of is Terra-Gen's contributions, substantial contributions, to reducing the state's greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm also proud of the unrefuted, tangible economic benefits that we bring to the communities that we invest in. Before providing an introduction to Terra-Gen, I would like to thank the Humboldt County Planning Department for its effort, diligence, and professionalism throughout the EIR process. We go to a lot of different jurisdictions, a lot of cities, a lot of counties, some towns, and an experienced, professional, and mature planning staff is one of the most underrated assets any jurisdiction can have. They have been tough, specifically on threshold issues. They have been difficult throughout, but I can say, having dealt with this in many different jurisdictions, that they have been fair. On the second slide, I want to provide you a little idea of what it takes to do one of these projects, and it takes a team. Our team members in attendance, besides myself, Craig Poshpissel, Terra-Gen's head of wind development, Nathan Vajdos, who is our project lead, Kevin Martin, who is our director of environmental permitting, and is one of the foremost, I would say, independent power experts as it relates to condor mitigation. In addition to Terra-Gen, we also have some other folks. Natalie Delap, who's our media and outreach lead. Annie Mudge, over here, who is our CEQA counsel and has been actually by my side through the last 12 years permitting projects. We also have wildlife biology, marbled murrelet, bat, avian, wildlife, visual, botany, wetlands, cultural, spotted owl, and financial experts from companies such as Stantec, H.T. Harvey, ICF, and Economic and Planning Systems. On the next slide, I'll give you a brief overview of applicant's presentation. I will provide the introduction, overview, and what we consider to be transformative local benefits. Nathan Vajdos will talk a little bit about outreach and climate change. We will also have, as a part of applicants' presentation, experts supplementing our testimony. We will have local energy security, which will be discussed by Jim Zolik. Local labor will be discussed by Jeff Hunterlack and John McIntaggart. And we will also have 3 to 5 minutes from Lane Russ, who is a participating landowner. And then we'll close it out with a request for approval. On slide 4, I do not intend to read the slides for everyone. However, I do want to cover a majority of the points because I want to provide you comfort that we are the right company and this is the right project for your community over the next 30 years. As I said, we are not only a developer, we construct, we own, and we operate projects. And those projects are in wind, solar, and energy technologies. A part of this introduction is going to be about what we've done, because what we've done is important. We are the most accomplished wind developer in the history of California. We have developed over 15 wind projects over the last 10 years. That is enough to power Humboldt 7 times over annually. We will be starting construction here in the next 3 months on an additional 5 wind projects. Those 5 wind projects are repowerings of projects that have been operating almost 30 years. We will be replacing 1,400 turbines in California with approximately 50 state-of-the-art wind turbines. All of this has led to $4 billion of investment in California over the last 10 years. We have abided by all mitigation measures that have been outlined by all jurisdictions. We've never received a notice that we've been deficient. And I want to let you know that we have not seen a diminution in property tax values in places that we've operated. Further, the environmental review process that we are going through here today, or at least we've gone through over the last 2 years, is as substantial as any environmental review that our projects have undergone in any jurisdiction. That's Kern County, that's Palm Springs, that's Riverside County, and our CEQA Council can state that it's elsewhere too. Looking forward, over the next 4 years, we have $3 billion of planned investment in the state of California. One topic that has been discussed, who owns Terra-Gen? We are owned by private equity. And private equity for some is a dirty word, but the people who invest in private equity are many of the same people that are in this room, indirectly with the retirement funds. Typical private equity investors include unions, police, firefighters, teachers, insurance companies, and university endowments. In addition, there are no fracking investments in Terra-Gen, and our owners have no fracking investments. Humboldt, if approved, will be Terra-Gen's 21st wind project in the state of California. On the next slide, why wind in Humboldt? What drives our business as a developer of renewable energy investments is public policy. California has the #1 climate change policy in the United States to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That is what's driving us. And coincidentally, wind projects are sited where the wind is. We took a look at 104 sites across the state in late 2015, and Humboldt was an area that we decided to cite. But why Monument Ridge and Bear River Ridge? A commercial wind resource is a go, no-go criteria. However, there's other criteria that are just important and that need to be evaluated to determine a site's suitability. Monument Ridge and Bear River Ridge are preferred sites, not only due to the high-quality wind resource, but also the receptive landowners and proximity to available transmission capacity. A matter of fact, Bridgeville Substation is the only place that a wind project can tie into in Humboldt County. The other location, not necessarily accessible to us, and is currently occupied by an operating natural gas project. The initial screening was extremely positive, and I would say over time, all criteria have improved. Wind resource, we now have on-site measurements. Receptive landowners, we have executed land agreements. We have an executed interconnection agreement that obligates PG&E, the interconnecting utility, to build our interconnection facilities. We've gone through consultations and now have a final EIR. Constructability has been confirmed, and via a PLA, project labor agreement, we have access to local labor. And finally, market viability. We are in advanced negotiations with not only RCA, but also another party that is willing to take the power generated by the project. All key items are in place. All key items are in place for a successful project. What happened from that initial screening in late 2015 to today? First, infrastructure investments take time. The project's development is now completing its 4th calendar year. The project is not rushed. The project has gone through extensive consultation and comprehensive environmental review over the last 2 years. Mr. Marshall highlighted a lot of the local electric system benefits. A lot of the public dialogue today will center around some environmental issues. However, other considerations also have merit. Humboldt Wind will provide substantial local area system benefits. It will diversify your resource mix and reduce dependence on local gas generation. Wind will be the lowest cost generating source in your county. Wind has no fuel costs. Due to not having fuel costs, the system operator, CalISO, will direct our wind project when available to deliver energy prior to any other local generator. This will reduce local gas generation, and it will reduce local emissions. As we look at our Humboldt County energy mix, I think it has been confirmed by Mr. Marshall that this project will provide 56% of the energy needs of Humboldt County. But what are the other local electric system benefits? The wind energy will be consumed locally unless exported. One of the number one questions that we get is, where's this energy going to be used? The energy will flow first to the customers in Humboldt County. In addition to that, Humboldt County relies on 2 primary transmission lines to get its power. This project will fund $13.9 million of system enhancements to the 3 major substations serving Humboldt County: Bridgeville, Humboldt, and Cottonwood substations. Why approve this project? It's the benefits. The $300 million private investment, it's exciting, it is actionable, and it is a transformative opportunity for Humboldt County. It provides jobs, construction jobs, 300. During operations, there will be 15 full-time people. And while 15 does not sound a lot, they will have full benefits. We will need to bring in certain people that have operated $4 million turbines before, but the rest of the jobs will be sourced locally to fill out our workforce. On the apprentice program, that'll be discussed a little bit later by people who can give it the benefit that it deserves. We discussed $50 million of taxes to local governments. We will be the county's second largest taxpayer. We talked about funding the local grid improvements. This will not export your tax base and export your jobs. This will be an investment that is done here in Humboldt. We talked about serving the local electricity needs. And this local resource will be able to serve all of the county's commercial, industrial, low-income, and street demand for the next 30 years. But there's not only economic benefits, but also environmental and local system benefits. It preserves ranch and timberland in open space. It lowers local emissions. It partially satisfies RCA's renewable portfolio standard requirements. Not everyone can afford an electric vehicle, and not everyone can afford putting rooftop solar. But this is a project that can benefit all of Humboldt County, not just a portion. It brings you a step closer to energy independence and reduces reliance on a single local fossil fuel plant, and reduces reliance on imports. It will allow a portion of your local customers that in case of a line outage or other substation outage to still be served. And it will provide local action addressing climate change. Terra-Gen has delivered many of the benefits outlined here to other communities. And we believe that we can deliver these benefits to your community. Nathan will take you through the rest of the applicant's presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for your attention. It's nice to see everyone. My name is Nathan Vitus. Can you hear me okay?
You're going to have to talk right into it, sir.
My name is Nathan Vitus, and I'm the Senior Director of Wind Development for Terra-Gen and Project Lead for the Humboldt Wind Project. I work in California but live in Texas with my wife and 2 kids, Jackson and Emily. In the past 3 years, I have had the honor to work in your community, drink coffee, as you have heard, at almost every coffee shop in the county, run in the Arcata Community Forest, and for this, I thank you. I thank you for this opportunity today and for the opportunity to learn from you the past few years. During this time, I've been given the opportunity and engaged in over 150 stakeholder meetings with many people, many in the audience today, all of the county staff, county supervisors, and everyone has unique perspectives about the project. These experiences have afforded stakeholders and our team the opportunity to listen, learn, inform, be educated, and therefore incorporate much of what we have heard into the active development prior to submitting an application and since having gotten to this point today. As we, including the county staff, all stakeholders and the project team, as we have worked exhaustively over 3 years We were asked repeatedly, can you change the project here? Can you avoid there? Can you reroute? Effectively, we were asked, can you compromise to account for this need or that need? The answer to many of these requests, an overwhelming number of these requests, has been yes. And it is because of these efforts to seek and attain compromise that we have achieved a better project, a project worthy of Humboldt. The result of this collaboration and compromise is the Humboldt Wind Project before you today. These results prove that meaningful engagement works. A few of the items you see on the second tab really highlight the meaningful engagement. If you've paid attention to the Planning Commission, many of these items were offered up from the opponents as items we were not doing. And even up until this week, we were adding in elements to improve the project. The last one on the list, surveying for bad activity before we construct or operate the project. This is the most mitigated wind project in California. As a result of this meaningful engagement and compromise, what you see on the screen before you is not only important logos. These are thousands of people, thousands of Humboldt residents, thousands of your constituents. I feel honored to be an applicant, but we had to earn the right to not only put these logos on the screen, we had to earn the right to have the conversation and then go back again and again and work with all of these players. And we appreciate that we've earned the right to not only put their logo on this slide, but to have many of them here in attendance with us today. I thank you. To have many of them support our project after initially opposing it, I thank you. And I thank you for your consideration. Now, this one is a little different. You don't see any words on the screen. But what the words at the top really articulate is that climate change impacts all of us. This project is a meaningful impact to combating climate change. The couple on the left are my neighbors in Nottingham Forest, Texas, where I live, Gina and Craig Kukin. In September of 2017, Hurricane Harvey turned my neighborhood into a river for 2 weeks. I felt the cold water of climate change. I know what it smells like. It smells like rotting sheetrock piled 6 feet high along streets waiting for somebody at the city to come clean it up. The couple on the right are from here in California. It's Leslie and Chris Drzombeck. They're my cousins, my first cousins, born and raised in California. They live in Coffey Park outside of Santa Rosa. As Chris told his story to me, standing in the middle of my living room, looking at all my belongings, family pictures, and memories hanging on the wall, all in a pile, I looked at my wife and said, we cannot take it all, and we drove off into the chaos. I could see the flames consuming homes 2 streets away. That was the last time I saw my home. I'm happy to tell you, they've since rebuilt their home. And only 2 weeks after they moved back in, the Kin fire was at their doorstep again, and they were evacuated. They survived, but their neighbors were not as fortunate. I am showing you these pictures not as a warning to you. I'm showing these pictures to give you hope that you can have a role in combating climate change today and here in Humboldt. And I ask that you give hope, that you supervisors give hope to all citizens of Humboldt County and let your voice be heard. I'm asking you to lead by example. The question is not, should we do something? Humboldt County has discussed that for over 10 or 15 years with eloquent thought leaders in your community. The question is, do we have the courage to act? When we know there is a problem and we have the ability to be part of the solution, do you have the courage to act? The Humboldt Wind Project is your opportunity to lead all of your constituents, all Humboldt County citizens, in making a material contribution to combating climate change. This is a generational opportunity to address climate change in Humboldt County. This is an opportunity to leave a lasting legacy for the future, the current, and the past of Humboldt County. We've asked a few local experts if they could come to the podium and speak their thoughts.
Jim Zolik.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jim Zolik. I'm an energy research engineer. I live here locally in Bayside. I'm a 25-year Humboldt County resident, and I've worked on sustainability energy planning in Humboldt County for those last 25 years. First thing I wanted to point out to you today is that this room full of people behind me, this is what community choice energy is all about. This is our community gathered here today to talk about, debate about, argue about sometimes our energy options. And I applaud people for being here and being engaged in this discussion. The other thing I want to point out about that is we now have the privilege through RCEA and Community Choice Energy here in Humboldt County to make decisions about where our energy comes from. And this is one of those decisions before you today. What's very important that comes along with that privilege is a responsibility that we make sure that we are making well-informed, educated decisions based on accurate information. And my experience with the way that this project has gone in terms of the review of the project and really the public dialogue is that there's been a lot of misinformation out there. So I encourage you to do your best to sift through the fact from the fiction and the emotion and make a decision based on the facts today. The documents shown up there on the screen are some of the sustainable energy planning documents that I've worked on. These documents show that wind energy is a very important resource here in Humboldt County in terms of sustainable, renewable energy. And it also identifies, and you've heard this numerous times from other folks today, that where the wind power resource is in Humboldt County is in the Cape Mendocino area. If we're going to develop wind power in Humboldt County, that's where it's going to happen. And I would say that the location of this project, and this again was shown earlier today, on the very northern edge of the Humboldt Mendocino grasslands important bird area is the best location where something could be located. It's going to have the least amount of impacts from an environmental standpoint. It's the closest to the electric grid. It's the best we're going to do. I also think that the project team here, the Terra-Gen project team, is a top-notch, reputable, responsible. I think they've been very responsive to the community's input. I don't think we're going to do any better. This is a tremendous opportunity for us, and it's probably our best opportunity for wind power development in Humboldt County, and it may be our last if we turn this down. So, keep that in mind. I think this is an opportunity we really can't pass up. There are a lot of benefits. So what I really want to talk about is how this project impacts our local energy security. And you've heard some of this. I apologize if it's a little bit redundant, but the energy generated by this project, in contrast to what some folks have been saying, will be utilized in Humboldt County. That's just the physics of it. That's been explained a bit already. And the majority of the power will be purchased by the Redwood Coast Energy Authority to serve our local customers. It will help our CEA and our community meet our goals for cost-effective, local, carbon-free, renewable energy. It'll help us substantially reduce our carbon emissions in a very rapid time frame. It will allow us to diversify our local energy mix, and that's important. I know a lot of people have been saying we need to do solar, we need to do all solar. We need a diverse energy mix. There's strength in diversity. It will also allow us to upgrade our transmission and distribution systems. They've talked about the upgrades. That, again, is going to improve our infrastructure. It's going to improve our energy security. And it will significantly increase our energy security by developing a large-scale local renewable resource. So the next slide, please. I want to highlight how this project impacts our local energy security. This is, again, has been touched on today, but I'll say it again because I think it's that important. So the small map up there in the right-hand corner with those two red lines, I think, You know, 6 months ago, nobody knew what those red lines were here in our community. Everybody knows what they are now. Those are the 2 transmission lines coming from the Cottonwood substation to serve Humboldt County. Those lines have a capacity of about 70 megawatts of power. The minimum amount of energy that we use in Humboldt County, when people are, you know, it's the dead of night and everybody's asleep, is about 70 megawatts of power. That's as low as it goes. Our average is about 110, our peak is about 180. So those transmission lines are capable of just barely meeting our minimum demand in Humboldt County. What that says is that we are very dependent on our local power generation, the Humboldt Bay Power Plant and the biomass power plants. Without those, the lights go off in Humboldt County. This project offers a new substantial renewable energy resource to be developed here and add to that mix. The other point I'll add is that people have talked about wanting to get greener. I think most of us all agree on that and wanting to address climate change, but some folks think the impacts of this project are too significant and we should go for other options. And that's a valid perspective. However, if we're talking about renewable resources from outside the county, those transmission lines are not capable of importing all the energy we need. Those local power plants provide about 70% of our energy. So we have to develop local renewable power in order to zero out our carbon emissions. We cannot do it with renewable power from outside the area. If we need to do it with renewable power in Humboldt County, I would say that there are no other viable options that really offer the certainty of this project and the benefits of this project. If you approve this project, it'll be up and running in a couple years. It'll be providing zero carbon, renewable, cost-effective energy to our community. There's no other location for onshore wind in Humboldt. It's got to be in the Cape Mendocino area. Some folks have suggested that we wait for a potential offshore wind project, and I think offshore wind is a tremendous opportunity that we should definitely pursue, but it's much further down the line, probably 7 to 10 years at best, and it's quite uncertain at this point. The technology for floating wind is still in its early stages. We don't know how expensive it will be, likely more expensive than this onshore wind project, and we don't know what the impacts are going to be. That's research and work that's being done right now. So there's no certainty in an offshore wind. And then finally, and a number of people talked about this, solar PV, which we need to do more solar, no doubt about it. I'm a huge proponent of solar. I have solar on my rooftop. I'm involved in some of the biggest solar projects in Humboldt County, including the airport project that we're currently in process of developing. But we cannot effectively meet our local renewable energy needs with rooftop solar. We need the scale of a project like this wind project. We need solar and wind and every other renewable resource that we can develop to meet the climate emergency that we're currently facing. So with that, I just want to emphasize that this project will significantly increase our local energy security. It's a project that makes sense for Humboldt County, and I encourage you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. No applause, please.
I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and county staff for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Jeff Hunterlock with the operating engineers, the district representative here locally, and also the Secretary Treasurer of the Humboldt Del Norte Building and Construction Trades. You hear about PLA. PLA stands for Project Labor Agreement, Community Benefits Agreement, whatever you want to call it, that's what it is. This PLA has prevailing wage, local hire, great benefits, and safer working conditions for around 300 construction workers for right around 2 years. And also, it allows all the trades that are affiliated with the Humboldt Del Norte Building and Construction Trades to work on this project, like the laborers, the carpenters, the millwrights, IBEW, and of course, operating engineers, Local 3. About the environment, real quick, we are talking about wind, not fossil fuels, oil, coal, or nuclear power. or anything that produces pollution or that poisons our ocean, our rivers, or our forest. We are talking about harnessing energy, wind energy, renewable and sustainable energy that will allow us to meet the energy and economic demands of our community. This is a win-win for all of us. False choice against big business. There are some opposing this project because they're against big business, regardless of the benefits that it brings. But who else is going to fund projects like this? It's going to have to be big business, like it or not. What does this mean for local government and local people? Increased tax revenue and local government that can help with the problems of our homelessness, our poverty, our crime, and as well as the need to provide real economic opportunities for our youth in this area, like good jobs and apprenticeship programs. Now let me speak today for my membership, my employers, my apprentices. Some are too shy to come up here. Some had to leave and go to work. They were here. And some are working out of the area like they most always do. Currently, we have no big projects to employ hundreds of workers in this area. Most of my members have to go work out of the area. They miss their kids' football games, school plays, and they're not able to sleep in their own beds at home. Instead, they live in hotel rooms, and they are away from their families. How many more sons and daughters will have to move away because there just isn't any work here in Humboldt County to support working families? Humboldt County can lead the way for reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. We can continue to say, not in my backyard, and projects like this one will go elsewhere. And more of the next generation will move away, just like it's always been. This is your chance for the future, Board of Supervisors. Virginia Bass, Estelle Fennell, Rex, Steve Madrone, and Mike Wilson, all supervisors of Humboldt County. This is your chance to vote and approve this project. And I would ask that you do that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chairman, Supervisors. My name is John McIntyre. I'm lucky enough to serve the men and women of IBEW Local 551. That's the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 551. My job is to represent workers, and as such, I attend many of these meetings to speak on the multitude of benefits of project labor agreements. I advocate for projects to create local jobs that pay family-sustaining wages. We look for many ways that organized labor can partner with the community, and this wind farm is a perfect opportunity. We in construction live and work in an unsustainable industry. It's unsustainable only because we try to do our best every day. It's our job to work ourselves out of a job, and we do it effectively, efficiently, productively, happily, and responsibly, with the hopes for a 30 or 40-year career in our chosen constructive craft. We would like to do all that and go home every night to our family, kiss the kids goodnight and sleep in our own bed, but that's not always the case. We follow the work, and sometimes that takes us away from our families for weeks or months at a time. Working when it's rainy or sunny skies, in freezing cold weather or over 100 degrees, early mornings before the sun comes up, and working long days is normal, because when you're going home to a hotel room, you want to work as many hours as you can. Why go to the hotel room? Your family is not there. That can wreak havoc on any family, even the strongest of families. Leaving the other parent at home to raise the kids while you try to earn a living on the road, living out of a hotel room or a travel trailer, eating unhealthy foods because of convenience, can lead to a shorter life expectancy and a turbulent one. When family members have to travel great distances for work, it creates great difficulties for the family. One of the things that sustains us is our balance in life, our family life, our interaction with our loved ones. We are committed to our families, and that is why we work so hard to provide for our families. Life is not always about work, but working is essential to providing for your family. It is important to be there for your kids, to be a softball or t-ball coach, or just to be there when your kids have a hard day and they need to talk. When you are on the road, you miss out on all these wonderful experiences. That is what you signed up for when you became a parent. This project will create over 300 local union jobs. Union jobs pay a good wage, provide health care for the whole family at no extra cost to the working member, and provides a pension that will allow the worker to retire with dignity. This project is also critical to restarting the electrical union apprenticeship classes here in Humboldt. For years, we taught classes right here in Eureka and supplied many contractors with local apprentices. But due to economics and lack of available work, we had to shut down the school and transfer all the apprentices to our school in Santa Rosa. Our apprenticeship programs allow members to learn a skilled trade that is a career, not just a part-time job. One that will cost them nothing, only their time and hard work. They pay for their books, but not the schooling. They graduate earning about $100,000 a year with no college debt. This is the same for both men and women in the trades. We are the original equal opportunity employer, and we are very proud of that fact. You have a very difficult decision to make in your hands. We owe it to our children to leave the world better for them than we found it ourselves, and that includes opportunity. They need opportunity for jobs. They need to believe there's a future here, and good paying union jobs will allow them to stay here in Humboldt, start a family, and continue to build a community that so many call home. I have a letter that I would like to pass on to the supervisors after this, and it's from one of our former apprentices that actually left the apprenticeship program to stay local here because of lack of work. There's also a letter from his wife. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Lane Russ. I, along with my extended family, my name is Lane Russ, and I, along with my extended family, own the Forest Home Ranch that is in the proposed wind power project. Our family has acted as stewards of this property as a sustainable sheep, cattle, and timber operation for over 120 years, and I have leased the ranch itself and operated it for the last 20 years. Our family felt compelled to be here today, given the controversy this proposed project was generating, and to give our perspective of why the positive impacts of this project and the benefit it can have both locally as well as statewide. We as a family take a very long-term approach to our land management decisions. It's not a 5-year, a 10-year, or even 15-year approach, but a multi-generational approach. We strongly believe that in order to be successful over the long run, management decisions affecting natural resources must reflect this philosophy. And that was why when Terra-Gen approached us about joining the project, we thought it would be a good fit for us as well as the North Coast. Many of the comments describe the beauty and the uniqueness of Bear River Ridge, and I couldn't agree more. But one has to ask, why is it unique? While there are many similar geographic areas within our county, areas where prairie and grasslands are surrounded by forest lands, the unique is something more than geography. The one thing that sets Bear River Ridge apart is that the land has remained in large tracts with minimal development. This is a reflection of the long-term management philosophies of families like ours, and that encourages sustainable resource management. One only has to look south towards the Mattole, Honeydew, or east towards Alder Point, Garverville, and Bridgeville to see a landscape that is tremendously different, a landscape that is fragmented by thousands of small parcels, hundreds of miles of roads, houses, and pot farms. This fragmented landscape results in well-documented environmental damage. In order to maintain these large land tracts in Bear River Ridge, families like ours have to develop alternative resources to meet economic demands. In our family, my dad's generation consisted of him and his brother as heirs. In my generation, there's 5 heirs. In the next generation, there's 15 heirs and counting. As these ownerships get more diffused, the resulting demands on the land resources only increases till at some point it no longer makes sense for that heir to hold that interest. I see this project as allowing that next generation to have the flexibility and capability to meet those demands while minimizing the threat of subdivision and maintaining a continuous, intact ecosystem. Maintaining these large tracts is not only in our family's interest, but the environment's and the county as well. And one thing I wanted to point out to Supervisor Madrone comment about the decrease in valuations of neighboring landowners. Bear River Ridge is owned by a small number of families from this project site pretty much to the Pacific Ocean. And I don't know if I want to admit this or not, but most of us are all related. We're cousins. And we've been there, like our family, their families have been there for generations as well. And one of the issue that you raised was how would that affect neighboring landowners' value? And it was something that we had concerns with because my mom lives there still, just west of this project. She's lived there for 50 years. So we have multiple other properties up there as well. And what we found is that there was negligible, if any, impact from wind power projects on the valuation. And I would point you towards a study that was done by the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab as a source which could be provided to you. In getting involved with this project, I think one of the things that we found most surprising was the claim by the Wiyot tribe, and I think most troubling. I think in the past 20 years that I have operated on the property, I've never been approached nor contacted by the Wiyots or any other Native American tribe for that matter. And I'm not aware that my father was, nor my grandfather. It has always been our understanding that the Bear River tribe, not the Wiyots, were the primary, that was the primary territory of their tribe. And that they, between the Bear River tribe and the Wiyot tribe, were historically different and distinct tribes. During the Shell Wind Energy project, which this ranch was very much a part of, the Wiyot tribe was invited for consultation, and they declined to come, with their only comment being to be notified if there was any archaeological sites. There wasn't a claim of the area being sacred, and this was only a little over 10 years ago. Subsequently, outside experts that we talked to and consulted with have consistently described this as the territory of the Bear River tribe, hence the name Bear River Ridge. In closing, I wanted to say I continually count my blessings for growing up on the North Coast and being able to live and work in such a beautiful natural environment. I'm always reminded of this when I leave this area and upon returning. And one of the other things I'm always reminded of when I leave this area and what outside people's vision of Humboldt County is, and that's where all the good pot comes from. Well, I remember a day when that wasn't the case. You know, being raised here and having pretty much spent my entire life here, there was a time when it was different. There was a time when we had thriving ag community, a thriving timber community, a thriving fishing community. The private sector was the largest employer in the county, not the government. Local businesses thrived. Major violent crime rarely, if ever, happened. I challenge you in the audience to think about the path we're on today. Fishing and timber and ag industries have shrunk to a fraction of what they were. The government is now the largest employer in the county. Crime, especially violent crime, is rampant, primarily related to the drug trade. 90% of our kids are leaving this area to go find jobs, with the balance ending up in the drug trade. Is this really where we want to be going? I don't think so. It's not what I want for my kids. What is in front of you today is an opportunity to start down another path, one that contributes to the county in a positive fashion, increases the tax base, provides jobs, helps local businesses, and directly reduces our dependency on fossil fuels, not just talks about it. Is this project perfect? No. Does it have impacts? Absolutely. But its overall impact is positive and puts us on the path that is beneficial, not only to our local economy, but the climate and the state as well. I understand that you five up there have a very difficult decision to make, one that shouldn't be taken lightly, and one that has generated a tremendous amount of noise. But your jobs as leaders of this county is to cut above that noise. Does this put the county on the right path? Does it add value on a multitude of fronts? At the end of the day, what matters is your vision of the county, and does this project move us toward that? And I would ask that you approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No applause, please. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate everybody minding by that. I love the happy hands or anything else like that, but I don't want to dissuade anybody when we open public comment for talking. I want everybody to have equal opportunity and not be swayed at all. So thank you again, and thank you in advance.
Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, Chairman Bohn, Vice Chair Estelle, Fennell, and the other supervisors. Thank you for your consideration. In closing, this is an appropriately sited project with a high-quality wind resource. As you've heard directly from, we have been welcomed from landowners in the community and many members of your community. We are connecting to the only point that's feasible to connect this project to the grid. CEQA has worked. The project is better than it was and continues to get better through today. We've gone above and beyond with voluntary meetings prior to the scoping process. We've never had a more mitigated nor exhaustive process that has resulted in significant but appropriate mitigation measures. You've heard about the benefits. The benefits outweigh. The benefits outweigh. This is a fleeting opportunity. It is not one that will come back again. This is not one that you will see often. The reason for that is that the federal production tax credits that are not secured for this project will materially increase the cost of wind energy for you and your residents. That does not mean the project has been rushed. The project has not been rushed. It's been in development for 4 years. It is infrastructure. Infrastructure takes time. Next slide, please. And the last slide. Respectfully, I would ask that you take into consideration what you've heard today and certify the EIR, adopt the statement of overriding consideration, and approve the project's conditional use permit. The Humboldt Wind Project is the project for Humboldt. It's locally produced, locally consumed, and will be locally built. If not here, then where? You can secure, and when you vote yes for this project, you are voting yes to local jobs, not just now, but into the future. You are taking control of to be a part of the solution. We ask you to respectfully say yes to Humboldt County, to say yes to the Humboldt Wind Project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Wilson?
I don't know. Something to think about as we move forward. I guess it's not a question. I don't want to belabor it too much, but there's a big disconnect between what Mr. Russ put forward and sort of the on-the-ground reality with relationships to tribes in these open spaces and this particular location. There's a reason, and I just want to say really that the family may not have experienced Native and Indigenous people on their properties because the people who went there to collect didn't avail of themselves, and why should they? And they would, if they were there to collect, they did it as secretive as possible, and why would they not? Considering the history that we have to deal with. And so it's, I don't think, I'm not going to say that Mr. Russ is a bad person in this thing. I will say there is some real learning that needs to happen, and there needs some, and please don't clap, okay? Don't do that. You wave the hands, it's all good. I'm just saying. We got a long ways to go in this relationship and this understanding. And I don't know how this project plays into that, whether it happens or not, and where it can go. But I can tell you that what I just experienced was hard for me to hear. That we're still in that space, and that we still have that disconnect. And that means we all have a lot of work to do to make those connections happen. When Supervisor Madrone talked about that experience that we had here in the Dorney Center, here, I guess that's here, a month ago, there was a lot of hard work that went into a lot of relationship building over some decades between folks of the Wiyot tribe and within the city of Eureka to get to that place. And it sure seems like there's a lot of that same sort of work that needs to happen external to this room and this space. And I don't know how that plays into this, but I just have to voice my real concern about that, and hopefully we can move forward at whatever happens, trying our best to promote understanding and connectivity in a much better sense. And we'll get back into it again later, but that's all I want to say.
All right. With that, I think I'm going to open up to Supervisor Madrone's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll try and keep these to questions and minimize my comments. Apparently I went a little too long last time, but Mr. Vados, you mentioned the tax credits and that this is not a rush job. I do agree that there's been a lot of time spent on this project. It's been going on for quite some time. I do also appreciate the way Terra-Gen has tried to engage the community in a way that Shell did not, I don't think. And I applaud you for the engagement that I've seen. But you mentioned the tax credits that are expiring here in a couple of weeks. And so we had a conversation, you and I, and early on, and I talked about the things that I thought could make this project better. One of the things I asked you was, if you don't get the tax credits, will you proceed with the project? And you stated to me that, yes, the return on investment was still good enough to proceed even without the tax credits. I then said to you that, well, then the value of the tax credits is available for mitigation. I know you didn't like that response from me, but there it is. So I'm wondering, what is the dollar value of the tax credits to this project?
Yes, Supervisor Madrone, through the chair, I'll take that question. I'll correct the record. This project needs to qualify at the full 100% level of the production tax credits. The resulting impact of losing those credits will increase the price of energy by over 50%. And the market, the energy market, will not, no one will buy the power. Currently, on a after-tax basis, those production tax credits are worth, ballpark, $22 a megawatt hour, $23 a megawatt hour. What you have to do is you have to tax affect that because that is a direct credit. So what you're talking about is during the first 10 years, the impact is $30 to $40 a megawatt hour. And typically, what I'd like to say is, when you levelize that or amortize that over the project's life, you're talking about a $30 a megawatt hour impact, which is in excess of a 50% price increase.
Thank you. So continuing along that line, I noted recently that Terra-Gen was reformed into a new LLC, Humboldt Wind LLC. Could you explain the relationship between Terra-Gen and the Humboldt Wind LLC and why that new relationship was created about a month ago?
Yeah, Supervisor Madrone, through the chair. Terra-Gen conducts its businesses through special purpose entities, and we own 100% all the interest of those special purpose entities. The reason is it's for financing at the end of the day, is that we bring in banks to lend and to finance a portion of the total capital costs of a project. I think what you were referring to, and I may have received this tangentially, but I think someone mentioned that a new LLC was formed in the state of California a couple days ago. We actually have new project entities that will hold power purchase agreements. And so the reason why we formed that had nothing to do with the approval process or what's going on here, has everything to do about what I mentioned before, is that we are in advanced negotiation with two off-takers, one being RCEA and one being another party. And so the other power purchase agreement will be signed in the name of that other LLC for the benefit of this project.
Okay, so that then brings up the third question I have here on this is, I noted that the financial status of Terra-Gen was lowered from a B+ status to a B- status recently due to financial reserves and risk management and other kinds of things. So that certainly is of concern to me in regards to the sustainability of the operation and the ability to ultimately decommission and things like that. It just brings a lot of questions to mind about financial status and ability to perform. Could you comment on that, please?
Supervisor Madrone, through the chair, that's a great question. We do have a series of what I would call older assets that are secured by non-recourse financing. And so what that means is that that debt associated with those older projects, it is just measured by the cash flow coming out of those projects. That's it. The wherewithal of this project to satisfy its obligations is directly related to its ability to sell the power and secure a power purchase agreement. That is the main credit, item of credit to assess whether a project can satisfy its obligations or not. And the third thing that I would like to say is that when we're talking about feasibility or infeasibility of the project, what that refers to is the ability of our sponsors, the people who I give board presentations to, of their ability and willingness to put equity into a project. As far as it relates to Energy Capital Partners, who owns us through a fund, they have billions of capital that is available for us, provided that we deliver them projects that are economic and feasible.
So if this project was not approved, the ratings would go down further because that would affect cash flow and income dramatically?
Actually, totally unrelated.
Okay.
This gets into a nuance of structuring, but the reason that we structure things in single-purpose entities is so that, for instance, when we build this project, that for whatever reason, whatever happens in one of our other projects somewhere else, it will never impact this project.
Yeah, I understand the process of compartmentalizing. So you mentioned earlier, is it in the Alta Wind project where you're decommissioning 1,400 turbines and replacing them with 50 state-of-the-art, much more productive turbines? Is that in the Alta project?
No. Supervisor Madrone, through the chair, no. Terra-Gen has assets in its operating portfolio. We've been operating certain projects for well over 30 years. Mm-hmm. And some of those projects are towards the end of their useful life.
Understood.
And that is, and those were projects that were not only permitted, constructed, and installed primarily in the late 80s. And now, as a part of just the natural evolution of projects, we are repowering those, and those are not the Alta projects. The Alta projects are standalone. They operate, they have power purchase agreements through at least 2035. Those will not be repowered for quite a while.
So 1,400 minus 50, those 1,350 towers and turbines have all been decommissioned, or you intend to fully decommission all 1,350 of those?
Yeah, we are in the process of decommissioning. I signed the purchase orders myself. We're in the process of decommissioning those. They have not been fully decommissioned. They will be fully decommissioned over the next 4 months. And I think an important part of that is the scrap value of decommissioning will cover the cost to take them down and decommission.
I'm glad to hear that. So one last question, I guess, would be on the jobs part. Anybody that knows me knows that I support unions 100%, and that the jobs mean a lot to me in this community, and I appreciate all the input I've gotten from union members. And I will also say under my ex parte, I guess, that I did meet with Jeff Hunterlatch. It was a brief meeting. But from the very beginning, when Nathan and I met over a year ago, he asked me, what concerns do you have, or what might help make this project better? And I said, well, you're going around the community talking about 300 jobs to be created, but there's no guarantee they'll go locally. And we've certainly seen a lot of big industrial projects come in and just bring crews with them. Now, I certainly appreciate that you have now finally signed an agreement to hire through the union halls and to pay prevailing wages. But that agreement came after the planning department denied your project. So, you know, from day one, I said you need to either stop advertising you're creating these jobs or sign a community benefit agreement and agree to do that. I find it difficult for me that it took until you got a denial to finally come forward and agree to that effort. Now, I appreciate that it happened, better late than never, but why did you wait till after your project was denied? I mean, there are lots of impressions about that, right?
Yes, Supervisor Madrone, through the chair, I will respond to that. I don't see there being a relation between the two. We have had a dialogue, an open dialogue with contractors that are union, and we have had an open dialogue with local folks in general. So there is no, I think the timing for folks, you know, may be coincidental, but there is no relation. These things take time. We had material discussions in advance, and it takes time for people to come to an agreement, especially something that is important as a cornerstone of providing local labor to the project.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fennell?
I'm sorry, can I just add one thing?
Please. Where are you?
Yeah, right here.
Thought it was God.
I don't think this is a detail that should be lost. The project labor agreement was executed prior to the Planning Commission.
You hear that? I heard that.
And, okay, since we've asked the question, did it just happen in one day, or were you negotiating with the union for quite a while? Because Mr. Hunterlock, you and I have had discussions about this long before this, about this, and I thought you were in negotiations.
I can tell you that we had conversations in early 2018 from the beginning. Of course, I came out, and that's what I wanted for operating engineers and for Humboldt Del Norte building trades and everybody that belonged to it. With that being said, it is negotiations. Look, it's business. It isn't big business or union business. It's just business. That's the way things go down. I can say for the last 4 months, we couldn't come out in public comment because we weren't all the way done, okay? That's business. We can't come out and support all the way 100% if it isn't done. And when it was done all the way, and it came with some environmental settlements along with it, so not just a project labor agreement, those were the details that we were working on. So it was before the Planning Commission, and you have any more questions?
I'm good.
Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson, then Fennell.
I just want to expand a little bit upon the question related to the creation of the newer entity, and I think you explained to a certain degree. And I think one bit of assurance might be the question, which is, assuming if this project was to be approved, and a condition of this project would be basically the banning of future development of wind power anywhere in Humboldt County, would this still be a project you guys would be considering?
Supervisor Wilson, through the chair, that is not something that we've considered is a restriction on our ability to construct elsewhere. But what I can say is just by the very nature of the assets, primarily the infrastructure assets or transmission assets, there's really only one place we can go, and one place where we can interconnect. And so we currently do not have plans to expand the project, and that's where we're at.
I'm going to take that as a
Would-
yes.
Would you commit not to expand the project?
We would commit not to expand the wind energy portion of the project. If there were some follow-on things that we can do that we could potentially do to enhance,
i.e. battery backup or something?
battery, energy storage, any type of co-location that would provide, I think, material grid improvements and increase Humboldt County energy security, I think those should be allowed.
Thank you. Supervisor Fennell?
Quick question, where are the turbines manufactured?
We have not selected the final OEM or original equipment manufacturer. However, there is an extremely high probability that we will be utilizing Vestas wind turbines. And Vestas has manufacturing capability in Colorado.
Was best, anything? Okay. Okay, we're going to move to the public comment part of this. Again, 2 minutes. I'm going to reiterate the rules. Speakers with numbers 1 through 10, I would love you to line up. As soon as I announce the number, you will be able to walk. You should have your numbers. Be ready when your number is called. I will ask for it twice. If you're not up there, you will lose your place. The other thing being again, I am so proud of everybody here for being so respectful. I hope that trend continues. I'm going to give you a number right now. With who we have registered now, we have 7 hours at 2 minutes apiece of public comment. So if you're going to call Domino's for a 5 o'clock delivery, it might be a good a time right now. But with that being said, we will not finish before our 7 o'clock time set, which I brought. We will go tomorrow, same time. Public comment will stop at noon tomorrow, promptly. Right now, with the people that are signed up, we have more than enough time. I'm sure other people want to sign up. So with that, I've got a list here. I'm going to call out the number. Number 1. Hello, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm Michael Winkler. I'm the chair of the RCA board. And
You need to, I'm going to tell everybody, you need to speak right into that mic.
All right. I'm Michael Winkler. I'm the chair of the RCA board and mayor of Arcata, and have worked in the renewable energy field for more than 20 years. I'm speaking for myself. 4 months ago, the RCA board unanimously approved negotiations with Terra-Gen for 3/4 of the output of this project, which will produce half of the electricity for Humboldt County. I want to thank Supervisor Fennell for her vote in favor of this negotiation. December 7th, 2 weeks ago, was the anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor that started the United States involvement in World War II. My parents' generation, which was called the Greatest Generation, defeated fascism and Nazism and ushered in the greatest economic boon in human history. Our community and our country now face an even greater threat from global climate change. We of the older generations have the opportunity to help make the young people of today the new greatest generation. help solve the global climate crisis, and usher in a new era of tremendous economic opportunity for our community and our country. 10 years ago, I met with Supervisor Bass, and 3 years ago, I met with the other 3 of you who were supervisors to encourage you to support Community Choice Energy, a plan to take over Humboldt County's electricity supply from PG&E. With your support, RCA implemented CCA as a key element of RCA's Repower Humboldt Master Plan for energy independence and economic development for Humboldt County. The Humboldt Wind Project is the next key step in implementing that master plan. During World War II, every community member would have accepted that our community is the right location for a critical defense plant. We can't wait 5 years for development of improved equipment. We must be the critical hub for defending our community and our country. Our local workers and our local contractors can't be allowed to sit idle and wait. Our community, our country, and our world, and the 5 of you bear that same critical responsibility. Humboldt is the place, and now is the time. I urge each of you to vote
Thank you
yes
very much.
and improve the Humboldt Wind Project.
Thank you. I need to cut you off at 2 minutes, no applause. And I can also tell you, you don't have to use all 2 minutes if somebody else is saying the same thing. You can reiterate what they said, give them a thumbs up or whatever, but please.
Lee Dedini, what will Humboldt County get if the wind project happens? It will meet Redwood Coast Energy Authority goal of 100% local renewable energy by 2025 and produce almost half of Humboldt County's total electricity use. Give us increased energy security, tax revenues, and jobs. What will happen if the wind project does not happen? There will be more solar projects like the Blue Lake Rancheria and the PV array at the county airport, but these two will produce less than 1% of the energy that the wind produce. There's a cost of time with no action. The changing climate follows the greenhouse gas CO2 more than anything else. What are the disadvantages of doing the wind project? The Wiyot tribe will not have the ridge tops as sacred lands. The Native Americans have sacrificed so much that it is understandable how they feel. The high ridges of Cape Mendocino area are some of the best sites on the West Coast for wind production, yet the high ground is also their spiritual high ground. And yet, I fear the effects of global warming and the earth on fire. There will be impacts to the bird and bats. The view will be changed by the windmills. What are the disadvantages of not doing the wind project? Wind energy is the most cost-effective renewable energy. The energy system we have now is not sustainable. We need to reduce our use of oil and gas. We will lose the opportunity for abundant green power using onshore wind. The anticipated offshore generation may be a decade away before any production. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Tim Crowley. I own North Coast Fabricators along with my wife in Arcata, California. I was born in Scotia, went to Riadale Elementary School through the 8th grade, then to Fortuna High School, 5th generation here in Humboldt County. And I'm going to do what you said, Rex. Mr. Zelnick, far more intelligent than I could ever hope to be, and I just want to concur with everything that he said, and I have to respectfully ask you to please approve this project.
Thank you.
Chair Bohn and board members. My name...
Ellen, you need to turn yours on. Ellen, just speak really close to the mic, please.
My name is Ellen Zanzi. My husband and I own 200 acres in the upper watershed of Bear Creek, southwest of Stafford. The property has been in my family's ownership since the 1950s. We are completely surrounded by HRC timberlands. Access to our property is by way of Jordan Road. At least 8 of the wind turbines to be placed on adjacent HRC timberlands will be in our view shed. 2 of the wind turbines are immediately adjacent to our property. 600-foot tall wind turbines placed between 1,400 and 2,000 feet from our ranch house is not acceptable. The proposed placement of wind turbines will destroy the livability of our home due to noise, ultrasound, visual impact, light and glare, and shadow flicker effects, plus the loss of property value to our home and ranch. And also the potential damage of an aquifer which supplies water to our home. Jordan, Greenlaw, and Bear Creeks are susceptible to catastrophic debris flows from accelerated runoff in their headwaters. I wonder why you are considering the placement of 600-foot tall wind turbines and the equivalent of a 4-lane road on a ridge with steep, unstable slopes. If you approve this project, regardless of the wishes of many of your constituents, we respectfully request that you condition the Terra-Gen project to exclude all wind turbines within 1/2 mile of our property line. Please do not approve this project as proposed. Thank you for the opportunity to put our comments on the record.
Thank you.
And I have
Hello, my name is Cliff Berkowitz, and I'm running for 1st District Supervisor, but I'm here as a concerned citizen to talk to you today. We all have to come to grips that we are absolutely in a global climate crisis. But you, as supervisors, you need to ask yourself, why would so many environmental advocates, the same people who are begging you to adopt green technologies and wean us off fossil fuels, be against this project? It's a good question. Now, you have mitigated some of the issues. One of the issues you mitigated was hiring local labor. I am a strong labor advocate, and I'm happy that that was finally done. However, there are some big issues that also need to be mitigated as well. And many of these things, according to the environmental impact report, are significant and unavoidable. That means they're not mitigated. They're noted, but they're not mitigated. And this is essentially an unmitigated ecological disaster that is dressed up in green clothing. The other thing that's not been mitigated is the fact that you are ignoring the expressed and valid concerns of the Wiyot tribe to protect their sacred lands. Destroying another sacred tribal site is just absolutely unacceptable. And what also is not being mitigated is the fact that you are ignoring the hundreds, and I dare say thousands of your constituents who are against this. Please listen to the people. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Next.
My name is Casey Toll, and I'm with Operating Engineers Local 3. I am here today to ask the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on the Humboldt Wind Energy Project. With a signed PLA on this project, it will support local hire, which means the community will profit from prevailing wage jobs, and the money they make will stay local in the community and be spent in the community. This project also keeps our members out of hotels chasing the work, away from their families and loved ones. There is not a lot of local work, and we now have the opportunity to create some. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Gordon Inkelis. I've been a Humboldt resident for 43 years. In Iceland last August, they had a funeral for a glacier. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. I said, in Iceland last August, they had a funeral for a glacier. I'm 78 years old. I won't experience the worst effects of global warming, but my son and family and my 2 granddaughters, they will experience it. There's a good chance that my granddaughters will be here in the year 2100, so I have to ask, will any glaciers be left at that time? Greta Thunberg says, do something today. This is a simple, direct question, a simple, direct proposition. We need to ask ourselves, what did I do today to reduce global warming? So I ask that question to you. Please don't tell me that you shut down a windmill project that would have taken 80,000 cars off the road. That's rearranging the deck chairs while the ship sinks. We have a green project before us that will benefit Humboldt County. Our response to Greta's challenge lies before us. We can take 80,000 cars off the road and put Humboldt to work with hundreds of jobs. Let's do that today.
Thank you. Next.
Hot, lot, Rankin. Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Seidner. I am the cultural liaison. He was taller than me. Sorry about that. I'll start. Hot, lot, Rankin. My name is Cheryl Seidner. I'm the cultural liaison for the Wiyot tribe. And we want clean energy just like everyone else. We have been here for millennia. It's not just short term we've been here. We have been here before America was even thought of. We are not your manifest destiny. It is time to stop. People may not know where our sacred sites are. That's because they're sacred. Medicine people go to those sites. Not everybody. If you don't see us, it's because we're really good at it. And someone asked me when I last prayed up there, when I went up there. I went when I was a young child with my father, and I went just 3 weeks ago, and we did pray. Supervisors, there are a lot of things I need to say, but you've only given me such a short amount of time. But I want you to know that we were here before you were thought of. We were here before America. And I think you need to think about those things. And again, we are not your manifest destiny.
Thank you. Next, and then I see they're already lined up, 11 through 20.
Hello, my name is Shanna Archibald, and I live in Miranda. I did turn in some written comments, but really fast. I work at Humboldt Redwood State Park, and one thing that I have not seen covered at all is the fact next year is our 100th anniversary of Humboldt Redwood State Park, and the proposed permanent project, the permanent location for the facilities would be right at Jordan Road, and that is the northernmost entrance to Humboldt Redwood State Park. That is where 2/3 of our visitors enter. And you guys are talking about how to increase the income to Humboldt County. I think this is significant. I can't believe that the proposed location is right there. Humboldt Redwood State Park is 53,000 acres. We have 17,000 acres of contiguous old-growth redwood forest, the largest amount in the entire world, and it's right not very far from Jordan Creek. One thing that really concerns me as somebody who works for the state park is the fact these windmills are proposed to be 591 feet tall. Visitors from all over the world come to see our tall trees. 350-foot tall redwoods do not look impressive at all next to a 591-foot tall windmill. And I also want to say we get about 6,000 visitors on a busy day in the summer. I sometimes greet 8 tour buses in one day, but the visitor center in Wiyot can get 121,000 visitors last summer that stopped in at the visitor center. That means a lot more tourists than that are just simply driving by. That is a huge income stream that will be directly affected. 2 things really fast. First of all, when you do the pre-test for the bats, you need to have lights in place because lights bring insects. Insects bring bats. If you do not have the lights, you will not get an accurate thing of information.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. It's 2 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Greg Gold. I'm a professor of psychology at Humboldt State University. I'm speaking strictly for myself. I've been an environmentalist since the first Earth Day in 1970, and on that day I rode my bicycle to school instead of letting my mom drive me in the Buick station wagon. And by doing so, I kept a tiny bit of carbon out of the atmosphere. And yes, I rode my bicycle from Arcata here today. I care about the planet. I have been chair of the Sierra Club for about the last 15 years, and again, I'm not speaking for the Sierra Club, I'm only speaking for myself. This project would have been an easy thumbs down 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago, easy thumbs down for an environmentalist. Things have changed, desperately changed. Right now, these are headlines from last week. 7 million people are currently starving in Africa, with 45 million at risk because of climate change. Headline, if the climate stays like this, we won't make it. Millions are forced from where they live because of climate change. Oxfam reported last week that 20 million people a year are forced from their homes because of climate change. That's 1 every 2 seconds. And if this doesn't scare you, nothing will. The oceans are losing oxygen. They're down 2%. Some areas are down 50%. Overall, it's 2%. We need to act. We don't have time. The clock has run out. I personally believe this project needs to be built. Reluctantly, I say that. And for the good of Humboldt County, humanity, and the planet, the sooner, the better.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sina Marino, and I have been a Humboldt County resident.
See if you're going to have to speak right into it. I'm sorry.
Better?
Better.
I'm a Humboldt County resident for over 40 years. My name is Sina Marino. We live in a sweet spot in Humboldt County as far as climate change impact, but it won't last if we can't reduce the CO2 emissions to reduce temperature rise in any way possible. Preventing total extinction of living plants, animals, birds, insects outweighs temporary negative impacts of technologies which decrease dependence on fossil fuel. Solar is great, but not adequate to supply our energy needs, even if it was feasible, financially or otherwise, to blanket every roof with solar arrays. Solar depends on daylight and sunny weather. Offshore wind is untested for our coastline and years off in feasibility. We don't want to dam our rivers. The world is in crisis now, and prompt action is imperative to reduce CO2 emissions from industry and vehicles. If we're to use more electric vehicles and reduce Humboldt County's main emissions, we need to supply electricity to power the cars and batteries and generators. Terra-Gen is ready to start up now and take advantage of plentiful winds on the ridges. Better to lose some birds, bats, and other animals and plants and habitat than total extinction of all those things, including human life. In the not so far future, if we hit the tipping point where it's impossible to keep the temperatures from rising. These things are already happening in other parts of the world. And thank you for such a complete report and your ongoing investigation into all our concerns. And kudos to RCEA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Jack McDermott, and I've been an environmental activist since the early 70s. And in the 70s, when I was going to college, I was on a month-long biology trip to the Eastern Sierras, where my professor, Dr. Fred Sherrier, explained what global warming was doing to species on the planet and the causes of global warming. So a few of us bounced off our biology degrees and went into solar energy technology before going on to university. In 1980, PG&E hired me to do the CPUC OII 42 solar rebate program which gave rebates for solar energy systems to commercial, industrial, and agricultural customers. I retired from PG&E 10 years ago, and in the last 10 years, I've been consulting for the largest developers in the Central Valley, mostly solar generation. I worked in interconnection services at PG&E during my last 10 years at PG&E. Anyway, I had a chance to look at the interconnection study for this project. This is a good project, and it's a good project for the community. It reconductors almost 100 miles of line within the county at the developer's expense. Anyway, I wanted to say that the grid would become more stable and more reliable, and besides the jobs benefits, the social and environmental benefits, it's good for all the residents of the county. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Eureka resident and Terra-Gen community liaison. I had not expected to get up and speak, but I wanted to present some material in response to Supervisor Madrone's questions about property value and the impacts of wind farms on property value. Here are 10 copies. This is from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. It's a 2013 study on the analysis of wind energy facilities on property values in the United States. And after looking at 50,000 home sales with houses within 1 mile of a wind turbine, there was no significant impact on property value. And furthermore, it found that in some communities, there's actually an increased property value due to social services and tax dollars that can come into the community. So there is some material for you. And with that, I would like to ask you to please support this project. I think it's good for our community, it's good for our county, and it's good for the environment. It has been an honor to work on this project with many people in this room over the last 2 years, and I think that this is time for us to make a really meaningful change, even though that change might be somewhat bittersweet. I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Rabbi Robert Rottenberg. I'm here representing True North's Spiritual Caucus. We're speaking out today because we stand with the Wyatt people. While we believe very strongly in the promise of renewable energy and support the green economy, sacred is sacred. This is why I stand before you today wearing my prayer shawl to remind me of the sacredness of all life. The Terra-Gen wind project would forever alter the landscape of 2 ridges that are essential to the Wyatt people's spiritual practice and home to sacred animals like the California condor. As it stands, we cannot support and ask you to oppose a project that echoes the history of this country. Corporate entities have been coming to this area from afar to plunder resources for themselves since 1849, and now they have come for our air. It's time to break the cycle. We encourage the Board of Supervisors to pursue renewable energy projects that support the needs of all creatures of our community. This is not such a project. And I'm speaking, as I said, not just for me, but for a dozen members of the True North Spiritual Caucus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Humboldt County, all you guys for putting a lot of hard work into this this project. It sounds like you guys have done a hell of a job, and I appreciate it. I'm also an environmentalist. I'm a cattle producer in Mattole Valley. I'd like you to vote yes on this project for 2 reasons. I think it's going to be good for Humboldt County. It's going to bring a lot of jobs to Humboldt County, and it's going to help with the tax base in Humboldt County. Our roads need a little maintenance. The second reason is private property rights. We're a landowner. And private property rights is a big deal to me. I take a little bit of offense to Supervisor Madrone insinuating that maybe the Russes ought to sell their property and at some point give it back to the Wiyot tribe. That could set a very dangerous precedent when somebody wants to do a project. And well, if you sell your property at the end of the project, property rights is a big deal. I mean, there's property lines for a reason. We pay taxes for a reason, and you know, nobody should give up their property right. So, Lane did a hell of a job speaking too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tremaine, and I represent the Electricians Local 551. I'm speaking in favor of this project for several reasons, a few of which are the prevailing wage jobs that will enable local residents to work locally and better support their families, as well as their local economy. Secondly, this project brings the potential for local apprenticeship programs to train residents in skilled trades that can further enable the prosperity of these individuals and the local areas they call home. These apprenticeship programs pay you to learn, and upon completion, you earn a substantially high wage without any residual tuition debt, unlike attending a four-year college. Furthermore, with this project, currently skilled and trained workforce residents of the area will be able to work, live, and thrive in their local community. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for supporting this project.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jose. Casas, also electrical workers. All I hear is climate change. I hear tax breaks. How could you go wrong? I am one of the individuals that have done a lot of travels in my time doing work locally, not here in this area, but you know, from Bay County to Mendocino County. So I know firsthand the travel and how long it takes to be away from home and all that good stuff. So this is going to be a good project for the local residents to be able to stay locally, work locally, and, you know, work it out. It's going to be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And could I get 18 through 28 to start staging? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today addressing this topic. My name is Scott Frazier. I reside in Blue Lake. I'm speaking as a citizen who has read the draft EIR, most of the final EIR, and now some important parts of your staff report on this topic today, which includes 15 new appendices, including many showing legal, biological, and technical deficiencies in a CEQA document that was so rushed. The draft contained incomplete and inadequate avian resource survey data on marbled murrelet and northern spotted owls. Supervisors, you should represent our shared public interest in creating a CEQA document that is recirculated after complete natural resource and bird use data can be provided for a routine 45-day public review period. Your approval of Agenda Item 4A would be a mistake because the project CEQA document is fatally flawed. As lead agency, Humboldt County will lose your time, the planning department staff time, and your administrative staff time tied up in an ongoing conflict. The potential litigation will go on, and you will never get your money or your staff time back at the end of that if you defend Terra-Gen's proposal. So I really want you to understand why I'm seeking you to reject this proposal. There was a draft with less than one complete year of avian survey data. The consultants were 9 months into providing the second year's data when our draft comments were due. Then we had 10 days to review a final. It was really insulting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, board members,
Thank you for the opportunity to address this proposal. My name is Elizabeth Meisman. I'm representing the North Coast chapter of the Wildlife Society, an organization comprised of professional wildlife managers, biologists, scientists, ecologists, and students. Our mission is to conserve biological diversity and ensure the responsible use of wildlife. The FEIR concludes that operational impacts to wildlife will be significant and unavoidable. This conclusion then requires that Humboldt County make a finding of overriding considerations. Public Resolution Code 21002 states that agencies should not approve projects as proposed if there are feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures available. Current bat, marbled murrelet, and raptor mitigation measures are inadequate. If Humboldt County approves this project, additional monitoring should be required, including annual radar monitoring to determine if the number of marbled murrelet mortalities projected are accurate, operational curtailment of power production to minimize marbled murrelet mortalities, use of trained wildlife detection dogs for carcass surveys, and the establishment of a technical advisory committee addressing raptor impacts. While we recognize the need for renewable energy, we strongly believe that such projects require proper siting and use of best available avoidance and mitigation measures. Due to the concerns outlined here, the California North Coast chapter of the Wildlife Society opposes approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Number.
Hello, my name is Donnie Escamilla, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. So what I'm seeing addressed a lot here is just a lot of really local, like here in the community effects that's going to happen and on like the ridges and the sites themselves. But that's what Humboldt's about. We're all about local. What can we do here? What happens here? If there's anybody that should be fighting for this, it should be this county, right? But we have an opportunity here to do something that has a global effect. Climate change is coming. We need to do something about it. So it's urgent that we move away from our fossil fuel-based energy sources and move to renewable things, even though they may be unsavory sometimes. Also, like you guys, some of you contacted Kern County to talk about how their project went. In the future, people may contact us about how this project went. So I don't want to be a county that people contact and say, why didn't you do this? And then decide not to go to renewable energy. In the end, I think we need to abandon this not in my backyard attitude that we're seeing here and actually show that we can do something and make a difference and do it here in our backyard, because climate change will be here destroying it all before we know it. And this could be our mitigation for climate change. And if we don't do it here, we can't expect anybody else to make changes for us somewhere else. So I want to urge the board to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Supervisors, I'm a 35-year resident of Humboldt County. My name is Gail Coonan. I think you already know the potential impacts of the Terra-Gen wind project and the impacts we already are seeing around the world due to the climate crisis. I'm very concerned about the increasing threat of the climate crisis. We in Humboldt County are well located to feel less of these impacts from many places in California and the rest of the world. However, rising sea levels will certainly be felt here in a warmer climate. I have heard many of the arguments and concerns of my neighbors. I feel these concerns are legitimate and frightening. Nevertheless, I still support the project because we as a country and world have not acted soon enough to stop the encroaching threat. There are some myths that have been latched onto by some opponents of the project. I'll name just a few. The project should be located somewhere else and not on Wiyot ancestral land. Unfortunately, Cape Mendocino, i.e. Monument and Bear Ridge, is where it must be placed if we are to have land-based wind power. Most of the energy will go south to another area is another myth. The way the plan has been developed and the way energy from the grid works, most of the energy will be used in Humboldt County. As well, our CEA plan to purchase the majority of the energy produced by the turbines. I'll skip a little bit here and say, I know this is a very hard decision for the decision makers, whether the supervisors or the courts. I'm asking the supervisors to approve the Terra-Gen project. We may live behind the redwood curtain, but climate disruption does not stop at Richardson Grove or anywhere else in the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Sanger. I agree with much of what's been said about the threat of climate change coming. Well, I'm about to tell you about climate change and its effects in Humboldt County today. I moved to Humboldt County 44 years ago as part of the Back to the Land movement. My husband and I created a homestead and raised our kids there. I recently had to sell my homestead, and one of the drivers for that was that I could no longer afford insurance. Due to the catastrophic wildfires in California fueled by dry conditions, low humidity, and late onset of fall rains caused by climate change, the insurance companies had lost millions of dollars, and they felt they had no choice but to raise their rates or face losing their businesses. Believe me, I am no fan of the insurance companies, but insurance forms one of the structures of our economy that has become essential. So what is starting to happen is people will go uninsured or underinsured. If they have a fire, they'll lose everything and not have the wherewithal to rebuild or buy somewhere else. People will be forced to leave rural areas and to move to more urban areas where there is already not enough affordable housing. You can see how the insurance crisis will have a domino effect throughout Humboldt County. We have to recognize that global climate change is our problem, that the answer is to abandon the burning of fossil fuels and replace them with renewables. I urge you to vote in favor of this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark Plubel. I represent members of the Heat and Frost Insulators of Northern California. I also come to you as a Humboldt-Del Norte County Building Trades affiliate. I understand the supervisors have a tough decision to make on the proposed Humboldt wind farm project. You must weigh the pros and cons of the project and decide if it's in the best interest of the community. We at the Building Trades believe there is a great benefit to the community and encourage you to approve the project. I personally have driven from the Bay Area to speak on behalf of the project because it will benefit men and women of the building trades and other crafts in the Humboldt Del Norte building trades. But my craft is not going to have any work on this project, possibly a little bit at the building, but very little. The crafts that will benefit the most from this are crafts that have people that live in Humboldt County, such as the iron workers, the IBW, carpenters and millwrights, laborers, operating engineers, cement masons, and teamsters. I wish I had members who lived up here. Unfortunately, years ago when they did live here, there was more work for them, and there isn't anymore. I'd like to see that happen again and have some work for the future. I go to a lot of meetings in the Bay Area where the jobs aren't clean jobs like they are this job here. This is a just transition job to the green environment economy. Please approve this project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carpani Burns.
There you go.
I stand with the Wiyot people in their opposition to Terra-Gen attempt to take Wiyot sacred ancestral land, which they still use for prayer and ceremony. I stand to speak for all the creatures and plants that struggle for sustained existence on this fragile and pristine land as a result of negative human impact. I stand with the scientific conclusions that the Terra-Gen project is improper, impractical, costly, and dangerous. I stand with environmental experts whose assessment of the EIR is that it is grossly incomplete and that all negative impacts noted cannot be mitigated. My wisdom, keen instincts, and Terra-Gen's very nature tell me it has no interest in addressing the climate crisis. They are here to capitalize on your fear of it. And your yes vote will leave this community with the cleanup when they are gone. Terra-Gen does not give a damn about this community. If you vote yes to permit Terra-Gen to proceed, you vote to harm the people and the land. If you vote yes, you disrespect the people's wishes and their wisdom that they have spoken. A yes from you will get a no vote from me the next time you run for a seat on this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Douglas Tolan. I'm a lifelong resident of Humboldt County and an IBEW member. Over the last 30-plus years in the workforce, I've noticed a severe decline in living wage jobs and in industry in Humboldt County. So I was on the PG&E project for 10 years, thank God, because if I wasn't on that decommissioning project, I'd have had to leave here 10 years ago. That job's completed now, and I find myself in that position again of what am I going to do? Am I going to travel for work, or am I going to sell and move out of the area? This is my home. I've lived here all my life, and I don't want to leave, but we need to embrace living wage jobs in this county. We have very few of them. The opportunities in Humboldt are very few. So I think, it's human nature for people not to like change. But if we don't embrace change, I believe the area is going to go stale or even more stale. I called a half a dozen friends in the last couple of days to have them come down here and help support of this project. But none of them can make it because they're all working, and that's out of the area. They're not home here with their families. It's just easy to say no, but I encourage you all to do the right thing and vote yes for this project. Let's keep our people here at home with their families, making a good living wage. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Could we get number 30 from 40 start staging, please? So we'll be moving right along. You guys are doing great, by the way.
Hello, my name is Ray Dominic, and I've been in this county for 48 years now. My dad brought us here when I was 10 years old. I went to Riedel Elementary, went to Scotia Elementary, and also graduated from Fortuna High. I then went to work for Pacific Lumber Company for 10 years. And at that time, Maxam took over the company, and I thought, I don't think this is going to be very good for me. So I told my wife, I think it's time for me to move on. I went back to school to CR, got my degree in electronics. After that degree, I had a choice to either go down to Rohnert Park or stay here in Humboldt County and go to an apprenticeship program through the electrical union, the IBEW. I decided to join the union, and I've been there ever since. I was there as a student, and I was there also as a teacher. I have many people in Humboldt County come to me because they know I was a teacher and say, how do I get into the electrical union? Well, about 10 years ago, they stopped our training because there's no work around here. A youth can't get any kind of training. Somebody who wants to change their job can't get any kind of training if they want to get into the electrical trade. So I ask you that you please think about our youth and people who are losing their jobs and want to get into a good trade that pays a decent wage. I was able to buy a house. I live here. I have 96 acres in Lolita. So by becoming a member, I was able to provide for my family. Thank you. And I'd also like to just recognize our law enforcement officers. They do a fine job, and I appreciate them in our communities and keeping it safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't be breaking it now. Technical difficulties.
Good afternoon. My name's Carl Carr. I'm a member of Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on this project. This project will bring many needed local jobs for the working families here in Humboldt County through the local hire mandate of the project labor agreement that's already in place. This will also help the local economy because local workers spend the majority of their money locally. This, on top of helping fight the climate change, creates another win-win for this project. I stand in front of you asking you for a yes vote on this project. Support your local working families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thanks for taking on this contentious issue. My name is John Schaefer. I live in Arcata.
Our house is on fire, says Greta. Facing the climate crisis, I fear for the future of my grandchildren, your grandchildren, and the Wiyot's grandchildren. Let's listen to Greta. We're in a crisis and it's getting worse. But here's good news. Redwood Coast Energy Authority promises 100% renewable electricity by 2025. That'll help assure all our futures. To arrest the crisis for our grandchildren, we have to cut CO2 emissions from transportation and heating. So we should and can use electric transportation and heat pumps. Thus, we'll need a lot more electricity than just Terra-Gens. RCEA can speak for itself, but I believe that without Terra-Gen, RCEA can't get enough electricity to fulfill their promise. To deny Terra-Gen's permit is to abandon RCEA to failure. Not everyone agrees. I think my NIMBY friends understand the climate crisis in theory. They just don't want to solve it here, except that none of their suggestions would work. Rooftop PV isn't enough. A microgrid will work at the airport, but not in neighborhoods. Floating offshore wind isn't proven. Forget renewables. How about just keeping the lights on? My NIMBY friends assume we can import enough electricity on transmission lines from the east, but we can't. Recently, PG&E shut down the transmission and put us in the dark. They'll do it again when it's dry and windy, and that's when we'll need Terra-Gen most, and it'll be most productive. To deny Terra-Gen's permit is to abandon our grandchildren and our CEA to failure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Chang. I live 2 miles from the proposed Bear River Ridge building site. When my husband and I were considering purchase of our ranch, I researched the county plan for this area. The plan and regulations were restrictive. 6915 and 69151 of the Humboldt County zoning regulations. Permitted agricultural accessory structures. The following accessory structures shall be permitted in the agriculture exclusive commercial timberland timber production and rural residential agricultural zones. 69151, windmills, not including windmills that produce energy for export off the property. Also from the Humboldt County zoning regulations 661 and 662, issuance of permit or variance. 661, development permits and variances shall be issued by the department upon compliance with all general regulations applicable to the permitted development and all conditions that may have been imposed on the project. 662, no development permit or variance shall be issued until the department has received written certification from all applicable jurisdictional agencies that the development for which the permit or variance is sought complies with the applicable rules, policies, and standards of their respective jurisdiction. If the county would like to see wind farms as part of the Humboldt County's future, I respectfully request that our Planning Commission review our current regulations and modify them to allow this type of activity, setting forth provisions and locations that will not impact sacred high ground, a historical city, or the fragile biodiverse ecosystem makes us unique. In view of the facts that will be presented to you in this process, I respectfully request a no vote for this project in its current form as it violates county regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jay Peltz. I've been installing and training solar here in Humboldt and around the world for the last 25 years. I'm pro this project. I'm pro wind. Terra-Gen has done a really good job. You know, the Oxford Dictionary 2019 word of the year, climate emergency. The person of the year from Time, Greta Thunberg. We are in an absolute unmitigated emergency. That's it. We got 10 years to reduce 50% plus of our carbon. Do you know how much carbon we have to produce? We produce with solar right now in the United States? 1.5%. You know how much we produce with fossil fuels? 65%. That's of electricity, just electricity. It'll take 1.5 billion watts installed per day, every day for the next 10 years to offset that amount that we're burning right now with natural gas and with coal. These numbers are staggering. We have to start here now, or there will be no tomorrow. In regards to Supervisor Madrone being concerned about property values, what happens to the property values on the flood of the low-lying lands around Humboldt Bay? They're gone. Their property values turn into zero. We have an opportunity, and it is an absolute crisis. So this is where we're at. People don't like the response. They don't like our choices. They're going to like even less the choices that Mother Nature gives us if we don't do what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Scott Cash, and to provide some context, I provided an 84-page comment letter that was submitted on Friday. And I noticed on the front table this morning there's an attempt to rebut my comments from Stantec. I have 26 years of professional experience as a wildlife biologist and forester. For the past 12 years, I've served as an expert on approximately 100 renewable energy projects in California. I spent over 100 hours reviewing the draft EIR, the final EIR, and the technical appendices that came with the EIR. There was discussion this morning about peer review, so I want to briefly summarize my peer review of this project. This is the absolutely worst EIR I've ever seen, and that's based on reviewing over 100 different projects in California. It is full of inconsistent, misleading, and factually incorrect information. Having reviewed everything in great detail, it is my conclusion that considerable effort was put into an attempt to mislead the public or an attempt to not disclose information to the public in the EIR. The public deserves truthful information about this project. Second, even Stantec's attempt to rebut my comments acknowledges that there are erroneous data in the final EIR. There's rebuttal to 2 of the inconsistencies that I summarized in the beginning of my letter. My letter had over 5 pages of inconsistencies.
Thank you.
Regardless.
My name is Ari Medina, and I'm a community member here in support of the Terra-Gen wind farm project. As a Native American, I empathize with the plight of the Wiyot tribe, but I don't condone the use of the injustice in the past to obstruct the process of an infrastructural project that benefits the environment and all people. Although there is no way to make up for the land and the lives lost from the indigenous people of North America, I believe that we need to move forward and transcend that bitterness by working together to protect the environment of California, the continent, and the rest of the world. Energy is a universal need. I think we all take for granted how much we depend on electricity. In fact, it is incredible how fragile society is without it. Have we already forgotten about the chaos of the PG&E power shutoffs, grocery stores running out of ice and gas stations out of fuel, schools closing, individuals out of work, and businesses suffering losses? What about the individuals independent on oxygen at home? Are their lives worth compromising? It's obvious that PG&E is not committed to providing communities with consistent energy, so something needs to be done, and now. Especially if we are to expect 10 more years of these disruptive and devastating shutoffs. With that being said, I urge the supervisors to consider the overriding benefits over the impacts. Once this proposed wind farm project is approved and in place, Humboldt County will have its own island of carbon-free, renewable, and sustainable energy. With continued power supply even during shutoffs from PG&E, giving every resident energy security. And if denied, it is unlikely that this opportunity to combat carbon emissions and be a leader in providing renewable energy will come to Humboldt County again. So please approve of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lloyd Wallace from Plowboy Farms at Holmes Flat. I'm a fourth-generation truck farmer. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I'm proud of it. Today's my 72nd birthday, and all I want for my birthday is to see this wind farm somewhere else. I'm in solidarity with the Wiots. Okay, I'm in solidarity with the Wiots, and this is from my friend Franklin, who went to see the Creator last Sunday. I love the earth, and this project would not please the Creator one little bit. Thank you. Thank you for listening to an old man.
Thank you, and happy birthday.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Hitchko. I grew up in Humboldt County, and I'm retired in Eureka now. I'm a retired educator and a retired building trades journeyman pipe fitter, Local 342. I support unions, I've always have, and I support green energy. I take climate change very seriously, and I believe rapid climate change is taking place as I speak. So, we all must take action immediately, and we must all make sacrifices. Terra-Gen wind energy project is the right project for meeting challenges of climate change, but it's in the wrong place. Harm to Wiyot culture loss, small local communities, is too great. Environmental impact on biodiversity is too great. I would like the supervisors to especially heed the expert advice of your unanimously picked planning commissioner, Professor Melanie McCaver. I quote her, "We don't want to allow Terra-Gen wind project. I urge you not to trade off priceless indigenous rights, priceless biodiversity, and priceless small community welfare for economic gain. We must all make sacrifices." Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We should
Hello.
bring everybody up by height, and then we
Yeah.
wouldn't have to move it, but anyway.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Barbara Guest, a resident of Red Crest. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to once again voice my opposition to this project, which is sited in a poor location. For multiple reasons, given over 10 hours of testimony to the Humboldt County Planning Commissioners, this project should not be approved. You should honor the Planning Commission Resolution 19-134 and deny this project, this appeal, because the benefits do not outweigh the unavoidable impacts. I was always taught the appearance of impropriety can be equally damaging as actual impropriety. Mr. Matthews failed to mention Estelle is on the board of our CEA. She should recuse herself from this vote for conflict of interest since they have a power purchase agreement pending with Terra-Gen. Her appointee to the Planning Commission, Mr. Bongio, stated the developer had spent $12 million already. What or who has he spent this money on? There appears to be a definite quid pro quo with the county. Upgrade Bridgeville and you'll get the project. Or maybe it's just the appearance of impropriety. Mr. Ford says the environmental study was independent, yet he controlled the timing and content of that statement. It was rushed and flawed, as many have testified to the inadequacies of that document. Please do not certify it. And let's see. If the board did their due diligence, they would see that the second main cause of wind turbine failure is fire. So why put turbines in the middle of the redwood forest? Indemnity should not be considered when the fire consumes Scotia. At this
Thank
point,
you.
I'd like to just...
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Chairman Bohn, member of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Michael Strunk. I am the Director of Safety with the Operating Engineers Local 3. I am also a member of the Joint Apprenticeship Committee for Northern California for our Construction Inspectors Apprenticeship Program. My family's been in the business of training apprentices for over 273 years, first in the East and now in the West, and most recently with my grandfather a generation ago, who would train apprentice classes of over 200. Our apprenticeship program turns out a few, maybe 2 or 3 at a time, and I'd like to help you change that, but we need this project to get that started, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Hoops. I live on Monument Road, and I was given permission to defer my time today to Adam Cantor from the Weots.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Adam Cantor, Weot Tribe Natural Resources Department. And we do need to be worried about global climate change, but we also don't need to be fear-mongered into believing that we have to do this. So let's look at the population of Humboldt County. We're 137,000 people in a state of 39 million people. And so we're 0.35%. If this project would power 50% of Humboldt's homes, that's 0.19%. Think about all the devastation, the impacts to tribal cultural resources, environmental resources, the local economy, the tourism economy, for 0.19% of California. That's just too much. One thing that hasn't been considered, of course, in the EIR is the role of Northern California as a climate refugium. The last thing we should be doing is fragmenting our landscapes when we're going to be a refugium for species to be able to withstand global climate change. Look at our species. Bear River Ridge is the southernmost site for western red cedar. It's been a climate refugium for thousands of years. By fragmenting this landscape, we would totally affect that refugium role. And then as far as the general plan and public welfare, what about wildfire? What's caused these public safety power shutdowns? It's transmission lines through forested wildland corridors that we don't have the resources to be able to adequately survey and assess. So think about the public, think about the wildfire. This could be a huge impact to the carbon sink that our redwood forests are. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Harry Herkert. I'm a 15-year resident, Humboldt County, 23-year member of Operating Engineers. I don't stand here before you for myself. I stand here before you for my kids, my grandkids, and all my brothers in the construction trade. If you drove here on a paved road today, say thank you. If you go home and turn your water on, say thank you to a construction worker, because we're the ones that do it. All right, and we have a problem with sustainable industry here in Humboldt County. I was also fortunate enough to be a part of the Humboldt Bay decommissioning project. That project gave our local contractors like Tim Crowley an opportunity to afford us a livable wage and to stay here in Humboldt County. Over the last 3 to 5 years, have been out of town for 4 years. There is no sustainable energy or sustainable industry here to keep us here anymore. My son recently made a decision to join the military because he saw no future here. Now, I applaud him on his decision, but we need to keep our kids here. We need to keep our grandkids here. We need to sustain industry in this area. I'd like to also thank Terra-Gen for finally recognizing the importance of organized labor and a livable wage. This project should go forward. It's good for Humboldt County. It's good for our families. It's good for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jason Chipley. I'm a 25-year member of Operating Engineers Local 3. I've spent a large part of that time in the field traveling away from my home and my family to work and make a good living wage for everything that we enjoy. This PLA gives opportunity to the local people here from the local trades and training opportunities to our younger generation. They're going to come up and take the place of us at some point. And I think it's a good thing that we should think about doing this. And thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Art Froley, and I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the foresight that's been seen by the state of California as well as this county. State of California has set goals for what it wants to be for renewable energy for the statewide. 2020, the goal was 33%. 2026, 50%. 2030, 60%. By 2045, the state wants to be 100% renewable energy. They wish to reduce the greenhouse gases and fossil fuel usage. The way to do that is through wind projects like this. In your infinite wisdom, as a county, you've already drawn up a general plan which provides for wind energy zone, right? You have a wind energy zone. This project is contained within that wind energy zone. It only makes sense that since that's what that land was set aside for originally by you guys, that you would use it for that project. I appreciate the fact that Terra-Gen has went to the deal and worked with the county and has taken every effort to mitigate any impacts that might evolve from this. So I can only say that I put my full support behind this, and I hope that you can see your way forward to moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Natalie. Kent Sawatsky here. I want to disclose something. This represents Terra-Gen. It's made out of plastic and it's crappy. I also wish to disclose you, I see dead people. It's kind of strange. Right by Mike Wilson, all the way around here, we have the tribal elders who have passed. On this side, we have what I refer to as an exception. What I consider, when I go down to Mexico, I have a term, greedy gringos. So what is our future? Well, I'm seeing dead people. You guys are all dead. I mean, eventually you're going to die, and what are you going to leave behind? Well, you're going to leave this company and this staff, and I have a problem with staff going ahead and doing nothing. There's no staff over here to argue on the other side. It's all for the project. You might as well be Terra-Gen members. But I just, it really irritates me because what are we going to have when this project's done? I talked to Mother Nature, and that's really surreal and scary too. We're going to have 47 fingers flipping off Mother Nature. There's no other way. I mean, we're all going to pass on pretty soon, or eventually, the way climate change is going, it sounds like sooner rather than later. What's going to be left up there for us to be remembered by Mother Nature and maybe a few of the indigenous people that say, I don't like that name, Native Americans that are still here, because we won't be here, because we did not listen to them. You have to listen to the dead over here. If you don't, you have no future. I'm totally in favor of the tribals' wishes. I've made this 100% clear. Join the dead that still are living, and why don't you let the other dead just go off? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Carolyn Lehman, and I'm a fifth-generation Californian, a resident of Humboldt County for 40 years. I want to spend my 2 minutes of time mostly talking about you, the Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you for the work that you do for us, your constituents. It can't be an easy job. This room is filled with my friends, colleagues, and neighbors, and some of my family. They are all passionate, one way or another, about this project. It's never been truer that you can't please all of the people all of the time. Please, when you go home tonight, take good care of yourselves and do what it restores you so that you can keep doing your job. We value your leadership. I do want to encourage you to think about two groups of people who are, for the most part, not here today. They can't vote for you, and for whom, but your decision about this project is going to carry great consequences for them. Our children, our grandchildren, and their children will be here long after most of us are gone. We need to do the right thing by them. It is much more than, oh my gosh. The Terra-Gen project alone can't save the planet Earth, but we can be an example to others about what is possible. We've already done that with the Arcata Marsh and the Blue Lake Rancheria projects. We can show that our leadership can be visionary. It is not just a political decision that you are being asked to make. It's a moral and a visionary decision. Thank you for your courage and for your leadership.
Thank you very much.
I'm Deborah Dukes, and I speak initially on behalf of 350 Humboldt, a local climate action group. We support the Humboldt Wind Project because we are deeply concerned about the rapidly changing climate, and we concur with the many experts who promote onshore wind power as a necessary part of lessening our collective reliance on fossil fuels. Personally, as a citizen of Humboldt County, I strongly support this project. It's imperfect. All methods of energy generation are imperfect. It concerns me that we are upset about impacting our beloved and beautiful part of this planet, but seem unconcerned about the areas that are devastated to frack the natural gas that we import to burn in the power plant, or for the mining of the minerals and rare earths used in making PV panels. The entire planet is our backyard, and the choices we make here affect everyone's climate. Doing nothing is already having effects in Humboldt County, the rest of this nation, and in the homelands of many indigenous peoples worldwide. Remember the resolution you passed in 2018, committing to 100% clean and renewable electricity by 2025. Please think 7 generations into the future, or even 1 generation, to a time when every living creature on this planet will have had to adapt to radically changed climates, including every creature still living on the North Coast. Warnings from climate scientists have become more frequent, including on November 5th, when an urgent call to action was signed by more than 11,000 climate scientists saying, "Posterity will remember policymakers badly for dismissing climate change." Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Harriet Stevens, and I'm a resident of Rio Dale. I have spent a lot of wakeful nights trying to figure out what's the best decision to come to on this issue. I don't think there's anybody in the room who would say, or even know of somebody who is against changing the climate change that's happening with our globe right now. But at the same time, we have a very special area. The whole county is special, but the one place that Terra-Gen has decided is the only place where they can put their windmills or turbines is in a very unique area, and it puts in danger a great many of the ecology system that lives there. And I don't know that we, excuse me, I don't think that Greta, when she was speaking about climate change, had the idea that in order to stop climate change, we needed to destroy the earth. at the same time to do it. And the other thought that crossed my mind was we have just recently returned land to the Wiyot tribe, but it seems that while we gave them that land back, we want to take land from them. And that just doesn't feel right to me. On a personal note, I have been at Tehachapi by mistake, trying to find a place to stay for the night. And I decided that's the last time I want to be there with those turbines. And the other thing is,
Thank you.
my house.
Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. I'm Sue Strand, City Council, Rio Dell. You know, as a city, we've taken a no project stance. Please vote no. And we're standing in solidarity with the tribe. On a personal level, you have the planning commissioners denied. These planning commissioners were appointed by you. They were there. I went to every planning commission meeting. They asked all the questions you're asking. They did thorough research, studies into this, and they came up with a no vote. So I hope that you are going to support those that you appointed and stand with them firmly and also vote no. This project, the EIR, is insufficient. It's been rushed the entire time. You cannot vote yes on this project. You cannot. As far as the unions, I want to state my father was a signatory from 60s, 70s, 80s, and the 90s with OE3, with Teamsters, laborers, plumbers, and pipe fitters. And I am concerned that we have a lot. These jobs are only going to be for maybe 2 years, 3 years max. It's not sustainable. It's going to be short time lived. But I'm also concerned that we have a lot of contractors in our area who are non-union. And if you pass this, which please do not, I hope that you will be considering those also. Also, I'm a bottom liner. They all know that at Rio Dell. The two questions you have not asked that the others asked. Oh,
Thank
darn.
you. Sorry. I'm going to finish these next three speakers, then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll start with 49 through 60. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisors Madrone and Wilson, for your thorough questions. I really appreciate it, and it gives me confidence in this body to make an informed decision. My name is Jane Hartford. I'm a homeowner in Scotia, California. I'm a fourth-generation Californian, and I am for the unions. I am for the Wiyots. I am for renewable energy, and I am firmly against this project. The above project is not consistent with existing and applicable policies, laws, and regulations. Please see the findings in the DEER section 4.8.8 on the serious and significant cumulative environmental impacts and hazards to human health at ground zero if you pass this project. And the cumulative hazards to human health in Scotia and Rio Dell are cumulative because of the CO2 emissions that are already there from HRC. Accordingly, I believe it would be reckless for the Humboldt Board of Supervisors to certify this FEIR and grant a conditional use permit to the Humboldt Wind LLC until these hazards, upsets, and threats to our human health presented in the DEER by Terra-Gen's experts are either mitigated or another project location is chosen. In addition to my concern about the cumulative...
Thank you.
Doesn't seem worth messing with. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scott Nelson. I'm a community organizer for True North Organizing Network. True North is a collection of people of faith and people of good faith from across the North Coast united together to make powerful change. And I'm here today because True North stands with the Wiyot people. I want to make one thing very clear. For the folks who are from here, for the Native people who have been here for generation upon generation, there has been a climate crisis in this place since the beginning of Euro-American contact in the 1850s. In fact, a lot of people have referenced the climate crisis and the fact that we need to take action, but I haven't heard many people talk about the reason that we have a global warming crisis to begin with. It's the very same imperialist and industrialist tendencies that drove people out of their homes in this place that have called us to this corner to where we now need to take action. And so now, because climate change has come for us all, and we are all now feeling the effects of actions taken by generations before us, we turn back to the very same people that we had already put down and ask them to give up a sacred space to them once again. If we were trying to find a way to improve society that required that we demolish St. Peter's Basilica, no matter how good it was, I don't think we would be here having this conversation. I encourage you not to support this project. I know we want to do the right thing, but we need to make sure that we are supporting the people who have been marginalized in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Jared Mumm. I work with the local electricians union. I'm here in favor of the project. I'm here because I get a lot of calls from electricians here in Humboldt County, and 99 out of 100 times I don't have any good news for them when they call looking for work. A lot of these folks, they're just trying to make a living. They end up considering relocating, and a lot of them already have. One of the guys that was in my apprenticeship class, he was originally from McKinleyville. And when it was finally time for him to buy a home, he bought in Santa Rosa because that's where the work was. And when he told me that, he didn't say, well, there's no work for me back home. He said there's no future for me back home. That's the word he used. So please push forward with this project. It's going to bring a lot of jobs for a lot of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will start again at 3 o'clock sharp. 3 o'clock sharp with number 48 or 49. I think you know who you are. Thanks. All right, we're ready to go at 5 after 3. Thank you, guys. 48, 49. And in the matter of time, and since we look like, some people look like Worldwide Wrestling Federation, somebody from the planning department is going to adjust the mic for everybody so you don't have to wrestle with it. Thank you. All right, we're ready to go.
My name is Jennifer Jensen. I am a homeowner in Fortuna. I was born and raised in Fortuna. I joined my neighbors in opposing the wind farm project. Terra-Gen has built projects that are helping to reduce greenhouse gases, but there has been a cost to people's health, property values, ambience, and ability to live in their houses safely. Locally, there would also be costs to the Wiyot people, cost to the redwood forest, cost to the birds and bats, cost to the aquatic life, cost to the scenery, cost to the wildlife, and cost to the sacred energy radiating up through the ground in areas of the proposed sites. Let's keep protecting our environment in ways that do not harm others.
Hi, my name's Chris Niemela. I have a master's degree in wildlife biology. I have spent this past 22 years doing environmental consulting, research, and education, specializing in birds. I've also worked on wind farms in various locations, pre and post construction. In my personal opinion, this is a questionable project in the wrong location. The EIR, the faulty EIR, I should say, estimates bird mortality based on inadequate surveys conducted on site and on underestimated bird mortality from unrelated sites. Spending a couple hours per month doing bird surveys does not give an accurate picture of the bird activity on site. It is a fact that the site falls within the Pacific Flyway migration route, where millions of birds fly twice a year. The Altamont Pass in the Bay Area also falls within that flyway, and it kills over 1,000 raptors, over 100 eagles per year. Keep in mind that any eagle, spotted owl, or marbled murrelet that is killed on site during the nesting season could be a parent with nestlings. So those nestlings may also perish at the loss of an adult. All of those species have nests within hunting and traveling distance of the turbines and the power lines. What good is the technical advisory committee if we find out that the turbines are killing thousands of migrating birds? Terra-Gen has already admitted that it is not financially feasible to remove or to shut down those turbines. So once those turbines are up, it's too late to remedy these unforeseen circumstances. The easiest solution to these significantly unavoidable impacts and the unforeseen impacts is to not install the turbines in the first place. Think of all the headaches you'll avoid from lawsuits, erosion, death and mutilation of endangered species.
Thank you.
My name is Dave Edmonds. I am a former planning commissioner. I have a degree in environmental resource engineering from Humboldt State and a telecommunications engineer for 38 years. I'm familiar with Rainbow Ridge and Bear Ridge and those areas up there in my professional capacity. I here to urge the Board of Supervisors to support the project. I've had an opportunity to visit a number of wind sites, including Hatchet Ridge, that's west of Bernie. I spoke to some of the citizens that were there, and although there were initial concerns, they don't even notice the windmills anymore. It's become a matter of practicality. I wanted to narrow the focus a little bit to what is going on in neighborhoods and so forth. The last two power outages, most folks were unprepared. They ran out and tried to buy generators. and they weren't any to be found. Now, of course, every shop has hundreds of generators ready to sell. But the dilemma was that most of them are designed to operate on what they call pure gas. This is gas that's not been enhanced with any materials, and the limited supply of that made it difficult for our generator operators to secure enough fuel to run their generators. But in my neighborhood, there were 12 generators actively going for 24 hours a day. Couldn't sleep at night. It was a dilemma. People were trying to preserve their perishable foods and so forth, and so they ran their generators consistently. Anyway, I urge you to support the project. I have absolute confidence in planning staff. I've worked with them for years. Again, I urge your support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Olson, an environmental scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The state and the department recognize the importance of developing new renewable energy sources while also siting and operating facilities in ways that minimize significant impacts to wildlife. We appreciate the county's coordination with the department, especially efforts to resolve remaining concerns identified in our prior comments. We've noted that the project site is potentially high risk for wildlife and that all or parts of the project site appear to meet the California Energy Commission and department criteria for a Category 4 site considered inappropriate for wind development. While the guidelines don't preclude development on Category 4 sites, they caution that additional consideration, mitigation, and monitoring for wildlife impacts are needed. Given this, the department has several remaining concerns. We recommend additional clarification on technical advisory committee structure and authority in consultation with the department to ensure that the bird and bat tax provide feasible and effective mitigation strategies. We continue to recommend reversing the bat tax approach and requiring operational mitigations of a minimum 5.5 meters per second cut-in speed on fall nights at the onset of operations. This is critical given the risks associated with operating near an important location for hoary bats and the projected declines of this species due to wind development. The project's proposed threshold for bat fatalities currently allows for mortality of up to 8,000 hoary bats over the life of the project without triggering adaptive management. This may contribute to a population-level decline for the species. Because the project does not intend to develop a natural communities conservation plan to authorize take of fully protected raptor species, we recommend the project be sited and operating using the latest technologies such as Identiflight to avoid take of these species. Finally, the department has not yet determined whether the mitigation proposed for state-listed species meets our fully mitigated standards, and further analysis will be completed during our incidental take permitting process. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello,
okay,
Your
that
Honor.
Works pretty good. Yeah. All right, see, we'll make it work from here. My name is John Morrison. I was born here in Eureka 86 years ago. I'm a lifelong resident for this area, except for the time spent seeking educational goals elsewhere and serving with the United States Marine Corps in Korea. Nice to hear that the Rust family has been interested in the Bear River Ridge for the last 120 years. My family's been involved there for 149 years. And I think that our interests, although I live in Eureka now, have for a long time, that's where I can make a living. And but the family still is involved in that ranch out there on the south side of Bear River Ridge. And very much acquainted with another lady who's a senior citizen, we'll say. She lived her whole life out there, and she is just over the edge from the Bear River Ridge. The project will be right up on her fence line. She is less than a quarter mile away from the ranch buildings, from where this thing is going to be standing. And is it going to wind? Is it going to create noise? Is it going to be vibration? What's going to happen to the land? And anyway, let me turn to, I think, Rex, you know who we're talking about now. And might pass that information on to fellow supervisors. I have an article here from the Times Standard recently, and I always believe everything I read in the newspaper. Okay. But some of it comes out really hard and strong. One of the senior director of this program said that there will be a boon to Humboldt County, and it will help the state deal with the lack of will avoid the use of fossil fuels.
Thanks, John.
That it?
That's it. Sorry.
Well, that goes too fast.
This is my courtroom today. Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, Council. My name's Keith Diaz. I'm a business representative for Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm in here in support of the Humboldt Wind Energy Project. This project will bring good jobs to the local economy. It will provide apprenticeship opportunities for the youth in the area. I participated in several career fairs in the county, and the parents and the students all say the same thing. I want a good job. I want to stay here. This will help that, mitigate that. We also had an apprenticeship program up here, and it closed down in about the early 2000s. I'd love to be able to dispatch some apprentices and journeymen up to this area and get them to work. And the careers are, these aren't just jobs, they're careers. And being in a trade I've been in for 33 years, and I would love to get that opportunity to your folks. So I am in full support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, staff. My name is Frank Basic. I'm president of the company that owns most of the little town of Scotia, and we are ground zero for the adverse effects that will result from implementation of this project. Now let's talk in the brief time I have available about something we all agree on. This is a very harmful project. It may not be the first thing you want to say about it. It may not be its hallmark, but from the effects to it, from aesthetics, from these fans planted on the ridge that towers, looms above Scotia, to the slaughter of birds and bats and raptors, to the uncertain conditions that will result from the lighting and the industrialization of our ridgetop. This project has 8 categories of significant, adverse, unavoidable impacts. Now, we were disappointed to see between the draft EIR and the final EIR, not one of those impacts were mitigated to the extent that they could be considered less than significant. So we are thrown under the bus of this project. We, along with our neighboring community, Rio Dell, the tribe, and the folks that live close, like the Zanzis and the Hoops, and we don't think that this EIR should be certified for the fact that it causes so much harm. It's that simple. We've briefed all of the legal issues to ask you to look at our papers, and we hope you make the right decision and approve the no project alternative. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
My name is Catherine Dunning, and I'm the pastor of Eureka First United Methodist Church. I stand to speak in solidarity with the Wiyot tribe, whose ancestral land we meet on today. I, like the Wiyot people, care deeply about the health of our natural world and about doing all that we can to restore Earth to balance. My Christian denomination traces its history to John Wesley, who in the 18th century offered what had become known as 3 simple rules for Christians to live by. Do no harm, do good, stay connected to your spiritual source. The Terra-Gen Wind Project does not follow those 3 rules. My hearing of the Environmental Impact Report, with its multiple number of significant and unavoidable impacts, tells me the project does do harm. While it could be argued that good will be the result of producing energy with wind instead of fossil fuel, the question has to be raised as to whether that benefit truly outweighs the harm done to wildlife, the clear-cutting of forests to accommodate the 22 miles of transmission lines, and the unmeasured impact downslope to Humboldt Redwood State Park. And finally, it makes it difficult for the Wiyot people to stay connected to their spiritual source. I stand with the Wiyot people to urge you all to vote against this project. Please, do no harm, do good, stay connected to your spiritual source. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Alan Bongio. I'm a planning commissioner for the 1st District. I came today to speak a little bit about clarity about what happened at our planning commission meeting. We've already heard some changes today. Supervisor Bass told us that if the vote had been today, that one of my fellow commissioners would have voted for the project with the changes that have happened since it was a planning commission and couldn't make that decision that night. That's great. That would have made it a 4-2 in favor vote. But that's not how it played out. How it played out was we had 3 meetings, lots of discussion, listened to all these great people on both sides. And when it came down to the vote, we were deadlocked. It was 3-3. Problem with that is, and most people don't understand this, and I didn't even understand it till before we were at the Planning Commission, if we left it at that, it would not have come to the supervisors. It would have been a dead project. So we tried to get somebody to switch sides and go the other way. That didn't work. Having discussion about it didn't work. So then we called for a vote, a no vote. And we knew somebody was going to have to change it, and the way the votes fell, I knew that was going to be me, because the 2 on the left of me had already voted no, and we were voting no again. So it's pretty clear that I was going to be that decision. So when it came around, I voted no. What I want everybody to know is there was a lot of support of it, and though I voted no, it was only to get it where it truly should be, and that's before the supervisors. I don't envy the position you're in, and I hope you make the right decision for Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Garnes. I'm the mayor of the city of Rio Dell. It kind of feels futile because you had no other position but the position that stood before you. You had union people who aren't employees of the county up speaking before you and giving them as much time as they wanted. And now we, the most affected people, I'm the mayor of the city of Rio Dell. You're going to cut me off in 2 minutes, so I'm going to stop that rant and go on to this. Supervisor Fennell said she hadn't heard from Rio Dell. Here are 600 signed petitions, 621 people from the city and region of Rio Dell that say no, slow down, protect our water, and don't sell us out. What's happening here, you've got to look at this and think, schools, yes, but Rio Dell and Scotia, small school districts. So what are we really going to get back? I thank Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Wilson for asking questions that matter, because where the turbines are manufactured does not really matter. I have not heard Supervisor Fennell or Supervisor Bohn today ask a question that reflects back on Rio Dell, Scotia, Eleanor, Pepperwood, places where water are going to be directly affected. We are asking you to slow down and ask those questions. CEQA might not require it, but it is incumbent upon you to ask those questions and demand the answers, because you're demanding those answers for your constituents. It falls down to, who are you going to be working for? Terra-Gen schedule or ours? I will introduce you to Terra-Gen. Nathan Vitos came to me and said, what can we do to make you change your position? If it's something small, we just need you to take back your letter of opposition. If it's big, we need you to really come out and support this thing. That's Terra-Gen. We don't want to see this happen, and I know I'm cut off, and I know I have a very loud voice, so I can't continue to say that this is a bad idea.
Thank you very much.
It's hard to follow an act like that. My name is Larry Goldberg. I'm a 41-year resident of Humboldt. I live in Trinidad. I handed out some testimony that you'll be receiving. We're living in a period of unparalleled climate crisis, and as a result, I support the Terra-Gen wind project. As a member of the RCEA Community Advisory Committee, I understand the project energy needs of this area. The port is committed to purchasing 100% renewable energy by 2025. This is an ambitious goal that commits us to doing our part to help fight climate change. As a lifelong environmentalist and renewable energy advocate who has worked in the renewable energy field since 1979, I can confidently say that solar energy alone will not meet our current and future energy needs. If one solar energy was installed per day, every day, for the next 30 years, the sum of this effort will yield 50 megawatts of energy. Humboldt County currently consumes approximately 180 megawatts. Even under the most optimistic scenario, solar will produce only a fraction of the clean energy we require. We are, however, the Saudi Arabia of wind. Terra-Gen offers 155 megawatts of energy now. Virtually all of the power generated will be consumed in Humboldt. That's the physics of electricity. This power will also be available once PG&E upgrades to island our community in an emergency, as well as allow Humboldt to become a net zero county. I'm sympathetic to the concerns of the Wiyot tribe regarding the impacts to their cultural heritage. We're all proud of the recent efforts of the city of Eureka to return Tuluwat Island to the tribe. While we celebrate that great victory, please be aware the island will be submerged beneath the Pacific within one lifetime. This is only a tiny part of the crisis we face today. I urge the board to leave a greater legacy, a contribution to alleviating the global climate crisis and ensuring a resilient future. Thank you.
Haven't even started speaking yet, and you're timing me? Thank you. Susan Nessen, Rio Dell. Due respect to our union representatives, I was a union representative for 40 years. But shame on you, Board of Supervisors. My mayor got 2 minutes to speak for 3,500 people. Mr. Basic got 2 minutes to speak for 800 residents of Scotia. Shame on you. While the Russ family that represents 40 people got unlimited time, shame on you. We talked about sustainable. What part of 10 feet of concrete is going to be sustainable? Huh? Yeah, it's sustainable, all right. It's going to be there forever. For your grandchildren and my grandchildren. Sorry. And property value, it's going to plummet. It has traditionally plummeted. It's going to plummet. And these people that are from Trinidad and McKinleyville and Arcata, oh, you poor my backyard. Well, this is my backyard. And the only thing I've got to give to my son is the house that he was born and raised in, and his property value is going to plummet because of this. But hey, is the county going to give us money for what we've lost? Are you going to lower our taxes? No, I didn't hear any of that. But I did hear that within the last year you gave yourself a raise. So how important is revenue in Humboldt County, Board of Supervisors? That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Can we go back to smiley hands? Please.
Rick Pellerin, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, originally 482. Then we merged with the Santa Rosa local. That's too close. But I am a proud retired master electrician and held the title of general foreman. And it was once said by a wise man, if you love your job, you'll never work a day in your life. Well, I feel very blessed. But I am against this project. I am very much against this project. Why in the world would you tear out 700 acres of forest for this puny 600 megawatt project, or I'd say 60 megawatt project? After you calculate your line loss, to Bridgeville, then back to Eureka, you only have 60 megawatts left. That's enough for 6,000 homes. And then you want to kill thousands of birds annually? You want to trample upon a sovereign sovereign territory? It doesn't make any sense to me. Aside from that, it's well known that managed timberlands store large amounts of GHGs. That's greenhouse gases for you supervisors. The project would permanently remove 774 acres of forest. Thus, the removal of timberlands would increase greenhouse gas emissions. DIR has failed to even mention the increase in GHG impact 3.8-1, page 3.8-16, and page 3.325. The DEIR is inadequate. It needs to be thrown in the trash, and it needs to be recycled and come back with some right stuff.
Thank you. Please, quiet, please. Thank you.
My name is Linda Lang. I'm a 71-year-old tribal elder, and I sit on the Wiyot Council. And I am here to ask you at this time to say no to Terra-Gen. Humboldt County is our home. It is a unique and beautiful place. People come from all around to see our awe-inspiring giant redwoods. Many other trees like Douglas fir, maple, oak, madrone, alder, and pine here help to clean our air and to give us back oxygen. Many of the animals live in our forests and meadows: deer, elk, bear, mountain lions, porcupines, and even endangered animals like the ringtail cat, pine marten, the northern spotted owl, and the marbled murrelet. Now we have our rivers, the Mad, the Eel, and the Madrone. Here is where we get our water. These rivers are home to many trout, salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, lamprey, crayfish, and the playful otter who enjoys eating them all. Now let us look to the air. Here is where Terra-Gen wants to get their energy using 47 giant turbines. I want to know how many eagles, how many owls, how many seabirds, migrating birds, bats will die in those 30 or more years. To bring us back full circle, I would like to let you know the effects these machines might have on our redwoods. No one has asked what effect this will have on fog. Fog is our redwoods' water source. Many may think it may come from the ground, but it's in the air.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Mike Pickens. I'm with the Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm a 22-year union member and construction equipment mechanic by trade. I'm here to speak in behalf and hope that you will support the Terra-Gen wind project. For far too many years, we've lost a lot of our industry and our infrastructure to a crumbling economy. To see something like this, where the members of this county and this area here can actually go to work, support their family, and come home at night to see their kids participate in their extracurricular activities is paramount to a young apprentice, a young journeyman, or an aging father. I hear a lot of people coming up here speaking about it's not a perfect project. You're right, no project is perfect. Whether it's paving out on 101 or, excuse me, a renewable energy project, solar farms aren't a perfect project. The wind energies are never a perfect project, but they are a better alternative than what we're facing right now. If you look around our state, we've got PG&E rolling PSPS blackouts to 60% of Northern California. That's unacceptable by any stretch of the imagination. Our infrastructure is crumbling, and we're trying to do something to better that. To sit here and turn a blind eye to a great project because you don't think it's just the right fit, when they followed all the steps to get to this point, I just don't see the logic in it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's good. Squean Kachoy, Nekna Rosie Claiborne. I'm the Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer for the Yurok Tribe. I'm here on Chairman James's behalf. He had to leave for another meeting. He couldn't wait quite as long as he would liked. But Chairman James left me with one message for the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, and that is that we stand fully supported of the Wiyot tribe. The Yurok tribe is the largest tribe in California. We are 6,500 members. We fully support renewable energy, and when I say that, we really do. Our membership on the upper reservation, there are people who still don't even have power right now. So if anybody understands the needs of power in Humboldt County, it is our membership. And we will not allow renewable energy or any type of energy to happen on the backs of Indigenous people. That has been happening far too much in our world, and it's time to work together, Humboldt County, and to come up with good solutions.
Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff McGilvery. I represent the workers of the United Association of Plumbers and Steamfitters, Local 290. We do have, unlike a lot of our other brothers and sisters here, we still have an operating training center here in Eureka. We're thankful for that. A project like this, our members don't have a lot of work in it. And the reason I'm here speaking is I've went through, supervised, and reviewed and helped run multiple project labor agreements through Oregon, Washington, and California. And I just wanted to highlight some of the family wage jobs have been brought up. People can buy houses in the community, build a future in the community. I know a brother came up, talked about the career fairs. We hear that over and over in these rural areas on the coast, up and down the coast for Oregon, California, both, where people are having to move. When they graduate high school, they're having to move and leave the areas for sustainable work. The pensions, so they can retire with dignity, full family health care. So their whole family's covered. And that really, as far as for the county and everybody else, it's less of a drag on the public system and everything, where it can help more people with that money. The career opportunities, the apprenticeship, several apprenticeships here want to reopen. Ours is open. All of our apprenticeships do prioritize women, minorities, and veterans. So there's a lot of opportunities there for people who traditionally in the trades may have not gotten those opportunities. And they're the best trained workforce and safe work site, on time and on budget. I urge you to support this project, and thank you.
Thank you. And then after this, we need numbers 67, 70 and up. 70 to 80, please. 70 to 80, please step up.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bohn, Vice Chair Fennell, and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Schnurr, and I am the business agent for the Cement Masons Local 300. I represent hundreds of cement masons in Northern California, and I am here today to ask for your support for this exciting opportunity. This 2-year project will provide up to 300 good-paying jobs with benefits and 15 permanent jobs for 30 years. There will be exciting opportunities for local workers, including apprentices who get to work on a clean energy project close to home. I encourage you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Leach, and I want to say that I am not a climate change denier, and I don't hate corporations, and I have been a union member. However, I do stand with the Wiyot in their objection to this project. I think we should think about the Klamath River for a minute. Power was provided for a while after the Klamath River was dammed, but now the word damned, the other meaning, the other spelling, is painfully applicable to the Klamath River due to unforeseen circumstances. The Klamath River is now an unmitigated natural disaster. Well, unnatural, man-made disaster. So for years now, we've had massive studies of all kinds of environmental projects and data collected and analyzed, showing that we are in a worldwide environmental crisis. Now we're told that in order to help with that crisis, we should carry on with more clear cutting, road building, and its attendant erosion, light pollution, and so on. So anyway, it just doesn't make sense to try to solve one problem by creating the same problem over again. So last of all, I want to say that we're not gods, we are people, we are humans. We can destroy the earth, but we cannot save it any more than we could create it. So what our mission should be is to be good stewards of this beautiful area, and
Thank you.
including.
Thank you.
I've been sitting here listening to the discussions around this wind project, and I must say that it's honestly kind of hard not to scoff at the arguments that condone it. People are saying that their families are suffering, that they can't go home to their kids. Well, what about the Wiyot people who are dispossessed of this land? What about their suffering, their kids? Are we forgetting that this is their home? The Wiyot people, like all Native people are not stakeholders. We are nations. Please treat us as such. I caught myself wondering that if I was a male with a suit on or a construction hat here today, or something else that represented corporate financial wealth, you would empathize with me and vote in my favor. We could put Band-Aids on these workers' problems and destroy the earth in the process, or we can finally begin to support land reparations and fix our indigenous relationships in the process. Why should the Wiyot be forced to make more sacrifices than they already have? If these people need work, maybe they should find jobs fixing the land their companies destroyed. Perhaps be a part of a committee or organization that responsibly deals with climate change. Many of us are here and we hold our signs below our eyes and we speak the allotted 2 minutes and we listen to others quietly and out of respect. Please reciprocate that. Respect our testimonies, respect sacred places. This too protects your status. This too protects the earth. I highly encourage you to use this time for self-reflection. What kind of leader do you want to be? Please join us in sharing the responsibility protecting Earth.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Chair, Director, and staff. I'd just like to begin by thanking, actually, Terra-Gen for spending the money that they've already spent in our community to study a project that will bring tax base. You know, I got to commend that. I'd like to thank Humboldt Redwood Company and the Russ family as well for inviting it. My name's Ryan Rice. I'm a lifetime resident of Humboldt County and grew up in Fortuna. Traveled past Riadell and Scotia to access my family's property all my life. 2014, 2018, the Board of Supervisors unanimously voted both times for Measure Z and Measure O, the half-cent sales tax increase, to be placed on the ballot. We as a community were sold by the county that it was lacking $280 to $360 million for essential services due to the state takeaways. Being trusting and willing citizens of Humboldt, we voted in favor of it, even though it meant money out of our pockets. Make no mistake, I believe that Measure Z and Measure O have been successful and working well for us in our communities. We ask, though, due to the fact that we were willing to step up and spend money out of our pockets, that you support a project that will inject millions of dollars a year back into the tax base and become the second largest taxpayer in the county. You as a board have adopted the 2018-19 budget report and policies that has language directed to facilitating new living wage jobs, rebuilding contingency funds, moving towards cutting-edge technology such as energy independence and diversifying our local economy with industry and careers for both blue and white-collar professionals. Fiscally speaking, the county could use 10 more projects like this, lest the county ask voters to raise taxes on ourselves again. I ask you, if not today, tomorrow, to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benjamin Alfaro, and I'm currently a student at Humboldt State University and a member of Conservation Unlimited, who is affiliated with the Wildlife Society. After my first semester here, being a transfer student, I have taken to heart part of our school's value, which includes believing that individuals be environmentally and socially responsible in the quest for viable and sustainable communities. The wind turbine project that Terra-Gen is planning on the Bear River Ridge is not sustainable nor viable option for our community, and it is our responsibility as HSU students to speak against it. Natalie DeLab, community liaison for Terra-Gen, stated in her Lost Coast Output article on November 7, 2019, that ethnobotanical plants significant to the Wiyot tribe impacted by the project would be salvaged and returned to the Wiyot tribe for replanting. This option is not viable since these plants will die after being relocated, but even the suggestion to just pick it up and place it elsewhere is ignorant and disrespectful towards the Wiyot. The Bear River Ridge is a biodiversity hotspot, and continuing with this project will negatively affect already endangered native and perennial ecosystems, as well as the critically endangered California condor. Living in California and its biodiversity, we should strive to maintain it instead of destroying it. We should recognize the importance we have towards our environment, especially within our own biodiverse state, and not allow this project to pass. Clean energy is a future for our Earth, but 47 wind turbines on sacred land and a biodiversity hotspot is not clean energy. It is dirty energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Rachel Aguiar. I am a Local 3 apprentice and Eureka resident. I have spent 8 months out of this year working in other areas so that I can make a living. Have spent my money in other communities because there is no work here. This area has become stagnant with no projects that would keep us working more than maybe a few months. I am here fighting for my fellow brothers and sisters in the construction industry because this is a fight for our livelihood. My children, because there's no work in this area, have to travel out of the area. One is a truck driver. The other one is not sure if he even wants to stay in the area because of it's either you become a pot grower or you live off the state. And I don't want that for my children. And if I have to, I will work in other areas and spend my money in other areas. I am also a native of the Wiyot. And if this was a question of building a casino, I think there would be a change in these people. If they wanted to build a casino in these areas, it is not being racist. So I hope you approve this project.
Thank you. Next. And if we could get 80 through 90? Close.
Thank you for the meager 2 minutes here to talk about this really important issue. My name's Tony Savaggio, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Humboldt Chapter Executive Board of the California Faculty Association. I want to make it clear first that, like the Dakota Access Pipeline, there is not agreement amongst labor unions here on this issue. Some are siding with the dirty oil and gas industry, Terra-Gen and Energy Capital Partners, and some are siding with the indigenous folks, and our union sides with the indigenous folks. So we stand here with the Wiyot tribe, the Yurok tribe, the Rio Dell City Council, and the town of Scotia, and oppose the Humboldt Wind Project. While we recognize that we have a climate crisis, we need to do something about it, but we need a project that's based on the principles of climate justice, where we don't place the burdens of massively scaled energy projects on indigenous people, on rural communities, and on a world-renowned rich site of biodiversity. As everyone here, the Wiyot, the Yurok, the Rio Dell have told you, the proposed project is poorly sited and will cause irreversible and long-term impacts to critical cultural and environmental resources. Now, my union's always taken a stand on social issues, and this is one of them. Indigenous peoples as they've been speaking all day, are disproportionately affected by our global climate crisis. But more often than not, Indigenous people are excluded or ignored when we talk of climate change solutions. We saw this happen with the Standing Rock and the Dakota Access Pipeline, right? It's yet another example in the long history of ignoring the voices of Indigenous people in climate change conversations. Our institutions of environmental power have a moral responsibility to safeguard the rights of the most vulnerable people and cultures and to move forward alternative energy projects that address climate change and its impacts equitably and fairly. This is not one of them. Climate justice won't come from projects like this that invite Indigenous people to the table, but in the end ignore their explicit wishes and move forward with desecrated.
Thank you. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Daniel Norton Luna, and I am a volunteer who serves with the Yurok tribe, but I stand with the Wiyot tribe and the Yurok tribe in opposing this project. I moved here about 4 months ago, actually, to work on the opioid epidemic in this area. And I have to say, there seems to be a disconnect between what historical trauma actually means and the effect that it can actually have on tribal populations. But this is a moment of historical trauma. If this project were to be approved and sacred lands were to be desecrated, that is just another moment in which, tribal people will be feeling a loss and a major loss. And that's not something that should be taken lightly or, just kind of brushed to the side, which I fear may be possible. But in seeking for solutions, I have to say, I wish there was more creativity on Terra-Gen's side. Their alternatives pretty much lack any creativity. I really appreciated Supervisor Madrone's idea of eventually giving that land back to the Wiyot people. I thought that was a great idea. And it would be awesome if Terra-Gen were to come up with some of those ideas on their own in order to actually repair the relationships here. But instead, they're building themselves as a wedge between the county and the Indigenous populations. And that's just unacceptable. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for letting us talk today. I think my name is Susan Albin, and I've lived here for decades. I think this project is really ill-conceived. It's too big and has too many environmental problems. It's destructive to the fish and wildlife. This project amounts to mountaintop removal to install enormously heavy platforms on an area already prone to earthquake. The generators are fire hazards, as are the miles of transmission line. There are too many bridges to change, too many miles of enormously wide roads to make, too many truck trips on our already crumbling roadways. Tourists come here all over the world to enjoy the natural rural beauty of Humboldt County. We need to protect our forest and not destroy it for wind. This is sacred land. We should respect it. Don't destroy it with the technology of big wind turbines and blinking lights contaminating the dark sky. This is not acceptable. The jobs created are short-lived and won't help the economy that long. There's only 15 permanent jobs that are offered. Please take a stand with your Planning Commission, who have already denied this proposal. Please vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sage. I'm a local business owner and a graduate of environmental science from HSU. I care about the environment. And I can assume that everyone else who opposes this project does also. So why would people of my generation and younger, who are well educated in the crisis at hand, oppose an actual sustainable solution? And it's because this isn't an actual sustainable solution. This is greenwashed. This is business as usual. Sustainable solutions are not going to look like this anymore in the future. What we need to do is create a different world. The sustainability that's going to happen is going to be collaborative, and it's going to center and prioritize indigenous people, the environment, the land, the water. It isn't going to be a giant mega project that's going to save us. Also, climate change is here. Hitting these emissions numbers, that's not going to stop climate change. Sorry, that threw me off.
Me too.
Whew. And so, hold on, I need to, whew. Yeah, climate change is already here. And so if we could just actually, instead of panicking and thinking we need to, there's this feeling, this condition that's been created by the environment here, this project, that this is the only project and this is what we need to do and we need to do it now or we're gonna miss this opportunity. And this kind of freak out panic is not how we're gonna make a good sustainable decision. And our sustainability needs to look differently. And I hear all these older folks saying, oh, we're doing this for the future generations. The future generations, that's my generation and younger, we're here right now. Listen to us and listen to indigenous people who are here right now, telling you what they want.
Thank you. Please, you guys, you've been good. No clapping, no hooting, no hissing. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Albritton. I'm a proud member of Operating Engineers Local 3. I believe this project is a huge opportunity for this community. Reusable energy is the future. I feel that it is imperative that this project be approved and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Daniel Chandler. I've lived in Humboldt County exactly 30 years. Came here at the end of 1989. Thank you very much for listening to my comments. The melting of the East Antarctic ice sheet and the Greenland ice sheet are now near the tipping point. If they melt completely, we will see a sea level rise around 33 feet. It won't happen immediately or even in 100 years, but it would change our world and Humboldt County forever. The fact of tipping points is not new, but how quickly the effects of global warming are occurring at temperatures lower than predicted is new. I ask you to look at this project in the context of rapidly approaching tipping points and also in the context of California's climate goals. California has set a goal of obtaining 50% of the state's electricity from renewable energy sources by 2030. That's 10 years from now. As all of us grandparents know, 10 years passes very quickly. Finally, a national study has documented that at wind farm public planning meetings like this one, the opposition is usually about 50% of those speaking. But once the wind farms are built, the study found that for persons living within 5 miles of the wind farm, those whose views were negative or very negative was only 8%. Thank you very much. I hope you support the project.
Thank you. Good idea on the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is David Demant, and I've lived in or around Fortuna since 1965. I'm opposed to the Humboldt Wind Farm project because of the significant and unavoidable negative impacts inherent in it that are not outweighed by the projected positive results, even though Terra-Gen argues otherwise in its appeal to you. In fact, in its appeal, they state that the project would provide resource benefits. The project, quote, the project would allow the Russ Ranch to to be kept as contiguous prairie grasslands surrounded by forest. So I just have to stop there and remind us that each windmill will have a cement pad that's around 2.5 acres and up to 10 feet thick. I have to admit, I get this wrong because I keep hearing it, but really big. Imagine putting 47 parking lots the size of the mall parking lot on top of that ridge. And I'm serious, I'm just going to wait here because we've all been up on that ridge. Just imagine plopping down those parking lots, right? How can that be called contiguous prairie grasslands? It is also states that the project is more protective of these resources than the no project alternative because it would provide the landowners with an economic ability to preserve the integrity of the landscape. After you bulldoze the hilltop, lay the cement pads, build a freeway-sized road up Jordan Creek, denude the entire east side of the watershed, clear-cut 22 miles for transmission lines over to Bridgeville, well, it takes a lot of hubris, really, to talk about preserving the integrity of the landscape. So I'm against the project because I believe it's bad for the earth.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You guys, please.
My name is Sylvie, I'm 9 years old, and I just want to tell you that I'm skipping school for this. You need to put in the windmills. It's very important to stop climate change sooner rather than later. If you do not stop this, then what is our future worth? We need to grow up, have kids, and lead a life. If climate change continues, the earth will die. All of the birds, bats, not just the ones that will die in the windmills, monkeys, sharks, fish, and us. We will die without reaching adulthood. There won't be time to find a perfect site for the windmills. By the time a perfect site is found, it will be too late. Put in the windmills, not for you, but for us and future generations. Thank you.
Please.
Hi, my name is Naya. I believe windmills can be good and bad. How many, for instance, many are dying because of windmills. More than 3,000 birds are dying from windmills each year, making it the most dangerous type. Believe there is a better way, like wave generators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susan D'Angelo, and I live in Rio Dell. I want to go on the record that indeed I'm one out of the 600 plus people that signed the petition, saying that we're very alarmed and outraged by the lack of representation for our concerns over the very significant and unavoidable impacts this project will have, especially on our community. You as a board hold an enormous amount of power, and your constituents expect you to uphold your duty of protecting our environment and quality of life here in Humboldt County. The significant, unavoidable, and permanent impacts this particular project will have are not a solution to the global crisis we are all facing. Why on earth and all that is sacred would we keep moving forward with this particular project when there are hundreds of pages telling us that to do so will cause significant and unavoidable detrimental consequences? Why would you be willing to guarantee harm by approving this project when your very job is to protect us from harm? There are still so many unanswered questions. There's lack of mitigation for so many things. There's so much confusion still that to just keep plowing ahead because Terra-Gen wants this approved by the end of the year would be reckless and irresponsible. Your constituents deserve better. Thousands of your constituents are not willing to deal with the aftermath of the significant, unavoidable, and permanent adverse impacts this project will cause. We want real solutions, and this isn't it. Please don't sell us out. Vote no on this project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Patrick Boileau, Deputy Political Director, Operating Engineers, and a second-generation union member. I'm speaking to you today because growing up, political issues were talked about around my dinner table. And union issues are political issues by default. And one of the things my father taught me at those discussions was that you can't let the perfect get in the way of the good. This project isn't perfect. I think there's pretty unanimous consent in the room that it's not a perfect project, but it is a good project. It's going to allow generation of green energy right here in Humboldt for use right here in Humboldt. It's going to economically benefit the county in the tax revenue that it brings and the jobs that it creates here in the county. And it's going to, as a net, benefit the environment. Additionally, I wanted to tell you about an encounter I had a couple weeks ago. I'm not fortunate enough to be a resident of Humboldt County. I'm a resident of San Francisco. And coming home from a night out with friends, I got into my ride share, and the young man driving the car was a former resident of Humboldt County. He was moonlighting as a driver because he was an iron worker apprentice, and he needed to earn a little extra money to live down in the Bay Area. I told him a little about this project, and he said, damn right we should build the windmills so I can move back home and apply my trade up there. He's not able to be here today, but I would like you to take his concerns as well as mine and approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will need number 90 through 100. Peter?
Hi, I'm Peter Childs, and some of you know me well enough to know I couldn't give you the time of day in 2 minutes, so I wrote this out. It is impossible to exaggerate the urgency of recognizing and dealing with climate change. The UN says we have only about 10 years left to avoid, quote, catastrophe, end quote. 11,000 scientists from over 150 nations recently screamed that if we do not meet that deadline, we will face, quote, untold human suffering, end quote. Never mind that of all other creatures on this wonderful but so badly abused planet. It is absolutely essential that we go green, that we convert from fossil fuels to renewable energy, and we know that wind power can be a significant part of that conversion. Here we have a wind power project. What's not to like? A great deal. In our effort to go green, we must not be reckless, as we certainly were in our use of fossil fuels, the chief cause of our current emergency. We must calculate the pros and cons of our conversion projects with great care and on a case-by-case basis. Of particular concern is greenwashing, in which projects are approved on the basis of their benefits without due concern for their negative impacts. Great influence will be brought to bear by people who stand to make money on a given project. They will minimize or ignore its negative effects. This project, when we stand back and look objectively at the whole of it, seems clearly unacceptable. It will do far too much damage, and we have a far better alternative with offshore wind power. It cannot be that we have to further degrade our environment in order to save it. Wind power is necessary. This project is not.
Thank you. Please.
Greetings, Honorable Board of Supervisors.
Okay, we'll go by that.
Whatever
Yeah.
you are. Thank you.
I'm good with that.
My name is Alima Linda Salmon. That's salmon like the fish. And I'm a lifelong environmentalist. And I'm a new county voter here. But I'm not new to these issues. I'm a native to Brisbane's sacred Ohlone Mountain, San Bruno Mountain, which is ground zero of all the failed habitat conservation plans and erroneous and felonious EIRs such as this one. I have 60 years experience to tell you how much these project devolvers lie. It is the dishonoring of our first Mother Earth that has caused this climate catastrophe we are in now. Doing more harm here does not help our environment. If we have not solved fossil fuel in even 5 years, it's too late for the warming. But the sake of our for the sake of our electromagnetic sphere, which guards our whole Earth's atmosphere. We need to use less electricity now, to return to being the more diurnal creatures that we are. This land is sacred. Even you call it Monument Ridge. Ridge lines and updrafts are essential. Some winds are not meant to be harnessed. A project for more environmental production of energy can go elsewhere. This mountain and our winged relations cannot be moved. Respect this irreplaceable ridge and vote to uphold your planning department's decision to deny this short-sighted project. I ask you, I beg you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hello, and thanks for your effort. And my name is Roger, and I've been installing renewable energy systems in Humboldt County since 1976. 20 years ago, the residential wind generators were very generously subsidized, and I did numerous ones, and they did not hold up very well to the test of time. And while they're different than this colossal ridge-type wind generator, maybe it's not so different in their durability. And I've installed more than 1,000 solar systems in this county, and it is clear to me that we've barely scratched the surface of energy conservation and installing basic, low-cost energy conservation devices. I think it's incumbent upon us, with county leadership, to develop a path to using what we have and making the best of it, far and away. A small example I can give you personally on my own home is I have a 3-kilowatt array in my house, worth about $6,000. It produces all of the electricity for my electric home and my electric car, equal to what I use in a year. And I'm definitely into conservation. I have the same metal wire rim glasses from high school, same ink pen that I've been refilling for over 40 years from high school. So no one's more eager than I am to see us achieve renewable energy stability. But there are so many good energy-wise things we can do, not taller than redwoods. So I urge us to move forward. And while renewable energy is definitely my passion, this project scares me and worries me far more than it inspires me. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Joe Suzak. I'm a professor at Humboldt State University. My particular research focus does involve bats and also wind energy. I was involved with the initial study and research team at when this issue first aroused about 15 years ago at the Mountaineer facility in West Virginia. My lab did the seminal work that resulted in the acoustic deterrent technology. We did the first full-scale study of that at a site in Pennsylvania. I can say that the positive results from the deterrent technology was limited to species other than the hoary bat, which is of issue here. This study, in pre-construction assessment, did not adequately address the special situation here with hoary bats. The threshold that is involved in that is stated as to initiate dealing with it is the threshold that will lead them right to a planned extinction in 50 years. And so over the life of the project, that species will likely become listed, and our addressing for that species should be done in a way that considers it as it is already listed. I understand California is different than other states in that the permitting of individual wind projects befalls upon the local county government, and so it involves you guys to have to come up to speed on a very complex issue. And let me just pass along that a number of other projects have been killed with environmental sensitivities less than this one. And so the controversy here should alert you that this one's not quite ready, and I wish you to reassess the situation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Tippett from Eureka. You have my longer written statement that I sent in a couple of weeks ago. This proposed project is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Whoever believes that this project would mean less dependence on fossil fuels needs to fathom just how much carbon would be released by cutting the forest and tearing up the grassland, by making massive amounts of cement for the concrete footpaths, by running gas or diesel-fired trucks up and down the roads during construction and maintenance, as well as during the initial construction and transportation of the turbine components. This project may seem to conform to the state's plan to reduce dependence on fossil fuels. However, it would generate so little while despoiling so much that it would be immoral to allow a single turbine. So many birds, bats, insects, long-tailed weasels, other mammals, fish, and smaller creatures would be killed outright or lose their necessary habitat, while much native flora would also be lost. Those concrete footpaths for the turbines would be in place forever, having replaced the tranquility and biodiversity of the prairie and forest we now have. This is not about green energy, but corporate profit, plain and simple, at the expense of wildlife and what is sacred to the Wiyot Nation and to anyone else who has spent any time up on Bear River Ridge. We must not lay waste to those resources that make Humboldt County such a fine place to live or visit, in order to look like we have done our part in combating climate change, when in fact by installing this project, we would diminish our unique ability to do so. Please do what is right and say no to Terra-Gen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Card. I live in Eureka. This project has it all. Miles of clear cuts, road widening and building through sensitive watersheds, slaughtered of endangered marbled murrelets, as well as eagles, northern spotted owl, condors, pollinators, and a unique population of bats. It invites conditions for catastrophic wildfire by 600-foot tall turbines filled with oil, and permanent destruction of unique high prairie land sacred to the Wiyot. And it has so much greenwashing you can see it from space. Terra-Gen's spokesperson said at a recent public meeting, "It's not every day that one of these types of businesses shows up at your door saying, 'I'd like to do business in your county.'" If only that were true. Humboldt County is rich in biodiversity and natural gems, and there is no shortage of these types of businesses who come knocking on our door hoping to exploit it. Just because wind development is in the general plan does not mean you have to approve a terrible project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're on Wiyot land right here, right now. And I also want to acknowledge that in October, the Eureka City made the right decision by giving land back. And what's happening here today is saddening to me. I have a degree in environmental studies, and it hurts that I have to stand here and be against a renewable energy project. Why? Because the same thing we've seen historically is happening right now. There's shortcuts being done for short-term solutions that are going to have long-lasting impacts. So when it saddens me also to see youth advocate for jobs versus air, land, water, fish, birds, the things that we actually need to be here and to be living in a good way. The UN came out this year with the report that indigenous peoples make up 5% of the global population, yet we protect 80% of biodiversity. Those numbers need to be looked at. And all of you that aren't from here, that aren't connected to the land, need to listen to the Wiyot peoples, because they have a connection to this land. And I'm sorry that in your mind, it was a surprise to hear that that is a sacred site, but you've heard it now, and now you know. And now you have a decision to make, and that is to do the right thing. Listen to the Wiyot peoples, and don't just think of the short-term, 30-year economic potential and versus a long-term, everlasting decision on doing the right thing for all of us. Thanks to the Wiyot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Daniel Barton. I am an associate professor of wildlife biology at Humboldt State, and I study seabirds and other wildlife, and have worked on several projects studying the impacts of energy on wildlife. I speak today as a private individual. No one is compensating me for my time. This project is clearly poorly sited for wildlife and continues to pose significant unmitigated impacts to wildlife, especially murrelets, raptors, and bats that, pursuant to CEQA, deserve additional analysis and consideration of mitigation alternatives before project approval. But you have already heard about these, so I'm going to address a very different point. The county and the applicant appear to be stampeding towards approval largely so the applicant can qualify for general tax subsidies. This rushed, internally inconsistent EIR process risks making a litigatable mockery of CEQA simply to allow for the giveaway of over $100 million of federal tax credits to a private equity integrated oil and gas and coal and pipeline and wind conglomerate that's masquerading as a wind company. By account of the applicant and the IRS, Terra-Gen and its parent, Energy Capital Partners, will receive over $10 million per year for 10 years in tax credits as they begin construction in 2019. The applicant has repeatedly touted the tax benefits of this project, and perhaps as many as $2 million per year could be added to county revenue, but only if we award them with $100 million in federal tax credits. This means that you are deciding whether we will federally subsidize a project that is not competitive without subsidy. And the irony of listening to numerous center-right, labor, and property rights advocates lobby for a $100 million federal tax giveaway to an out-of-the-area energy company is not lost on me. This is unacceptable and exposes the county to substantial litigation risk. I'm not willing to spend our county resources doing that. Don't let them hold us over a barrel. I also encourage the Board of Supervisors to recirculate the EIR for a proper environmental review process and reduce the risk of litigation. I also encourage the Board of Supervisors to consider the WIOT people's comments ahead of my own. Their concerns as a sovereign nation asking to bear the cost of this project should be paramount. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Please. I'll keep asking.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to talk here. My name is Gary Falks. I am a wildlife biologist. I'm retired from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And when I was at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Arcata, I worked on the previous incarnation, the Shell Winds Bear River project. I worked on the marble murrelet impacts of that. But with one exception I'll get to, I'm not going to talk about the wildlife impacts, as those have been covered in great detail by others, as Dan Barton just pointed out. You know, the local chapter of the Wildlife Society submitted detailed comments. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife submitted, I think, 30-odd pages of comments on the draft EIR. My concerns are a couple. I'm totally conflicted about this project. I mean, I feel I belong to the generation that largely put us where we are in terms of climate change and the use of fossil fuels. So it's hard to come against a project, but I feel this is not the time to approve this project. As Dan Barton just pointed out and others have talked about, this has been a very accelerated process under CEQA. The draft EIR was incomplete on many counts. It did not include the final results of a number of wildlife surveys and studies. As a result, when the final EIR came out, it had hundreds and hundreds of pages of new information, and the public was given less than 2 weeks to digest all of that before the Planning Commission process started. I mean, we should not be held at hostage by a tax credit deadline that the proponents want to take advantage of. So I'm not against, I mean, if this can be recirculated, and if a draft EIR recirculated, if the county can deal with some of the serious issues here, both wildlife, but also the tribal concerns that the WIOTs have brought up, fine, but it's not ready. And then I submitted some comments on just a very specific thing about marble murrelets. The way that the modeling was done tremendously underestimates potentially the murrelet impacts compared to the Skookumchuck project in Washington.
Thank you.
You've got information on.
And can we get 100 through 110 to start lining up, please? 100 through 110.
Hello, I'm Chris West. I am the Senior Wildlife Biologist for the Yurok Tribe. I want to thank you for providing us time to come and comment today. I also want to start by thanking the WIOT people for hosting us on their ancestral territory today. I have been involved in California condor conservation for over 20 years now, and I feel like condors should have been more fully addressed, because the current NEPA process underway hasn't been completed. I know that was mentioned earlier. The fact that it could be a non-essential population is not a done deal. There could be full protection, and there could still be protections even if it is a 10J non-essential population. We still have to determine what those protections would be. The proponent suggested a geofence technique used to curtail the turbines to protect condors. This method is described by Shepard, 2015. Unfortunately, we haven't yet decided what kind of transmitters we want to use on condors, and we don't really want to feel like this last-minute thing can come in and just tell us how we're going to propose our methods for managing this project. Also, the transmitters used in this are GSM-based transmitters, cellular transmitters. There is no GSM network in our area. There is not currently any plans to develop CDMA technologies. So the transmitters used in that geofencing methodology used elsewhere would not function here, and a whole new method would have to be devised. Further, it was indicated in the staff report, the Humboldt Planning Commission staff report, that if mortalities in a reduced California condor population prevented the population from being self-sustaining, an interagency planning team would coordinate with wind energy providers to implement measures to address collision threats. These sorts of things they have to go through a mitigation process. That's all got to be done in CEQA. So those were not laid out.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cody Freitas. I'm a journeyman with Local 3. I got to my journeyman status after going through the apprenticeship program, and I've heard a lot of opinions and we've heard a lot of facts today, and when people hear facts, sometimes they don't fully understand it. And so we've had miscommunications between a subterranean concrete footing and a concrete parking lot. That's not the same thing. People have used ecological impact and ecological devastation. Over the course of my career, I've seen devastation. I've worked in Crescent City after the tsunami destroyed their harbor. Fishermen couldn't do their work. I worked in the water barrier projects in the deltas when farmers weren't getting enough clean water and they were getting too much salt in their irrigation systems. I've dredged the Orville River after the dam failed and the DWR couldn't get their hydroelectric power plants running. I've had ash fall on me while we were digging out people's homes after fires. I've seen damage, and I would love to work and apply my craft where we can get ahead of that and do something good that will last for a while. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Grant. I stand with the Wiots. I stand with the town of Scotia. I stand with the town of Rio Dell. I stand with Monument Vineyard. I stand with Jimmy Fay. I do not think this is an appropriate project. Unavoidable significant impacts is the main reason I'm opposed to this project. This is not a guarantee that it's going to pull us out of this global crisis. We are in a twin crisis: biodiversity extinction and climate breakdown. We do know that this will aid in biodiversity extinction. We do know that it will kill the marbled murrelets that are endangered. We do know it'll kill the federally protected bald eagle and gold eagle and other species. We have the union workers. I feel for them. This is only 2 years of work. They want this 30-year project to go online so they can get 2 years of work. After that, they won't have the work from this project. I don't know why they're pushing for this so hard. Hydrometeorology is the movement of cool, damp air over the ridges. In the FEER, they say changes in moisture and temperature regimes will likely affect the distribution and health of coastal redwoods in a way that is detrimental to murrelets and their nesting and the protected remnants of old growth redwood forests in Humboldt County. I ask you to please not approve this project.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Catherine Travers. I live in Eureka. I've been here for long, 40 plus years. I have copies for you guys too of partially what I wanted to talk about. It's in two parts, basically. First, I want to tell you when this project was originally proposed, I was for it. And as I've been able to learn more, I have decided against it. I'm concerned too because I think there is a lot of panic being felt. And that doesn't make for sound judgment. We are in a crisis, but Terra-Gen is not, I repeat, not the answer. Too many negatives, not enough positive. How about an alternative solution without impacts? I give you something else. When the Green New Deal started getting attention, there was some focus on cows and how they contribute to greenhouse gases. The industry and others took exception. Well, the good news is this. Massachusetts farmers are turning manure and food waste, another huge contributor to greenhouse gases, into power. This is really important. And it's actually happening. It's big in Europe. It's happening here in the United States. Like I said, it's in Massachusetts. One of the other, like I said, the greenhouse gases from food waste is huge. And California is one of the states that is banning that. Massachusetts, of course, is one. Woo! So the way it works is there are anaerobic digesters that are built on farmers' lands that this company called Vanguard leases the property from the farmers. The farmers are still in full operation, and they get electricity from these anaerobic digesters that operate the farms as well as neighbors and towns, and then they can also sell it back to the grid, and they get, one farmer said he gets $100,000 back in savings. That's it.
Thank you.
It's a revolution.
Hi, Bonnie Blackberry again. I just want to talk a teeny bit about process because I feel like this thing's really lopsided where Terra-Gen gets all this time and the supporters, and then you take the mayor of Rio Dell and cut her off after 2 minutes. The people that are going to be most impacted by this project, and you don't want to hear from them. I think that's the big problem. I stand with the We Up people, and I feel like this project has so many significant, unavoidable impacts that need to be addressed, or this project should not be approved. I'm concerned about, you said 47 turbines with 2 lights each. That's 94 lights up there on the ridges, blinking in the fog at night. Humboldt County did a cannabis ordinance, and they put light pollution and noise pollution provisions in there. And this project would violate those provisions. So the fact that you don't have an ordinance to deal with wind projects, that's a problem. The uncertainty to the impacts to the biological resources, it's once all the damage is done, you can't go put Humpty Dumpty back together again. All the cement just paving over the ridge lines, I think that's a huge, huge problem. The roads, also the noise and the low frequency, saying that there's no detrimental health
Thank you.
effect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Two minutes. Hi, Rex. Hi, board. Yeah, what are we talking about here? We're talking about 50 megawatts, which is what it comes to over the entire year. 155 at the top, 0 at the bottom. That's one wing of a 747. There's 12,000 to 16,000 of them in the air anytime. We are going to give up Humboldt County, the most beautiful spot on the coast, for one engine. You hook that one engine to a generator, you get 50 megawatts. We're not saving the world. We're not cutting much CO2. We're giving up the coast. I was a Teamster. I'm retired. Local 490, hazardous waste, cars, heavy equipment. Get everything in writing. You're dealing with snakes. These people are here greenwashing this thing to make money. I live downwind. I've been out there when it's hot and windy. It's fucking scary. And what they're putting up on that ridge could burn down this county. My property will probably be worthless. I'll have to move. Go back.
Thank you. Please, please, please.
My name is Roby Tenorio. After years wasted in denial, the physical reality of climate change has become obvious to almost everyone. And it presents a real threat to human society. But in addition to climate change, the UN Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services has said that we're at risk of losing 1 million additional species in the next couple of decades if we continue to destroy ecosystems needed for species survival. And this UN panel concluded that further loss of species presents as grave a threat to our civilization as does CO2-related climate change. And we've got a lot to learn if we're to survive, let alone adapt to accelerated global climate crisis that we're facing. I think there's two major ways that we here in Humboldt County can contribute to mitigations in order for our collective survival, possible survival. The preserving of our biodiversity and mostly intact landscapes, and most importantly, indigenous wisdom. The wisdom that comes from living in one place for thousands of years, the wisdom that comes from surviving physical, cultural, and spiritual genocide. So my concern is that this project, we are moving too quickly and in emergency mode, and that we're willing to be reckless and short-sighted. Approval of this plan is saying we'll be forced to further sacrifice the health of the land that's relatively intact and contributing to a buffer against climate change. This project's impact on wildlife is too great. We should not place species already at risk owing to our human actions. I have a long list of concerns, but since I only have 2 minutes, I'm really also worried about fire and the changing of the weather. We have Humboldt Redwood State Park right down the ridge there. It could burn from this project.
Thank you.
Please deny it.
Terra-Gen lies. Terra-Gen submitted inadequate CEQA documents that were promptly shredded by experienced biologists and land managers with scientific references for every refutation. Lane Russ subdividing if he doesn't get windmills. His father founded the Buckeye Conservancy, whose main goal is to keep working lands working, not subdivided. That is such an insult to those of us who work the land. Humboldt County has always been starstruck by big money. Those were good jobs, but that's how we lost our timber, our fish, our fabulous commercial and sport fishery, tourism. Whatever we had in spades went sold down south. It's the little economy, the moms and pops that bridge the gap between one boom and bust after another. Mavericks are drawn to Humboldt County, but in the 70s, they brought skills that were unheard of. Out of a VW garage in Bryceland came the birth of the alternative energy revolution. In the 70s, Humboldt County was the largest producer of solar electricity in the world. Over 30% of the panels were produced and installed here. Is that history forgotten? Not by all our constituents here. This is who we are: innovative, daring, honest, direct. Whenever our leaders bring in big money, it stifles innovation and it dries up the capital until the next bust. Terra-Gen splashes money around, puts stars in your eyes, but we on the ground know where that leads. The facts line up for denial. The overriding considerations are speculative rationalizations. Fear is a great motivator, but clouds the judgment. Proponents admit they're afraid, very afraid. We make colossal mistakes when we depend on fear for judgment. Plug up your ears to the siren call of big money, or we'll wake up to what Ross Perot called that great sucking sound of wealth heading south.
Thank you. Please, thank you. We need 110 to 120 now.
Hi, my name is Lex, and I was born and have resided on occupied Wiyot territory for more than 20 years. I come here today to echo the many voices that have expressed the cultural, biological, and environmental devastations that the Terra-Gen Humboldt Wind Project would have. This place is a sacred prayer site. There are species being introduced that will not be able to survive the wind turbines. And the studies by local environmental scientists, along with indigenous knowledge, have reflected the disastrous consequences. In solidarity with many, I am shocked that this has gone so far as to have us here repeating ourselves. Although many folks are eager to frame this project as either you believe in the severity of climate change or you do not, I am here not to argue against the severity of climate change. I am here to stress the fact that we do not have to, again, compromise indigenous peoples and lands in order for the same colonial powers that cause climate change to pat themselves on the back for leaving tons of immeasurable waste on sacred land. Consciously and sustainably addressing climate change means centering anti-colonial frameworks and silencing the capitalist environmentalism. Some y'all been bought out. Whatever decisions you make here today, this project will not happen. You look in the eyes of every person that has come here today to speak against, who echo the devastation that this project would bring, and if this project passes, there will be lawsuits and riots. Best you know it.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Taylor. We're facing a crisis on a planetary basis of biblical proportions, and it shows responsibility that RCEA took notice of that and tried to address it. The Terra-Gen project, however, does not address it. Terra-Gen is one subsidiary of a whole conglomerate of subsidiaries, most of which are invested in fossil fuels. Fossil fuels and the extraction thereof is the main cause for this crisis that has been developing over the decades. A significant one of their subsidiaries is Calpine. Calpine was bought a year and a half ago, and it's the 10th largest emitter of greenhouse gases on the planet. The climate for continued development of fossil fuels is favorable. This is shock doctrine. It's disaster capitalism hitting people where it's difficult to respond in a rational way because they're so filled with fear. I was speaking with, or I listened to Natalie Lapp on the radio when I made a presentation recently, and she reminded me that everybody was invested in fossil fuels because bank accounts and insurance funds are all invested in it. We've got to divest from fossil fuels personally and as a society and get after the big war machines and the rest of them. Here are my comments. Please accept them.
Hello, my name is Corinne Alton. I am both a Wiyot Tribal member and a Wiyot Tribal employee. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments on the company's appeal of the Commission's decision to deny the permits for the Humboldt Wind Energy Project. The appeal should be denied because of significant unavoidable impacts the project will have on all Wiyot tribal cultural resources. As the EIR concludes, the construction of the project would permanently harm one of the most important sacred sites in the Wiyot cultural landscape. Many of you know this place as Bear River and Monument Ridge, but we call this place Sakayuit. The EIR further concludes that those adverse impacts to the Wiyot tribe's cultural resources could not be mitigated. That conclusion is unchallenged. Construction of the project would not only inflict suffering on the Wiyot people alive today, but will forever impair the Wiyot tribe's ability to pass on cultural knowledge to future generations. The permanent and unavoidable harm to Wiyot cultural resources far outweighs the other considerations that may favor the construction of the project. The Commission reasonably determined that the benefits of the project do not outweigh the significant unavoidable impacts. However, in its appeal, the company claims the project's potential benefits do outweigh its significant harm, but the alleged benefits the company cites are not as compelling as the company asserts. Many of the benefits, including those related to infrastructure, knowledge base, and the environment, can be obtained by other means, not at the expense of the destruction of the environment and Wiyot culture, and any potential benefits of this project from avoiding fragmentation pale in comparison to the project's significant and unavoidable harm to Wiyot tribal cultural resources. The company does not claim the project has any social benefits. That's all I have time for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez?
Good evening. I am Terra-Gen, the chairman for the Wiyot tribe. I just took off my regalia because I know I'm supposed to take my regalia off when I'm about to say something I'm great to say. Supervisors, you and the tribe, we work well together. We've done projects together. You've listened to us, but now we're telling you no on this project. Terra-Gen. We come from a ceremonial people. The birds taught us how our dances, the bears taught our dances, but you remind me of the crow. The ones that like the shiny things, that like to tell stories. And that's what you're doing. You're telling stories to people that you're not telling the full truth to. I'm telling you right now, this project happens, things are gonna happen. We don't protect our sacred lands for a reason. It's because we tell you not to put things there. When things go there, bad things happen. These lands are sacred to us. You know, our elders didn't have time to speak a long time ago. But now we have the younger generation, like Corinne, that was standing here before you. We are here to say we are not going to be silent no more. We are going to protect what's sacred to us. You know, it was just a month ago we returned our island back to us. And it's not going to sink. It's not going to go underwater because the Creator has promised it's not going to go underwater. But your project, don't come to us when something goes wrong because we're telling you now it's wrong and it's bad. So just remember that. We call you the crow because you tell your stories and you lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Hi, my name is Lemoni Hutt. I am a Hoopa tribal member and I'm here to speak in support of my neighboring tribe, the Wiyots. It hurts to see a tribe's land so close to mine being threatened to be destroyed. Growing up with these types of sacred places are a part of my childhood, my cultural development that has made me into the person I am today. It's not just a spot of land, it's a home. These sacred places are a part of me, my family, and my family before me, and hopefully, my future children. That is why I understand a lot is at stake. I stand here today as an active representation of surviving the history of mass genocide and government attempt of deculturalization, to say that we are still here and not going anywhere. Before colonizers came, my people had a rich, complicated society and sustained the land. So to harm sacred land in hopes to reduce waste is to ignorantly dismiss indigenous environmental knowledge. I know the act of installing windmills as an attempt to save the environment is just a cover-up to yet again harm sacred land, which is to commit cultural genocide, to erase the history of a valuable culture, and to discredit the knowledge of indigenous people. Coming from a people that so much has been taken from, I still stand here with empathy towards the haunting guilt that will come to you in this lifetime or the next if this act goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. 120 through 130, please.
Hello, I'm Harriet Hill, a 20-year resident of the county. I wish first to say that I stand in opposition with the Wiyot tribe to this project. I also want to say that as a board member of the Redwood Region Audubon Society, I was shocked that Terra-Gen put the Audubon logo on a slide depicting us as a project supporter. Redwood Region Audubon has submitted 3 letters opposing the project over the last 6 months, so this is categorically untrue. The following are my personal comments. Endangered marbled murrelets have never coexisted with wind turbines, so we don't know how likely they are to hit them. A very optimistic turbine avoidance rate of 98% was used by Terra-Gen's consultant, but it's based on rates observed for other seabird species that are not at all comparable to marbled murrelets. Picture this: a marbled murrelet flying in the foggy dawn at 50 miles per hour with little ability to maneuver would have to dodge numerous 250-foot-long blades spinning at 100 miles per hour. Terra-Gen asserts that the murrelets will be able to avoid hitting the blades 98% of the time. That high avoidance rate predicts that only 8 marbled murrelets will collide over the 30-year project life, but a 75% avoidance rate was approved by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the only other proposed wind development in marbled murrelet habitat in Washington. Applying that rate here increases the projected marbled murrelet losses by more than 10 times. Terra-Gen's only mitigation consists of reducing corvid predation by managing trash disposal at Van Dusen County Park. They say that curtailment is not financially feasible and they propose no habitat acquisition. Terra-Gen should both purchase a conservation easement to permanently protect habitat as well as enact curtailment, since these more effective measures are required for impacts to murrelets elsewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Key. I'm Kenneth Brink, Medicine Crow. Hear my words. My grandfather was Joseph Medicine Crow, last known war chief for the Crows. These people are liars. That man is a piece of dung. He handcuffed me with his employees in the 1980s and convicted me of killing my own deer on my own damn land. He's a piece of crap. Union dude, he won't give me a damn job because I'm a stinking Indian. I work for the 324. I got one damn job from you. I waited for 6 damn months to work. I have to go get another job. I paid $800 to order this goddamn white man union. You failed. You're all liars, cheats. You tried to take my sacred lake. The goddamn Go Road, you remember that? Huh? There will be some trouble, bitches. I'm sick of this stuff. All right, I'll calm down.
Thank you.
It's hard to stand in a room with a bunch of liars and cheats. You turned my Klamath River into it looks like poop. The fish don't want to be there. They don't come back like they did in the 1960s. And you know I'm speaking the truth. I'm a dip netter, a brush dancer, a jump dancer, a white deerskin dancer. I danced with the last known war dance with Dewey George. I matter. I've been here since 1959. Sick of your lies. I'm sick of you failing me. Get these pieces of crap the hell out of here.
Thank you. Please. Please. I need you to be respectful, please. Second time I've heard that this week.
Leo Sanchianya. My name is Joseph Montez. I am a Latino, Yaqui. I'm a student at HSU, and I'm a registered voter of Humboldt County. We are here, me and my colleagues, representing Humboldt State University's Indian Tribal Educational Personnel Program, ITEP for short. We're the Native American club on campus, and we do not support the proposed wind farm on Sakayuit, otherwise known as Bear Ridge. We are here to stand in solidarity with the Wiyot. Why should the Wiyot have to suffer because Terra-Gen made a shitty business decision? Consultation is not collaboration. They should have been considered, the Wiyot should have been considered in the first phase of the project. It is disappointing to have to come here and speak to you guys, I should be studying for finals. If you notice, most of us came out the last few hours. um, but I have to come here and teach you guys about respect. It's extremely disrespectful to dig up the earth and put concrete slabs on what is considered sacred. It is extremely disrespectful to alter the livelihood of the unique plants and animals who depend on a healthy and whole perennial prairie. Sakiyue is part of the Wiyot's identity as a people, and if this project continues, you are knowingly contributing to the theft of their identity and culture, something we've come way too far to let happen again. Just so Terra-Gen knows, environmental justice that sacrifices social justice is just racism.
Please.
Please, let's work together to find a real solution that could be a great opportunity to show other people what real climate justice looks like. And it begins with listening to our indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Hello, my name's Forrest. I am part of the ITEP club on campus at HSU, and I live in Gudini, which is also known as Arcata. Terra-Gen's solution to climate change is to save the environment by destroying it. We can't just destroy the land, kill the birds, just to save the environment, because what environment's going to be left? You know, a lot of these arguments for Terra-Gen are the same ones for the dams. They said that it would create jobs, it would create energy, and guess what happened in 2002? A massive fish kill. So we don't know what is going to happen if you put up the windmills. It could cause massive destruction. Another thing is that Terra-Gen is part of a subsidy of different companies under Energy Capital Partners. Many of those subsidies in that group are coal, oil, and gas-based, all dirty energy. Why is Terra-Gen, who says they're for green energy, renewable energy, associated with all these other different companies? What is going on here? Is this a ploy for Terra-Gen to get carbon credits that is then traded to other companies within these subsidies so that they can use more carbon emissions? Is that what's going on? I don't know. I don't know what they stand for. It's clearly not for the environment. I know what I stand for. I stand for the Wiyot tribe and the environment and the birds. Thank you.
Thank you. That was better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vincent Diaz. I'm a resident and registered voter of Humboldt County. I'm also a member of the ITEP Club. I'm here to urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no on the proposed Terra-Gen project and stand in solidarity with the Wiyot tribe. First, I would like to point out that Terra-Gen's parent company is Energy Capital Partners. Energy Capital Partners has investments in oil and gas. This is not a divestment in fossil fuels. Terra-Gen wind project is dependent on the PG&E infrastructure. This means that if PG&E shuts off the power, we will still be without power. The Terra-Gen project does not, I repeat, does not facilitate energy security or energy sovereignty. When the power goes out, I'll see you guys at Blue Lake Rancheria. The proposed Terra-Gen project is a centralized grid tied to energy projects that will be dependent on PG&E's fire-prone transmissions line. Terra-Gen is an outside company that does not care for Humboldt County residents. Their objective is profit, and this will occur at our expense. We can have clean energy and energy security in Humboldt County, but Terra-Gen is not the answer. Board of Supervisors, please do not let Terra-Gen hold this county hostage with the poorly thought out plans. We can work towards both clean energy and energy security in Humboldt County without Terra-Gen. No go Terra-Gen. Indigenous sacred sites are significant to the biological diversity, integrity, to the cultural diversity of the environment. Protecting indigenous sacred sites is climate action. It is not anti-renewable energy to protect sacred sites, but it is anti-native to develop on sacred sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Young, my name is Ellen Colgrove. I am an HSU student and I work many part-time jobs in the community and I am committed to my people. I am a Hoopa tribal member. I am also Yurok and Karuk. I support the Wiyot people. I come from world renewal people like the Wiyots who know what it takes to keep the earth in balance. Knowledge of these sacred places and ceremonies have been kept alive by indigenous peoples, given to us by our creators so that we can take care of and thrive in this physical world. Knowledge that is inherent in our spiritual being and will be carried on by our future generations for time immemorial. Destroying the Bear River Ridge and Monument Ridge for wind turbines will significantly impact the Wiyot people and their eternal responsibility to the world. I don't expect the board or Terra-Gen representatives to fully understand the importance of sacred areas, but I do hold responsibility to the Board of Supervisors to protect the Wiyot people from further trauma and strain against their way of life. Similar to the other local tribes of the region. There is a reason none of you knew about this sacred site. Only 41 years ago, natives were allowed again to practice their ceremonies and culture. My grandparents had to go into hiding to keep the world alive for all of us. They had to go into hiding to keep themselves alive while selflessly fixing the earth. Take away and desecrating sacred places will only further disrupt their life mission. I support the Wiyot. Reducing the amount of wind turbines doesn't help the cultural impact in any form. How is the archaeologist that looked at this site? Because I'd like to have some words. Why wasn't the tribal cultural liaison brought to the site with Terra-Gen and the Board of Supervisors? An archaeologist doesn't have the knowledge of a group of people who have thousands of years of knowledge. They don't have the knowledge of the people
Thank you.
persecuted into hiding.
Thank you.
My name is John Williams. I live in Petrolia, and I like Bear River Ridge just the way it is. I'm also a PhD environmental scientist. My first 3 publications were in climatology, and I'm here to urge you to support the project because we have run out of time for more benign solutions to the climate crisis. We have known about this for a long time. I've got a paper here published in 1978, pointing out that global warming can destabilize the West Antarctic ice sheet, which by itself, if it collapsed, would raise sea level by over 15 feet. That isn't going to happen quickly. Ice moves, after all, at a glacial pace, but there are long feedbacks in the process. And what can happen quickly, if it hasn't happened already, is getting enough CO2 in the atmosphere that the breakup of that ice sheet becomes inevitable. We've had over 40 years to start to deal with this problem. It is about time we got going. I urge you to support this project.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to address you, Board of Supervisors. I'm Lindsay Berryman, also from Petrolia, a recent invasive, but here because of my concern as well about the failure of the Madrid meeting to come forth with any real addresses to the climate crisis that is upon us. I've been preceded by much more eloquent speakers on this subject, so I will keep my remarks to 2 minutes and say that I'm a follower of Greta Thunberg's, and I would ask you to consider that not only has Greta Thunberg asked us to act now, she has said, and she not only talks the talk, she walks the talk, that we need climate justice for all people. If you read the letter that I wrote to the Planning Commission, I also said how appalling I found it that the Wiyot tribe was not even consulted for this project for its consilience. I find that a key defect in the Terra-Gen project, which I urge you to remediate. I urge you to talk with the biologists who have spoken about marbled murrelets, owls, and bats. I urge you to get Identiflight into your program as soon as possible. And if that tax rebate is not so important, Terra-Gen, Board of Supervisors, please work together with the tribes to make this a project of all the people and not just of energy capital.
Thank you.
I'm Holly Klingel. You know me. A lot of people back here know me. I'm going to lose some friends over this. I cannot believe we're doing this. I came shortly after 8 o'clock this morning. I took a restroom break once because I didn't want to miss any of this. I am absolutely horrified. You know that I'm going to keep showing up, but by God, there's my peace symbol. I will be there when the fighting starts. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Environmental loss is the single biggest cause of global warming. Conservation of the natural environment is critical. Earlier tonight, Madeline Lapp stood up here and stated that she did not expect to speak, and she had 10 copies of new information to give you. However, I was in the room, already signed up to speak, when that information was requested. So she did plan to speak. If that's a small lie, what are the big ones? Terra-Gen has admitted to opening LLCs, limited liability corporations, to do this project with. What that means is that they are limiting the amount of reparations that we can seek should things go catastrophically wrong with this project. There are numerous problems with the EIR. It needs to, at a very minimum, be recirculated as a DEIR again. If Terra-Gen was actually acting in Humboldt's best interests, they would comply with this, no questions asked, no problem. Instead, they are holding us hostage with threats of lawsuits if we deny them. Please support the tribes, support our environment, support this constituency, and deny this project. Thank you.
I need 130 through 140 coming up, please.
Hello, I'm Bill Wharf. I'm a retired mechanical engineer. I live on the Matoll Road, and I appreciate the wildness and the native critters there daily. I've worked in the energy field and on electric vehicles for the past 25 years. My business, Wildcat Solar, has installed over 100 solar electric systems here in Humboldt, many with batteries. I'm here to ask you to approve the Humboldt Wind Project for 3 reasons. First, climate change is real. The scientists say we have to cut our CO2 emissions to 0 within 20 years to avoid a tipping point, thought to be a point of no return to normal temperatures anytime soon. But the use of natural gas or coal-fueled power plants to produce electricity creates CO2, a lot of it. Therefore, no more electricity. I mean, that would be a good alternative. Young people and many older people too, who have learned about climate change are protesting, calling on governments to do something. That's you guys. But like what? Carbon tax? Some other price signal? This project will generate electricity with no CO2 emissions. Second reason, it's good for Humboldt to generate electricity locally. It makes our communities more resilient. This project will help hold a steady electric price and supply, and we're all reminded of PG&E safety shutdowns. Things don't work so well without electricity. Third reason, it's good for the global environment to reduce our CO2 locally. The project creates some impacts, and we've identified mitigations. But in a way, not going to get the last one. Please approve the project.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hi, my name is Jesse Noel, and I prepared comments, but I realize I don't have enough time to speak them into the record. So I'll give you my opinion, and that is that your overriding considerations appear to be the result of collusion. I think the emergency that everyone seems to tout as a reason for going forward and destroying huge amounts of sacred habitat there is an emergency, but a real emergency. Long ago, we would have already begun practicing conservation, and each one of us would have been required to get by on a rationed amount of electricity. Without that, the statement of overriding consideration lacks merit, and it's an abuse of discretion, I think, to rely on that. Second, it seems to be a policy of this county to prejudice people in their homes and their property rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Hazel James. I sit on the Wiyot Tribe Council, and also I'm the cultural assistant for the Wiyot Tribe and a tribal citizen. I hear all these concerns about how it's going to impact Humboldt County, but I have not heard Terra-Gen say their concerns of how it's going to impact the Wiyot Tribe. That's our ancestral land. That's where we go to pray. Nobody knows because we're not obligated we're not obligated to say where we go to pray. It's no one's business but ours. It's private. And it's rude and disrespectful that you guys want to come in and destroy such beautiful land and property. It's disrespectful. We wouldn't do that to you guys. We wouldn't go and destroy where you guys pray. That's all I have. I was told to be nice, so that's it.
And you did a great job. Thank you very much.
I also have a support letter from another neighboring tribe as well.
Thank you.
Bear River Ridge is a sacred site to the Wiyot community, and it's under attack. To put into question the legitimacy of the sacred site is dehumanizing and invalidating. The Wiyot tribe has ties to this land that non-native people will never be able to understand. Land is inherently tied to the people that occupy it, and to deny the land of a community is to deny their survival. Ecological and environmental impacts would be beyond the capacity of repair if the project moves forward. Habitants of the prairie would lose their homes and sources for survival. Mitigations for this project not foreseeable, considering that what has been offered is not desired by the Wiyot community. It has been voiced that a relocation of the prairie would be detrimental to the ecological survival of this land. We need to be transparent about what this project is and what it promotes, and call it for what it is. It being a colonial tool to further silence and invalidate the Wiyot community. As an active community member of Humboldt County, I stand behind the Wiyot and Yurok tribe and will stand in solidarity with them in whatever form it takes. The community will not let this project move forward without forms of resistance taking place. We encourage that the decision moving forward is in favor of the Wiyot tribe.
Thank you. Please.
Oh, dang, I'm not short. Okay. Hi, I'm Georgina Quinn, and I'm with the Humboldt State students here, and I stand with the Wiyot tribe today. And I just want to reiterate the issues that have been raised with the concerns for the environmental impact report on this, as well as the uninclusive planning process. And as well, I want to reiterate that there are a range of alternatives that don't include construction on the Bear River Ridge for energy independence. As well, this project would not even provide Humboldt County with energy independence. As it has been stated, if this project was to be implemented, that we are still on the power grid lines of PG&E. And so if our power was to go out, or if PG&E was to cut power, we would still not have power. Additionally, I want to ask you this question, is that if there was a proposed church being degraded on this land, or like say it was the Sistine Chapel or the Notre Dame, or even just a cemetery, even if this project was to damage one tower, one pivot, one tomb, would you still go forward with this project? If you can answer no to this, then I think it's grave and you need to consider your authenticity and recognize the racism that still remains in your mind. The question, it has been stated that this project is for the benefit of children, and I want to state which children, because for Wiyot children and all Native children, this project is a terrible thing and is not supporting their future. Last month, the city of Eureka took steps forward into renewing relationships with the Wiyot tribe, and if you pass this, you are committing cultural acts of genocide and perpetuating a legacy of domination and no concern for sovereign people and unique culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Mersworth, Ferndale. I've of course sat on various special district boards with three of you, Economic Development Commission, REDAC, Air Quality. So you know I don't oppose projects very often. I'm opposing this one. For the third time in 19 years in Humboldt County, I'm opposing a project. I provided you with extensive technical comments on the DEIR, mostly biology, a few other things. Not a single one of them was adequately addressed, despite my 12 years holding elected office, despite the fact that I have had a leadership role in writing EIRs for much larger projects than this one. I won't bore you with that because you've heard a lot of those comments from other people today. What I will say is that I left the city and came here 19 years ago in part because of policy decisions that degraded quality of life. I came here in part because of open space, because I could get out and hike the wilderness and just see open space around me, unlike the city. And I did not come here to live in the shadow of an industrial scale wind farm. I did not come here to see a project approved with a sloppy, rushed EIR, which is riddled with inconsistencies, it's incomplete, and it's not defensible. I ask you to support your constituents, and to send these folks back to the drawing board and ask them to completely redo this document to proper standards and to recirculate. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, I'm Dr. Kutcha Risling-Baldy. I'm here today in support of the Wiyot tribe, in support of the land, in support of our sacred knowledges, and frankly, in support of what we know is right for Humboldt County. I am a lifelong resident of Humboldt County. I am a 10,000th generation resident of this land, as I am an enrolled member and descendant of the Huba Valley tribe, also Yurok and Karuk. This project is a bad project. It's not a slightly less than perfect project, it's just a bad project. We are in a crisis that was made, founded, and built and upheld by settler colonial arrogance, greed, and willful ignorance. We are not allowed to claim that anymore, especially because as you ask us to come before you, we do come. We come here and share with you our knowledges, and we carry on sacred relationships to land, and are still willing to come before you even when we think that perhaps you are going to vote against us. We're not going to solve this problem through this continued arrogance. We do not designate our sacred sites lightly, and the powers of these parts of this earth and this movement comes from a knowledge and relationship based on thousands of years. Because of that, we do not say no to these projects lightly. We are at a precipice of history and the future, standing somewhere in between where we can either build something meaningful and new or repeat this system that we have been built upon, which has caused this problem in the first place. I raised my hand many times in the back of the room today in support of the Wiyot tribe, in support of our sacred sites. I'm raising my hand again to show you that I'm in the room and to remind you that we come here asking you to make the right decision, which I absolutely know all of you know does not come from destroying a sacred site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Please.
I have written comments from today and from the 16th. 9 copies as requested. My name is Richard Ginger, and I've been deeply involved in watershed restoration, in forestry, and watershed issues since the 1970s here in Mendocino and Humboldt counties. Dear supervisors and people, the question before you is not a sincere, hard choice selection of necessary sacrifice for present or future environmental, economic, and social well-being, including climate impacts. It is a current version of the continued subjugation of the land and the people that rely on that land. It is a direct example of decisions made to favor the rich and or powerful, beg your pardon, that is generally found in much of human history, and very specifically in Humboldt County and the North Coast. The legal obligation to evaluate and respond to cumulative impacts, to adequately consult with Indian people, and to ensure that California's Native American heritage is protected is not being met. There's an obligation for recovery of the damage that has been historically done here. Rejuvenation and protection of the landscape and values and resources that benefits all the stakeholders in the best way possible. If the king of Round Valley, George White, were alive today and had a choice to continue his stranglehold and domination of a whole region with a high finance speculative bonanza cloaked in carefully crafted, almost religious rhetoric of sacrifice for everyone's future, I'd bet he'd take it. That is not the choice to be very blindly made today.
Thank you.
So don't be justified by a criminally.
Thank you. I'm going to take the next 3, then we're going to go into the 140s, And then we're going to use this to take a stretch break for 5 minutes. And I'm going to hold everybody to this one.
Good evening. I'm Janet Walcott, and I'm from Bayside. I'm ardently pro-union, but I believe there's a better way to support local employment than something as destructive as this project, this proposed project. Also, I'm well aware of the threat of climate change and the need to change our consumption habits. I believe strongly that to acknowledge climate change is not to be obligated to take every greenwashed bad deal that's presented to us. I think we need to be critical. This is a really important decision. The climate crisis we're facing has arisen due to human consumption habits, so logic tells us that the solution lies in changing those consumption habits. So far today, I have heard the term meeting our energy needs again and again, but I think we need to question just what our energy needs are. And I propose that we need to perhaps re-examine our sense of entitlement to such an energy-intensive lifestyle that enables us to use electric power and fossil fuel power carelessly, thoughtfully, and needlessly. I think that while solar power, it's been pointed out, is not the solution to all of our energy needs, I would propose that if we put solar energy on every roof in Humboldt County, that would provide a lot of jobs. And then if we need more energy, we should go from there. But I think we have no right to cause such environmental destruction in the name of our addiction to excessive consumption. We've been accused, those of us who are opposed to this project have been accused of NIMBYism, but I think we all have to take care of our backyards. I love my backyard. There are a lot of things I think need to go on in my backyard, but I have to protect it. Please protect our backyards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon. I have come today to urge the Board of Supervisors to stand in solidarity with the tribal groups that have spoken today, the WIAT. How refreshing it was to listen to the voices of Indigenous people who have done their homework. I had chills listening to their voices today. I did not have chills listening to Terra-Gen. I see a future in the protection of these sites. They are sacred. It's obvious they are sacred. I think that in protecting their integrity, we can learn a little bit about protecting our planet. I believe Terra-Gen only cares about business, and I thought it was dumb listening to them talk about archaeology sites as if members of Native American tribes aren't actively in this room and completely able of going up to these sites and practicing their spiritual practices. We need to think about the future. Destroying this site is not saving nature, it is killing our mama nature. And we cannot destroy sacred sites of the WIAT and other tribes and the critters that walk, fly, swim, and the countless ecosystems found in this spot exclusively. Less than 5% of perennial grasslands still exist. I think that's important to consider in your decisions. We've talked a lot about carbon dioxide. I want to bring up a study from Cornell University, which claimed that 1 acre of oak woodlands can sequester 30,000 pounds of carbon dioxide. There's 900 acres in question that could be destroyed. If you do the math, that's 27 million pounds of CO2, which is 13,500 tons of CO2 a year. This project is only supposed to last for 30 years, but forests can last for thousands of years. So I urge you to stand in solidarity with the WIAT tribes and indigenous groups and not on their land.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening. My name is L'Oreal Caverly. Good evening, Chairman and board members. I'm a 7-year resident of Humboldt County, and I will be voting on March 3rd. I work as a botanist for Caltrans, but I speak today for myself. I stand with the WIAT tribe, and I defer to their position on their sacred land, which they have cared for since time immemorial. Yes, we are facing a scary future with climate change, but that does not mean we should allow cultural, botanical, and wildlife destructions for a minimal fossil fuel mitigation. There are numerous issues with the draft and final EIR, one being that Terra-Gen should have consulted with the Yurok biologists on condor issues. They did not consider the condor in the Gen tie lines design. This is a pretty large failing. Please do not certify this erroneous environmental document. I have a question. Have you all reviewed the statements of your Commissioner, Melanie McAvoy? If not, I urge you to carefully review all of her high-quality research before voting on this matter. This project is not good for our community if it is not good for all of us. We must not place the burden of climate change on the shoulders of Indigenous people who have already endured so much and with so much grace. This project would be the wrong kind of turbines in the wrong location. I want bladeless wind turbines in appropriate locations. And what about the fire hazards and the potential of oil spills from the turbines? This project is just unacceptable. Please reject the conditional use permit and protect Saki-Uwit. Thank you.
Thank you. 5 minutes exactly, and we'll start with 140, I believe. Thank you. All right, number 140, please. Number 140. Number 140, please. I appreciate everybody's time on this, patience, and 95% respectability. So I appreciate that, you guys. What's that? Oh. Please.
My name is Donna Wright, President CEO of the Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board, committees and businesses that could not be here today and ask for your support in this project. When looking at the position, the Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce board and committees first considered our mission statement being the Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce is an organisation of members that promotes and advocates for trade, commerce, jobs and tourism. We also value where we live and why we choose to live here. With this in mind, in September 2018, our business and industry chair and I attended the Global Climate Action Summit in San Francisco, in particular a breakout session, Chambers for Innovation and Clean Energy. The Eureka Chamber of Commerce believes that it is of the utmost importance to work together with the renewable energy sector, this business community to contribute and states greenhouse reduction goals. Our community is in a remote area and there are already great work done by the Blue Lake Rancheria in solar power. There were discussions of both onshore and offshore wind projects. We wanted to be prepared and understand what it would mean to our community. We came away with a much greater understanding of how supporting renewable energy can support this positive economic growth via installation of these projects, creating new jobs during the construction and the ongoing maintenance. Businesses and individuals are drawn to those communities that have embraced the clean energy movement. There'll be above board and living wage jobs generated. An economic boost via taxes would be achieved. It would also continue the push for economical revival of our working harbour by bringing the components of the wind turbines there. Clean energy and economic prosperity go hand in hand. The Humboldt Wind Project represents an important investment into Humboldt County's renewable energy future, business community, economic diversification and resilience.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael McCaskill. I'm one of the people running against Estelle, and a lot of other people are. I think the quick, simple answer is please wait for the offshore. We seem to be in a climate disaster. I'm so glad to see a bunch of people acknowledging that who never seemed to acknowledge that before, but a climate disaster does not mean we need disaster capitalism. I fully understand the need to make sacrifices, and my own house is a sacrifice zone because that was probably Wiat land and probably was a natural ecosystem, but it's now my home. However, I don't see any sacrifices being made by, say, the petrochemical industry or, say, the county and its general planned land use actions in the general plan. It's just the Wiat and the environment and the birds and bats that need to make the sacrifice, and that's starting with the wrong group of people. The most important thing, I think, to head off a lot of problem is your CEQA is going to be very, very inadequate because this whole Wind LLC2 and maps that some people have seen showing the expansion down along the ridge tops where you were showing with the red lines earlier, that is going to be a foreseeable consequence of this because of the grid interties, because of the roads going up, and your CEQA needs to take those cumulative impacts into effect. And you can say perhaps, oh, we had no idea that was coming up, but if I have heard of it, you all have heard of it, and when the depositions come, you guys are going to have to produce a bunch of information about that. And only 30 seconds left, I'll be really quick. Tax-wise, we're each going to get about $2 each to the general fund here in the county. There is about 14, 15 other dollars which will be going to the state and could be distributed in other places, but it's not a huge money earner, especially since it represents $100 million of federal tax money going, which we all pay for one way or another. I'm just about out of time, so I'll leave it at it's really easy to buy off labor. Where is Terra-Gen and where is Energy Capital Partners' other labor?
Please. You guys keep trying. I'm going to please keep it asking. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, and I hope your gluteus maximi are in better shape than mine.
Just so you know, we're sitting in the same chair as you are.
Yeah.
So I know where the city of Eureka cut costs.
Right, yeah,
the padding.
So I'm here to stand in solidarity with the Wiat tribe and urge you to reject this project. I submitted 10 copies of a letter that will elaborate on the reasons why I'm taking this stand. In order to slow down the rate of global warming, it's obvious that we need to do two things. We need to reduce our carbon emissions, and we need to increase our carbon sequestration. So this project doesn't do anything to help us increase sequestration, and during the 18 months of construction, it actually will end up increasing our carbon emissions. Let's take a look at the transport sector. That's the sector that's our biggest source of emissions. And there is something that we can do. It's not going to be politically palatable, but behavioral science research shows that the most effective way to get us out of our gas-burning cars into carpooling and public transportation is really to use a stick and implement high parking fees countywide. That would actually work, according to the research. Another source of carbon emissions in Humboldt County is biomass electricity generation. So biomass, as we know, is more expensive than wind, solar, geothermal, or small hydro, and we, the ratepayers, are stuck with either 23% or 16% biomass in our generation mix, no matter whether this project goes through or not. So I would hope that you would give some attention to biomass because that is emitting carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, NOx.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Good evening, Walt Paniak from Arcata. I support the Wiyot tribe in their request to deny this project. The trauma of the past was fraught with violence, indentured servitude, and attempts of actual genocide and policies of cultural genocide. Failing their request compounds and adds to the cumulative effect of past trauma. Many of the destructive policies of the past were state-sponsored. I would like to quote three long phrases. On June 18th of this year, Governor Newsom in Executive Order 1519 formally apologized to California Native Americans. I would like to quote three long phrases from that order and submit copies of the complete order for the record. Quote, the state of California hereby, A, recognizes that the state historically sanctioned over a century of depredation and prejudicial policies against California Native Americans. B, commends and honors California Native Americans for persisting, carrying on cultural and linguistic traditions, and stewarding and protecting their land that we now share. C, apologizes on behalf of citizens of the state of California to all California Native Americans for their many instances of violence, maltreatment, and neglect inflicted on the tribes. The transgenerational trauma of these acts persists to this day. We should take every effort to reduce that trauma.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mel Krebs. I'd like to thank Chairman Bohn and the board's members of the Board of Supervisors and the hardworking staff from the Planning Department and all of the reps here from Terra-Gen for being here today. I want to start with what I was going to stop with because I think I'll run out of time. When I go back to Iowa, I always go to see my parents' graves because they're sacred to me. Sacred is sacred. The two sovereign nations that have testified here today who oppose this project should have been listened to, and that should be enough to reject this project. There's some other things too. One is that water flows downhill. I don't know if you knew that. The Pepperwood Town Area groundwater basin is fed by Jordan Creek, Greenlaw Creek, and Bear Creek. That's my water supply. I used to respond to oil spills as a member of the California Conservation Corps' oil spill response team, typically working as a safety officer. And you can't clean up onshore oil spills. Go to the Santa Clarita River and take a look around. These windmills have gallons and gallons of oil in them to lubricate them. If they catch on fire, or if the two earthquake faults that are less than 2 miles away should break loose and one of these towers goes down, or maybe all 20 of them on the ridgeline of Jordan Creek will go down, you don't have an oil spill response plan. You also have not, and this is a specific phrase, you don't have an oil spill response plan. And the other thing is you have not appointed a responsible party, which means I'm responsible for an oil spill in Jordan Creek because you haven't made Terra-Gen responsible. And I think that's probably enough. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks. Again, please, thank you. Could we get the 150s?
Hi, I'm Linda Bird from Eureka. We are at a crossroads. Most of us agree there's a climate crisis and that we need to focus on clean, renewable energy and move away from fossil fuels. Having a wind energy project in Humboldt County on the surface seems the right path to take. However, this particular project, Terra-Gen's proposal, has serious and fatal flaws. First and foremost is the choice of sites. The California Energy Commission and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife have a rating system for wind energy sites, with 1 being great, for example, already existing wind turbines, and 4 being terrible due to pristine habitats and endangered species. The site is deemed by the above groups as a Site 4. The United States Department of Energy says that for wind energy to be a sustainable resource, it is vital that wind energy projects are appropriately and responsibly sited, which includes the protection of wildlife and their habitat. I would not call a Site 4 either appropriate or responsible. Trying to mitigate a very poor choice of sites doesn't make sense. The fact that the ridge is a sacred place for the Wiyot should be heard and respected. We can do better than this. Do not let the rush to deal with the climate crisis blind us to the realities of this project. What we lose in the process is far, far greater than whatever marginal gains we might accrue. How about a community wind project? It would allow local organizations to develop local projects that result in more economic benefits to the community than conventional wind projects developed by companies with no local ties. Community wind projects are locally owned. Locals can influence the siting and sizing of projects, ensure that local interests are honored.
Thank
Humboldt
you.
County could take.
Thank you.
You got me? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Kathleen Becker, ordinary citizen here. Humboldt County can be a challenging place to live. We enjoy life here because it offers what can't be found in many places anymore. We are cradled in a unique home surrounded by wonderful, rich natural areas and world-renowned redwood forests. But one of the things that makes this area a really great place to live is its people. There are a lot of problems out there. We don't have a lot of money, but we have a community that cares. People step up. The best of us are there for our neighbors. Having lived the past 40 years in Eureka, I'm not familiar with the other supervisors, but I do know that Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Bohn have built their reputations by being there for the people of this county. Please, supervisors, don't let us down now. The citizens of Rio Dale and Scotia, the ranchers of Bear River Valley, and the Wiyot tribe need you to have their backs. The Terra-Gen project will destroy the peace and property of Scotia, Rio Dale, the Bear River Valley, and surrounding areas. It is a betrayal of the Wiyot people. It is a gut punch to anyone who cares about preserving the best of Humboldt County for future generations. Proponents speak of the need to combat climate change, but this project is far more harm than good. We all want a clean, bright future for Humboldt County, but abandoning our values and selling out our neighbors is not the way to get there. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kirsten Boyce, and I'm a Wiyot Tribal Councilwoman. And I can't say it better than those before me, but I've heard and read horrible, ignorant comments about the Wiyot's claim about the sacredness of this ridge. Someone claiming to be a fifth-generation landowner, whatever that means, just highlights what many have said before me about our people being massacred and our land being taken from us. We may never be able to reclaim it, but we will always defend it. Whether it's turbines or dams, it's our duty to protect the balance of nature. It seems ridiculous to me to do this over temporary and permanent damage for a measly 30 years of energy. Who does it truly benefit? And how long does it take after construction and decommission for the land to be restored? And to tear apart a community this way just doesn't seem worth it to me. So I plead you to vote no project.
Thank you very much.
Greetings, my name is Ellen Beltz. I'm a retired university professor, not at HSU, but at a much distant school. It's called Northeastern. I taught geology for about 10 years. I've guided candidates through their advanced degrees. I will tell you that engineers usually hate geologists because every time they want to build something, we come along and say, but wait, there's a fault. And I will say it again, that on these high sacred ridges for the Wiyot, there are many faults. There's one up there that's actually named Russ Fault, and it's mapped by the state, but it's not in the DEIR or the EIR. There are many, many gaps in these documents. I have reviewed documents for many projects over the last 35 years of my life, and I have not ever seen a document with so many flaws, so many internal contradictions, and so much disrespect for the people who will be reading it and for the people who are here to make a decision on it. You have a very difficult decision in front of you, but I stand here with the WIAT, with my neighbors, with my friends, with the unions. 1.5 years of employment is not enough to give away Bear River Ridge and Monument Ridge. 1.5 years of employment is a drop in the bucket. 16% of $100,000 in tax revenue is not enough to even pay for the time of the people in this room for this day. I thank you very much for your effort. I don't support the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken Miller. The Cascadia fault is also not on their EIR. As far as the what you were looking at for the taxation and the property values, if that's the same LBL survey that's on the RCA website, I've read it, and it excludes people who live around big turbines like these. It's not applicable. Labor, until they signed the contract, their law firm submitted 515 pages opposing every bit of this project. That's labor sold pretty cheap. And then, you know, you hear all these people that are so worried about a 10-year emergency, and we got to do something about this 10-year emergency, and yet we're willing to dump greenhouse gases for 2 years, and Terra-Gen can't even spit out the number because they're so used to dividing by 30 years. The expansion of this project, it may not be Terra-Gen, but RCA's plan is to expand onshore wind and upgrade the transmission capacity. That's very clear in their plan, and that includes the windy ridges from Cape Town to Petrolia. Don't be fooled by some promise that Terra-Gen's not going to increase their projects on the landscape. Mr. Ford ignored the health and safety part of the energy GPU. That's, I think it's 12.7 in the GPU. Just like the EIR has ignored infrasound and other downwind impacts. So I encourage you, like so many others, to vote no and to allow a project that comes in that everybody can support.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Lafferty. I live and own a business here in Eureka, and I think that this is the time to act. If we do not act now, then we are not going to get another opportunity like this to make an impact in the right direction towards the global climate crisis. It is not a perfect solution, but I think we need to take the first step. We can't rely on other people in other counties and other places to take the first step. We need to show that we have skin in the game and that we're willing to do something to make positive impact for our world and for our children's world. And I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Board, staff, my name is Bill Burns. I have been a resident of Humboldt County for 33 years. I have watched Hurwitz take over Pacific Lumber Company when they had a 30-year plan out to harvest, and they harvested all in 10 years. They now don't cut redwood anymore. I've seen the pulp mills go down. There's a lot of employment out there, both those pulp mills. We see sawmills going down, shutting down. We're running out of jobs. Our biggest export out of our community is our most valuable resource, and that's our children. You know, our children don't have much here, so they have to go in other places to go to work. Either that or they work in the cannabis industry or something. It's really tough work, but they'll do that until they die. There's no pension, no health plan. It's a tough way to go. I encourage you to support this project. If we get this project going, people say, well, it's only a year and a half or 2 years. I heard 3 years. I have no idea how long the project is good for. But thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. We'd like the 160s to start setting up, please. Thank you.
Hey Young, I grew up in Hoopa. I am a Native youth. We dum Trinity Holia a Holia Hananya Colgrove Huntachting. My name is Trinity Colgrove. I'm a sophomore at Hoopa Valley High School. I'm an enrolled member of the Hoopa tribe, but I'm also Yurok and Kaduk. I'm here to support the Wiyot people. Destroying a sacred environment and ecosystem in an attempt to help reduce the impact that caused global climate change is uncalled for. If you really want to help against this fight with global change, I suggest you trust the people who have been here for thousands of years and sustain the land while also keeping it healthy. Gathering and learning about the native species within the reservation I personally grew up in has been very important to me. It has been implemented in my life that I do not want this to be taken from my neighboring tribe. Indigenous knowledge, ceremony, and prayer has been around since time immemorial. My ancestors did it for a reason, so that this earth, this way of life, can be passed on to future generations. Stand with the Wiyot people and stand for all of our future generations. Say no to Terra-Gen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. More hands, less screaming.
Hello, my name's Don Maddox. I live in Arcata. I've got 3,000 watts of photovoltaics on my roof, so I'm doing my part, I think. I think it's a lot cleaner than the wind project that's going on here. But I'm not going to talk about that necessarily. I'm going to talk about the Pacific Flyway. In Humboldt County, we are blessed with a rich diversity of wildlife, including many species of birds. Just down the highway from this project on 101 is the Humboldt Bay National Wildlife Refuge. It is considered an internationally significant area for migrating birds with over 260 different species of birds documented on or near the refuge. As many as 100,000 shorebirds can be found here during the peak season. Over 60,000 Aleutian quackling geese can be found here in the spring. These many species migrate from Mexico to Alaska and back during the fall and spring seasons. On the Pacific Flyway, it makes no more sense to endanger these birds by handling a wind farm, or by building a wind farm on this Pacific Flyway. Please deny this wind project.
Thank you.
Hi. I often ride my bike over the Bear River Ridge. It's incredibly beautiful. I've seen eagles. I saw a hawk lift off carrying a live rabbit. And I also used to ride my bike on Altamont Pass Road through the Altamont wind towers in Livermore. And so I feel like I can have a vision of how this is going to be, and it's going to be horrible. The Altamont Pass, the size of the wind turbines is overwhelming. It's just a dead landscape. I'm not sure people know how huge this is. And I have some drawings, and you probably can't see them from there, but I'm going to try. Okay, and I hope they're a little funny, too. Here's a 6-foot-tall person. Here's a 6-foot-tall person next to a 40-foot tall foam pole. Here's a 6-foot person next to the 40-foot tall foam pole next to a 150-foot tall transmission tower, which is, they're huge. This is a big one. We know what they look like. See how tiny the little 6-foot tall person is? Okay. Here's all those things next to the wind tower. I don't know if you can see it, but the person's little dot, it's incredibly huge. This thing is twice as tall as the Statue of Liberty. It's so tall that it goes into navigable airspace. Anyway, I think this project is very bad for the greater good. It's horrible for the greater good. The best thing for the greater good is to preserve and protect wildlife, not hack up the eagles and pave over their edible rabbits. I think it's a short-sighted and destructive project. And it seems to me like the profit is going to out-of-town investors. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam Cantor, Wiat Tribe. Thank you, board, for being up there, and you have a very big decision in front of you, and we might all feel like an aging wind turbine that's about to explode into flames, but we have to keep our heads together and try to make the critical right decision here, which will be to deny this project. And from the very beginning, during the AB 52 consultation, AB 52 is a recent addition to CEQA. I think went into law in 2016, and it was passed specifically to prevent lawsuits from CEQA cases that were impacting tribal cultural resources because tribes were not being adequately consulted with prior to the project. And from the very beginning, the WIAT told you about the resources, the unmitigable, unavoidable impacts that would happen up from the ridge, and no one seems to have been paying attention. And so what's going to potentially end up happening? There might be a lawsuit, the very thing that AB 52 was designed to prevent. And one of the statement of overriding considerations for this would be the compliance with the Global Warming Solutions Act. And as part of that act, there is an Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. If AB 32, the Global Warming Solutions Act, is going to be used as a statement of overriding considerations, the Wiat Tribe is due a meeting with the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee that sits under the Air Resources Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Dr. Caitlin Reed. I'm a Yurok tribal member and a professor of Native American Studies at Humboldt State University, and I stand with the Wiat tribe. Sac-Uwit, known by you newcomers as Bear Mountain Ridge, is a high prayer spot for the Wiat, and it should not be desecrated. Why isn't that enough for you? Okay, I should have been on campus all day helping students study for finals, but I couldn't do that because sacred sites and native cultures are still under attack by the country that is supposedly founded on religious freedom. I guess everybody else except us. Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, please do not desecrate Sac-Uwit. This is not an environmentally responsible decision. Numerous environmental groups are opposing this project for a reason. This is a biologically sensitive native perennial grassland. You can't transplant it somewhere else, and there are less than 5% of them left. Road construction, expansion, concrete foundations, and other infrastructure will destroy this grassland, threaten the hoary bat and condor, just in case you don't care about native people. Hundreds of forests will be clear-cut for the transmission corridor, imposing wildfire, and it is better to leave forests intact than to clear-cut them to save the environment. It's crazy that I need to tell you that, right? Taking land apart for money is the same worldview that created these problems. Terra-Gen is trying to seduce you with clean energy and hold you hostage with threats. But an investment in Terra-Gen is not a divestment in fossil fuels. Their parent company, Energy Capital Partners, invests in both fossil fuels and fracking. This project is tied to the PG&E grid and does not provide energy independence. Their only argument are energy and jobs. It doesn't create energy security, and it gives you 15 jobs, right? Voting no to this project is not a rejection of alternative energy. The Wiat Tribe, RCEA, and the county have already committed to developing wind. We understand the urgency of climate change and ending dependence on fossil fuel, but you don't need to desecrate a sacred site to do it. quit sacrificing Native peoples and vote no.
Thank you. Lots of hands.
Hey, I'm an engineer. I just wanted to tell you your math is crap and stay off the Wiyot's sacred site.
Great, thank you. You guys, please. It's late. I want to scream too. I fully understand, but please.
Good afternoon, Board. It's a pleasure to stand before you. My name is Gordon Johnson. I'm a City Council member in Rio Dell. I've worked with all of you on various commissions, boards, and committees, and it's been a pleasure to do that over the last 6+ years. The board made a wise decision in coming to this facility. It's able to hold, I don't know, maybe 400 people. It looked like about 300 were able to sit comfortably on comfortable chairs. And our mayor presented 621 petitions signed by my neighbors. That would fill this 1.5 times. That's a large body of folk. I had the pleasure of going door to door during the rain in the last 2 weeks and asking folk if they would be interested in signing a petition. 95% of them said yes. Well, maybe 90%. 5% didn't really know enough to sign it, or they were moving from the area, or they just got here. There was maybe 5% that said, I would not sign that. I want wind at any cost. So I asked the folk that were not interested in, or that were interested in signing a petition, why? Some of them were NIMBYs, not in my backyard. They didn't want to look at 600-foot tall towers. Some stood with the Wiyot tribe, don't desecrate the land. Some, like myself, who know a lot about road construction, said this is a disaster for the environment. If we took a vote, thank you very much.
Thanks, Gordon.
Thank you, Supervisors, for holding this meeting here today. Thank you for the executive summary that was put before you on this meeting here. It really puts some things into perspective. My name is Mike Newman. I'm an insurance broker here in town in Eureka, also on the Planning Commission. I appreciate my fellow commissioner earlier this afternoon, Alan Bongio, coming to speak and put some things straight. I've heard more misinformation that was old stuff that has been addressed by Terra-Gen, and to mitigate a lot of the things on this project. I believe that we need to take steps now for our energy independence for the county, even though it's not directly affecting or will make us an island right away. The upgrades that this project will do with the substations and other things with the lines will very much help us to have that energy islanding effect so that we're not held at bay should the grid need to be shut down as it's coming in. We can then do that. It's not spelled out right there in the project, but it will be happening. I believe that if we don't take these steps right away to do away with carbon-based electricity manufacturing, that when will we do that? We need to do our part here in Humboldt County. And this is a step in the right direction. It does help on our tax base as well. We have a shrinking tax income coming in. I don't want to see more taxes put upon the citizenry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. Eddie Koch from the Wiyot Tribe. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the company's appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny the conditional use permit and special permit for the Humboldt Wind Project. We have submitted written testimony that explains the legal deficiencies of the company's appeal. There are many reasons why the Commission's decision should be affirmed. Today, I wish to highlight some of the main points of our opposition to the company's appeal. First, the appeal is procedurally defective. The Humboldt County Code requires the company to say specifically why the Commission's decision does not comply with zoning ordinances and why the decision is wrong or an abuse of discretion. In its appeal, the company does not argue that the Commission violated the standards and regulations of the zoning ordinance, nor does the company claim the Commission's decision was an error or an abuse of discretion. Because the company fails to base its appeal on the appropriate grounds, this board should deny the appeal and affirm the Commission's decision to deny the project. Second, the Commission's decision to deny the project was correct. The Commission considered massive written comments on the draft and final EIR, heard testimony during the various public hearings, and reviewed thorough reports from county staff. The Commission members themselves discussed at length the EIR and the potential benefits of the project, weighing those against the immense and unavoidable harm the project would cause the environment. After carefully considering and balancing the project's significant and unavoidable harm to the environment against its potential benefits, the Commission reasonably determined that the benefits were insufficient to outweigh the paramount and insurmountable harm to the environment, including the Wiyot tribal cultural resources. The Commission did not err or abuse its discretion. We respectfully ask that you deny the appeal and affirm the Commission's decision. Thank you.
Could I get the 170s to please step up? 170 through 180.
I, as a community member, do not want to be married further to the murderous PG&E grid. The experts have come in and told you not why to oppose. The Wiyot have told you why to oppose. And now I'm here as a community member to tell you why to oppose. And also how this whole situation isn't ethical. Nathan introduced his entire family, and yet I am limited to 2 minutes. I asked Rex to extend public comment to more days, to an increased time to speak, at least 3 minutes, which is still not adequate. He said he could not because this building is not available. Rio Del Mayor told us we could go to Rio Del. We could use those facilities. That's a cop-out. It's not acceptable. Estelle, I asked you. You said that next year, when you're chairman, you would give me more time. You think you're going to be in that spot next year if you approve this project? I know, and I don't even live in Rio Del or Scotia, that there are a lot of people upset with you for not even talking to the people, having a meeting to see how the people closest to the project feel. It's inappropriate. There is proof. Terra-Gen, you're pitting the working class against each other. This project divides the community when there are other ways to find work. The homeless need homes, the schools need repair, the roads suck. This system has imprisoned our sisters and brothers. This system has made our brothers and sisters work for less than a livable wage. This system has separated families. This system puts workers' lives at risk. And Terra-Gen is a spoke in that system. We need you out of our community. I went and I also did petitions yesterday at the co-op.
Thank you.
And everybody.
Okay, members of the board, I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Larry Bravo, and I have been a resident of Rio Del for 80 years, and I also had businesses in Stafford. Please let me share with you a little of the local history known to me. Rio Del and the region surround it has weak, unsteady bedrock. due to the factors caused by geological processes that result in the moderate to high instability observed throughout the area. Here are a few examples. The slide between Riedel and Scotia that dammed the river up clear to the railroad tracks and also to the next lane. Also the slide at Stafford due to poor logging practices, and part of the proposed road for the project known to me as the I-5 log haul route with the nickname Little I-5 has had serious unstable ground issues with large slides in the recent past. The U.S. Highway 101 to the north of Redcrest has a section that is constantly moving downhill due to its soil and broken up bedrock composed is known as the infamous blue goo. There are numerous other examples I could list, but I don't believe they could be brought up without at least 2 weeks of your time. I thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Jensen. Everybody calls me Farmer. I'm an earth firster and forest defender, and the past several years I've been very busy helping to defend Rainbow Ridge from Humboldt Redwood Company, which, as you probably know, is neighboring Monument Ridge and Bear River Ridge. Since I used up a quarter of my time already, I just wanted to say that I think it's disgraceful that there's no WIOT people at this table. There's no seat for the WIOT at this table, or any of the municipalities that are being affected. I think there's a lot to be improved upon the forum here. I have a few notes. I'm not really going to be very eloquent about it, but wanted to say, Energy Capital Partners is a fossil fuel company. Terra-Gen is providing advertisements as evidence, making statements they can't back up, like the energy will be locally consumed. Who actually thinks that is a fact? I think that's just propaganda. The windmills will not save Humboldt from disasters. We need to let the forest grow back. We need to let the redwood forest absorb the carbon that it's capable of absorbing. That's where our contribution to fighting climate change really is, not in our fossil fuel consumption. We do need to reduce that. I use as little as possible, and I think a lot of people here also do. But that's really not we live in the forest. We need to let the forest grow back, let the redwoods do what they're good at doing, and stop Green Diamond and other companies from clear cutting at a 45-year age, because the forest can do so much more. All right, thanks.
Great. Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Daniel Noel. I'm 22. I'm an HSU student, and I stand with the WIOT and the communities of Rio Dell and Scotia in opposition to the Humboldt Wind Project. This project is culturally and ecologically destructive for Humboldt County, and the benefits do not outweigh the costs. This project destroys sacred WIOT land, and you talk about respecting the WIOT people, but when they're here, you're not listening to them. And going forward with this project will contribute to the cultural genocide of the WIOT people. They've made that extremely clear, yet no one is respecting that. This project will only run for 30 years, while these ecosystems that are being destroyed, 655 acres will be impacted. They can produce oxygen and sequester carbon for thousands of years. This project is a major fire hazard. This project does not disconnect us from the larger grid. This project does not guarantee as many local jobs as it seems like it does. This project does not solve the climate crisis. This project is not appropriate for Humboldt County. And before you make your decision, understand that there is no climate justice in supporting a project that destroys indigenous culture and land, a project that destroys ecosystems, a project that seriously threatens bird and bat populations, and a project that is opposed by many in Humboldt County.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Good evening, everybody. I want to say thank you for allowing us to be here and voice our concerns. I want to say thank you to my fellow constituents for speaking so eloquently and rationally on this matter. It's gotten late here. I'm just going to run through some words that I compiled. So according to the explored project alternatives discussed earlier in the day, there is no possibility for this project to continue with respect for ecological diversity nor tribal sovereignty while remaining viable. Therefore, if the goal of this project is to green our electrical grid, it is entirely inviable. If the goal is to help this toxic colonial society become more sustainable, it is entirely inviable. When traditional ecological knowledge is ignored, there is no scientific consensus. Where tribal sovereignty is ignored, there is no sustainability. We are facing imminent global catastrophe, and there is no room for continued capitalistic colonial enterprise, regardless of how greenwashed it may be. I hope it is obvious enough for you at this point. They speak about what we may have to gain, but there is nothing here for us. This is theft, a theft of mutual respect, a theft of remaining ecological diversity, and a continued theft of sanctity. There are no easy answers to the problem we face globally. On a local level, though, with the power we hold here today, the answer is simple. Reject Terra-Gen, respect the Wiyot Nation, and respect what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I get the 180s, please? 180s, next.
Hi, I'm Joyce King, McKinleyville. The enormous scale of this project, its extremely controversial site, national and international reports on this and other wind project developers has generated hundreds of comments to you and the Planning Commission. Many came in just the last week, containing significant new information and lengthy technical documentation. How can you evaluate the amount of information in the short time you've been given? Humboldt County would be permanently altered while critical information lies buried in the record. Critical information is also missing from the record because of lack of disclosure of this project's full scope and potential impacts. Potential impacts to and from the project of fire, earthquakes, and landslides on this seismically vulnerable site have not been thoroughly modeled and evaluated. Impacts to the ancient ecosystems which imperiled species represent have not been assessed. There is evidence in the record that this company has little experience with ridgetop siting, and that these turbines are not designed to perform well on sites like this. And the county is not protected from the limited liability corporations abandoning, decommissioning, and cleanup costs to up to $1 million per turbine. There is evidence in the record that solar alternatives are equally capable of meeting the county and state climate goals with greater sustainability, self-sufficiency, and fewer impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, everybody. Sue Maloney from Redway. A couple of years ago, I would have said, wind energy? Yes. But then you learn more about this project specifically, and how can we come to any other answer but no, it's not appropriate. The Weats are opposed. All of the reasons spelled out in the EIR that you've seen in black and white, it's not that we're just saying them, they're in the documents. Significant, unavoidable impacts. The other way to say that? Unavoidable, significant impacts. But we may never have this opportunity again, we're told. I wonder if that's exactly what they said about the nuke plant. How did that work out? Remember when we thought nuclear power was good? Then there was the Calpine LNG plant. Oh wait, that's you guys. Then there was the cruise ships. It'll be great for the local economy. Then we heard from residents of towns where the cruise ships come in. Maybe not such a good idea. I do want to be able to support a project like this. Are we just being NIMBYs? But then when you scratch the surface, you learn that entire countries like Germany have abandoned trillion-dollar industries. It didn't achieve their goal of reducing carbon dioxide. Or maybe it's also because of serious human health effects. Or maybe it's because of negative impacts to livestock. We need to protect what we have here. We need to protect our forests. Please vote no.
Thank you. Toto.
Good evening. My name is Frances Ferguson, and I'm going to be brief because much has already been said. I have lived in Arcata for many years. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am here today to ask you to deny the Terra-Gen project. I have wrestled with this issue. Like most of us, I am concerned about climate change and recognize the importance of reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. But that does not mean that we should approve any alternative energy project anywhere, regardless of its impact on people and the environment. I cannot justify the damage to a Wiyot sacred site that the 30-year Terra-Gen project would cause. I have followed this issue and have read of no mitigation that would compensate for that damage. We cannot undo what our Humboldt County ancestors have done, the crimes that they have committed against the Wiyots, but we must respect the Wiyots now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Tia Oroz Peters, and I'm the Executive Director of the Seventh Generation Fund for Indigenous Peoples. We're a non-governmental organization in special consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. We stand in solidarity with the Wiyot Nation, with the Yurok Nation, with Scotia, with Rio Dell, and with thousands of people in this county who have already told you what they think, what they know. You know, we're not going to have it. We are not going to have a sacred site be a sacrifice zone for mega industry. Don't you dare wrap green and jobs and think you can fool us. You are preying upon our people, and we're not going to have it. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is a human rights standard of the world. The US may have been the last one, but they also have endorsed it as a subsidiary body of the United States government in the so-called United States. You have a responsibility to abide by the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. A very basic human right articulated in that is the right of free, prior, and informed consent. Free, prior, and informed consent means Indigenous peoples have a right to say no. A right to say no. A right to say no. I'm going to say it again. A right to say no to anything on their lands and territories. They've said no, and so have everybody else here.
Thank you. Please. You're doing pretty good. You're going to break it, aren't you, Howard?
Huh? Okay. Okay. Whoops. Okay.
Just
Oh,
hold
I
it,
do
Howard.
Okay, well, I've got, need both my hands, though, because I've got things torn up here. Okay.
He'll hold it.
When
He'll
I drop
hold
it, okay.
He'll hold it.
My name is Ann White, and I live in Eureka.
He's
And,
got it. You can take your hand off.
What's that?
He's got it. You can take your hand off if you
Okay.
need to. There you
Fish
go.
and Wildlife opposes the project with good reason. This is the Pacific Flyway that we live on, and these big hills, thousands of bats, birds, and raptors will be killed. They'll be chopped up, and you know, when they're injured, even they'll go off, they'll fly off someplace. So there's no way to monitor it. The birds fly. I know we all know this, but I'll say it again because I have it written down. That they migrate from Alaska to South America and back every year, and so I'm going to talk about the condor now. The condor, the population was down to 27 in the 1970s. Millions of dollars in time were spent trying to get them back up, and they were almost extinct. And so now there are only 312 in the wild, still critically endangered. And so in 2013, Center for Biological Diversity sued Terra-Gen because they got the first incidental take permit on the Tajon Ranch. The Tajon Ranch is up above Bakersfield. So let's see. Okay, and so when I looked at the map, we're like 17 air miles from the Cascadia, the three plates, the triple junction and all. And if something happens, I mean, we hear it weekly at least, about the big one, it's going to come and get us. And so what happens when they fall down? And they do catch fire anyway, just on their own, but what happens when the big one comes? And even before the blades start spinning, the average wind fire clocks up thousands of CO2 emissions embedded in thousands of tons of steel, copper, and concrete. So every wind farm starts with a CO2 abatement ledger in the negative. The wind turbines will incur more carbon dioxide emissions in their...
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to get the 90s, I believe, now. We should play music from each decade when we 70s, 80s, 90s. Skip disco.
This is not by far a community project. According to CAISO, wind and solar curtailment in 2019 is at its absolute highest. The ISO curtailed 630,864 megawatt hour of wind and solar generation in 2019 through May. Curtailment and other mitigation practices would make this project not feasible. Addition of litigation costs could be extremely financially impactful to Humboldt County. How much of the $50 million revenue tax will go back to litigation costs and other costs for this project? I do not want to see Humboldt County Supervisors to continue to make poor economic decisions. This project does not help to address Assembly Bill number 2514 and instead adds to the direct problem the California grid is facing. Humboldt County and RCEA are not acknowledging this mandate. In order for renewable energy projects to actually offset other energy sources, energy generated would have to be stored. Otherwise, this offset will be substituted with natural gas and other energy sources. But we all know this project is about production tax credits and investment tax credits for the applicant, and why they are on a fast time frame. If construction starts after December 31st, 2019, they will not be able to claim the production tax credit. Dark staffing solution, a local small business staffs 700 people in 2 years. That is only one staffing agency for cannabis, and it's going to grow. Grasslands account for about 35% of the global terrestrial carbon storage, potentially exceeding the carbon stored in forests, stated in multiple studies. Therefore,
Thank you.
I
Hello, my name is Olivia. I'm 21 years old, and I have heard a lot of elders in the room today supporting this project in the name of the young people. And I want to say, do not speak for us, because we are here and we say no. I will be around in 30 years, and I say no. To the people who are saying that we need this now because of climate change, I say we cannot use the same tools and expect different results. Denying the indigenous peoples of this land the Wiyot got us into the climate crisis. Destroying ecosystems got us into the climate crisis. Trusting billionaire corporations over your people for a quick buck in a short-term project got us into the climate crisis. Boards of supervisors who did not listen to their people in every county in America and all over the world got us into the climate crisis. You have this decision in your hands, a 30-year decision. I see you making eyes and mouthing words with this corporation over here, and yet giving 2 minutes to your people to speak. Where is going to lunch with the Wiyot and having them up on this board? That's a disgrace, and it's rude, and it is the continued colonization of this country. Destroying land is the root of the genocide of people in America, and that is the beginning of the climate crisis. Respect the indigenous, respect your constituents, say no to this project.
Thank you. Come on, guys. We're almost out of time. Keep me positive.
I think clapping is positive, but hi, I'm Elizabeth Finger. I'm a 40-year resident of Humboldt County. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I do want to acknowledge that because a lot of this was in the daytime, or if you wanted a number to speak, you had to come earlier in the day, that there are many people who have strong position on this issue who can't be here due to work or other obligations. Earlier today, Rex Bohn, the Planning Department, and Director Ford say they can address unresolved issues such as neighbors' concerns, what the proximity of the turbines will be on their property and on their quality of life, issues such as aquifer and water quality concerns, that those will be addressed later. I don't understand how you can approve this project when these issues have not been addressed and resolved. I believe this EIR does not meet secret requirements. The potential adverse cumulative impacts from this project are very real, and they have not been adequately and thoroughly addressed or mitigated. In fact, the EIR says that there are adverse impacts that cannot be avoided as this project is currently proposed. A Terra-Gen representative this morning said that the project is worthy of Humboldt County. I ask you, is this project worthy of Humboldt County's indigenous Wiyot people who oppose it? I believe the answer is absolutely not. I stand with the Wiyot people. I wonder if you have all had the time to read the entire EIR, amendments, changes, and administrative record, and not just depend on staff's interpretation of that. I urge you to deny this EIR and this industrial wind project, which is being rushed through by Terra-Gen and its supporters. Thank you very much. I hope you make the correct decision.
You bet. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. Working to abate climate crisis that will affect us all is imperative. It's necessary now to act with clear thinking and best judgment and choose only a course of action that will create benefit and doesn't destroy sacred lands. Being committed to a poor quality project will take away the ability to develop a more effective, better thought out, locally based project. Madeline McCaver of the Planning Commission pointed out that you will make world news by putting an old-style wind farm on sacred ridges in the world's only redwood rainforest. Noah Levy, also of the Planning Commission, said, "Look into your heart. Which proposition will you regret least? 30 years from now, when you are old, and this project is useless, and the sacred lands are violated, will those who are left thank you? Our children will regret forever desecrating the ancestral tribal lands and crippling biodiversity. The issues here are great.
Thank you.
And the future.
Thank you.
I'm Jeff Hedin. My fellow board members at the Institute for Sustainable Forestry asked me to come and describe our concerns and our observations about this project and this process. And as I've listened, I realize that basically every one of our concerns has been expressed. And I come down to saying that the real question is not how we start dealing with our climate drift, but how do we finish? It is delightful to see how many people are here passionately concerned about what we should do. But we worry about the lack of a collegial effort to understand each other's visions of how to proceed. We do not need paralysis from divisiveness, and we cannot afford mistakes, nor can we afford results where some of us are triumphant and others are defeated. We need a coordinated, subsidized response on many levels. We need wind, water, and solar generation facilities, and we need biospheric vitalization efforts to proceed seamlessly. This requires locating each aspect of this coordinated effort where its effectiveness does not obstruct other aspects. Remember, this is the windiest spot. It needs a $100 million tax break to make money. We are going to have to subsidize to a degree that we didn't even reach in World War II if we are going to effectively stop this climatic drift. If this project is to be overwhelmingly embraced, our supervisors...
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for the handout. Next, could I get the 200 to 210 line up? That will be the last speakers tonight. We have to be out of the building by 7. I apologize. I don't make the rules. I just get to tell you them. The last 55 people will speak tomorrow, and then that's why we'll have deliberations after that. Yes. Please.
Hello, Seth Rick from Shively, beekeeper. At the Planning Commission, I kind of was rude with the Terra-Gen. I told him go back to fix Manhattan. And I'm sorry I barked that at you, but I really mean it. I really want you to leave here. I consider this a total assault. And these advertisements about think globally, act locally, The biologist that came up with that taught me river ecology when I was 7 years old. He was a personal friend to Pete Seeger, who I knew my whole life. And as far as labor goes, I'm pro-labor. My grandmother helped start the first women's teachers union in this country. Okay, and I have to say, I've been here 38 years. I love nature. I've been all over the world. But what makes Humboldt County really special is those people in the back row, the sovereign nations. This isn't about climate change. This isn't about wind generation. This is about sovereign nations. And you have come here thinking you are entitled over sovereign people. I stand with the sovereign people. In 1991, I didn't inherit my family farm back east when my dad died. It became a fund at the Humboldt Area Foundation. And I've done a lot of things in Humboldt County, but one thing I did that I feel I did well was when the Wiyot tribe wrote a little article in the Humboldt Beacon nearly 20 years ago asking for funds to rebuy the site where they had been slaughtered. I came forward, and I have to say, knowing these sovereign people here in Humboldt County has been very healing to my heart and helped me decolonize my mind. I'm sorry I'm not more eloquent, but I really love this county. I respect you all. I would not want to be in your position having to hear us all.
Thank you.
But we have bigger problems than Terra-Gen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next. Please, 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 please.
Hi, I'm Nate. I'm a welder and a mechanic, and I'm also a union guy. Everything that's pretty much going to be said has been said, but I'll reiterate. Yeah, I'm pro-labor. I'll tell an inspiring story about a fellow union member that was a pipeline worker, and he was about less than 6 months away from getting his 5-year mark to getting full pension, getting his pension. And where he drew the line was when he got face to face with stomping on indigenous sovereignty for the Dakota Access Pipeline. He said something to his fellow workers. He said, "I don't really see the difference between doing what you're about to do and crossing a picket line. But I want anybody that's labor, that's union, to think about that real hard, their definition of solidarity. Because this project, it's a temporary job for them. But they're going to live in this community, and they're going to be faced with being alienated from this greater community. And I want them to think about that. If this project goes through, they're going to think about that every time they go to work, they are crossing a picket line." Thanks.
Thank you. Just next. Here you go. Just take it out of there. Step on up.
Sorry, I thought he was a speaker. Anyway, Dan Close, some of you know me. It's really kind of simple. I'm an expert in murrelet biology. Before listing, I fought to save the murrelet and interviewed C.J. Ralph before he was on the Audubon Society, when he couldn't be an Audubon member because he needed to be impartial. I know what an expert is. I know a lot about murrelets. The corvid mitigation is a joke. The biggest impact isn't dead murrelets, it's the taking of their nests and their babies. And the impacts from people throwing out snacks, from roads, fragmentation. I mean, that's just one species. You're giving me 2 minutes? That's a joke. Straight up joke. There are so many other issues, from tribal sovereignty. My family's from Australia. They're still on the SH whatever list because Obama got us on the right list. the Respect Indigenous Nations list. And Trudeau got the Canadians on it. There's only 1 or 2 countries left. And we've signed that. That says we respect Native rights. That says that takes priority and precedence. You've been elected, and you selected the Planning Commission, and they are the experts. What a joke. But anyway, Melanie, the women are smarter. Peggy, they dragged the rest of them along with them. And they made the right decision. Wake up. You put them there to make the decision. Back them up.
Thank you. Howard, take that out of there. It's an attractive nuisance. Go. Yes. It's on.
All right, is this working? Good, I hear myself. Steve, I thank you very much. I appreciate your thought process. I hope the rest of you would find out where he's at, okay? I'm doing my best to be polite with you, Rex Bohn. I really didn't care for the ending of our conversation, okay? It filled me full of adrenaline and viciousness, okay? The little comment you threw in at the end about there ain't been no cultural happenings up there for 120 years. And that left me thinking, boy, oh boy, amazing what a Winchester and some barbed wire will do, isn't it? I tell you, I'm being polite as I can, Rex Bohn. And if I have to come back up here, it ain't gonna be pretty. And you, Estelle Fennell, the reason you haven't heard from Southern Humboldt's because you didn't call me back, okay? And I'm talking to you people, and I'm being as polite as I can. And Nathan, I've talked to you before too, except Natalie interrupted us. And what I'm here to talk about is the triple junction, okay? It's called the Cascadia Subduction Zone. Yep, the Cascadia. Can't see it, so it's probably not really going to bother us, all right? We could walk to that thing in one day, all righty? From here to there in one day. That's not one earthquake fault, buddy. That's 3 of them. And we got 2 earthquake faults right in Pepperwood. And you're coming here trying to steal our water. You're stealing my peace of mind. I've been waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning over this for over a year and a half. All right? Since you invited me to the open house that you don't even live in. Thank you, Nathan. Vote no if you would. Rex, it ain't gonna be pretty next time.
Thank you. Inner control, please.
I'm Clara Hernandez, a Humboldt State student, an environmental studies major, a growing major worldwide. We study environmental justice and social justice because it is connected. I'm also minoring in appropriate technology. Appropriate technology. By the way, we are on Weout land. I've been here since 9, and I intend to be here all day tomorrow as well. Earlier this morning, Terra-Gen stated that they studied 104 locations to push this project. Find the second best and not on sacred land. There is no climate justice without social justice. I am from Central America. My parents escaped the war when they were 10. I am disconnected from my roots. I wish someone stood up for my people. So here I am standing for the Weout tribe because I don't want this for their children and future generations. Terra-Gen is urgently acting out of fear rather than justice. Acting out of fear is no way to make big decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm here not as a representative of earlier today. I was here as a union representative. Right now I'm here as a Humboldt County resident.
You guys, hang on.
I have that right, sir.
You guys, just, I want to, okay, I'm not going to take, I will clear the rule of order. I let Adam Cantor from the Wiyot tribe take somebody's time and somebody else's time. He was part of the presentation. I'm giving him the same courtesy. Adam Cantor spoke twice. Nobody complained. They didn't complain. He was part of the presentation. Now he's speaking as an individual. Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, I'm not trying to cause any problem, board. I just want to be a county.
Could I get a motion on continuing this meeting till tomorrow?
I don't think there should be a motion. I'm up here speaking on behalf of being a resident and a voter of Humboldt County, okay? I'm not here for the union. I'm here for myself. What I've witnessed here, just so you know, has been just beyond belief. People being threatened and yelled at and screamed at. That's not what this process is about. As a resident, we have a right to get up here and voice our concerns and our beliefs. Totally agree with that. And that's what I'm doing here today. These are my beliefs. My children live in other areas. It isn't my members I'm talking about. It's my children, my grandchildren. The people that I know about have the same issues going here. The homelessness, when I go on the streets and I talk to people. Listen, I'm not here for controversy. I'm here for the process. That's what this is for. So listen, I just would encourage you, because I am in a registered voter here in Humboldt County, and I do live in your district, and I am going to vote yes for whoever it is up there, because I believe in all of you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name's Annie Sampson. I'm 21 years old and I am a student at Humboldt State University. I know you're all dying to get out of here right now, so I thank you very much for letting me speak and listening to me. I stand with the Wiyot tribe, and the city of Eureka just returned the sacred island of Tuluwat to the Wiyot about a month back. Keep in mind, this land has no natural resources, so there's no benefit for the city to own it in the first place. And now that you want this land that has something for you to offer, or something to offer, you are disrespecting and not acknowledging how sacred it is. If this county cares about the large Native community and the health of our ecosystems, you will not put a wind farm on this land. I don't know what it's like to be Indigenous and to face the unimaginable trauma due to the loss of land, culture, and family, but I do know that if I were you, I would not be able to live with myself if I went through with this. And Terra-Gen, I want to warn you that the people of Humboldt County are notorious for fighting what's right and chaining themselves to things.
Thank you. You guys, come on.
Nate Madsen, Petrolia. First and foremost, I think it's been said, but I'll echo it. The very best thing we could do to stave off climate change is preserve intact ecosystems. And I think that's what Bear River Ridge represents, is a relatively intact ecosystem. It was also brought up in a discussion that I had outside of this venue that nothing has been said about the salmon. And Jordan Creek is going to be heavily impacted by this extremely large road. It's an unstable area that's going to deliver sediment to the eel and impact the salmon. So I just want it noted that salmon are a concern and will be impacted. Supervisor Wilson, I want to thank you for your comments earlier today. You nailed it. After Lane Russ spoke, your point about how we can't make repatriations last month by giving the island back and then continue colonialism this month, you were spot on. Supervisor, and I want you to keep that in the front of your mind if possible when you're making this decision. It's the important detail. Supervisor Madrone, I really appreciate your pointed comments and your questions this morning. It was exceptional. Thank you for your service. Rex, I really hope that, I know you're supportive of this project, but I also know that you can have an open mind about just about everything. That's one of the things I appreciate about you, and I hope you maintain an open mind, hear what people have said, stand with the Wiyot. And Estelle, I sincerely hope that you can do the same. I am going to encourage you to recuse yourself from the vote You sit on the RCEA board. You've, voiced your support of that deal, and I'm going to encourage you to recognize the conflict that that represents and recuse yourself from this. And Virginia, thank you for your service. I'm not in your district, but I do know that your people in this district are going to be the ones benefiting, but not paying the cost.
Thank you.
So I hope you consider that in your decision. Thank you, board.
Hello, my name is Trinity and I'm in 10th grade. I'm here to ask everyone to vote no on the Humboldt wind project. It's going to destroy more than 352 acres of beautiful sacred land, all for a little power. Yes, power is something we rely on in this society, but in this situation, putting a 600-foot windmill on sacred land, emphasis on the sacred, the bad outweighs the good tremendously. Out of the 81 vegetation communities they found, 38 are rare to California. That's roughly 50%. Once they're gone forever. There's no going back. Oh my God. Our future generations will never be able to experience the same beautiful surroundings as their ancestors. So please, for the sake of the future generations, vote no for the Humboldt wind project.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tyler Chapman. I'm a local energy consultant. Some of you might know me. I've fixed your furnace, put solar panels on your house, many different things. At any rate, I'm here to say that I think that this project really puts the cart before the horse, or the horse before the cart, rather. Essentially what we're doing here is we're trying to produce and create all this renewable production before we've looked to the immediate first steps that we can take. Right now, Del Norte County, Lake County, Trinity County, they all enforce energy code, whereas here in Humboldt County, we don't enforce energy code, not to any great extent. So, in the meantime, here we are in Humboldt County just wasting energy needlessly, and looking towards renewables to support that. I think that the first step we need to take is to start reducing the energy that we're taking in currently. Beyond that, I think that there's jobs in wind, and we all understand that. But there's also jobs in conservation. There's jobs in energy code, and I think that we could get a lot more bright young people doing similar jobs to what I do as an energy consultant if we start enforcing energy code. I think that this project is not only not ideal, but I think that we need to listen to the voices of the tribe on this one. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Moxie Alvarez. I grew up in Gudini. I'm a native Hawaiian and a master's student of the Environment and Community Program, a researcher. I'm a registered voter in the 1st District, Rex. And I am here to stand with the WIA and oppose this project. For folks who use the word facts, a lot of y'all sure love weaving tales taller than your turbines. The claim that Energy Capital Partners is funded by the supposedly good guys hides Terra-Gen's ties to JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. The people who caused and profited off of the planet's destruction now claim to be our benevolent saviors. The claim that industrial-scale extractive capitalism is the answer to fragmentation of ecosystems demonstrates an astounding lack of historical, economic, and ecological knowledge. The claim that disrupting a unique, mostly intact biodiverse ecosystem helps combat climate change demonstrates a disturbing misunderstanding of our complex, ecologically interwoven systems of the planet as a whole. The claim that this project is doing our part to support third world folks from climate chaos would disgust indigenous peoples across the globe. How dare you use the threat of climate change to further this capitalist colonial project? The claim that supporting this project safeguards the future generations, spits on the lives of indigenous youths and future generations who are being robbed once again of cultural resources so that Terra-Gen may profit. How dare you appropriate the language of ancestral responsibility and intergenerational thought as you co-sign ecocide and cultural genocide? The claim that this project is part of a just transition demonstrates you know nothing of what those two words mean. The Wiyot have been exceedingly gracious and welcoming. The least we could do is to start being better guests. Kukia Imauna, Kukia Isaki Uit, this and every mountain, this site, every site, we will fight. We'll fight you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Quiet. Come on.
Hello, my name is Amy Guston. We need to be wary of people who tell us that we need to destroy yet more of the natural world in order to save ourselves. Some of them are paid to try to push this destructive project through, while others are well-meaning and concerned but lack an understanding of ecology and the full spectrum of threats that we face. I understand how serious climate change is, but I also know that we are in the midst of a mass extinction. The Earth has lost more than 50% of its biodiversity and wild animal abundance since 1970. It's already a catastrophe. Not a one of us has a biological need for electricity, but we all need a livable Earth. And it's wild habitat and wild species who make the world livable for us. And what this means is that we can't afford any sort of projects like this one that destroy habitat and wild species. Solutions to climate change must also protect wild habitat and wild species. And finally, it's been said tonight that the fact that the Wiyot oppose this should be enough. And for God's sake, Humboldt, show some class. Respect the Wiyot, respect their sacred land, and reject this project.
Thank you. This will be our last speaker. We will start tomorrow at 2:14 at 9 a.m.
I'll make this very quick.
You're fine.
First, we should remember that most of the environmental destruction that's brought us to the brink of ecocide has been done by people who are just trying to earn a living and just trying to feed their family. And that's because, as a culture, we don't know how to live sustainably on this land. And I'm talking about European colonial culture. We don't know how to do it. I've also heard a lot of people talk about, bring up that we need to do something about climate change. Well, this project won't do anything to stop climate change. It won't do anything to stop global warming. Our problems are cultural, not technological. We need to change our culture, not build new technology. And people have brought up Greta Thunberg, invoke the name of Greta Thunberg. She talks often as much about the extinction crisis as she does about global climate change. And destroying habitat is what's driving the extinction crisis. That's every bit as big a problem, if not more. And finally, it's insane to put more generation on the PG&E grid. PG&E is going to burn this county to the ground if we let them. We need to get off of PG&E. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think so. The voice I recognize.
Somebody want?
I move we continue this agenda till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
This meeting moved.
Same place?
Moved and seconded?
Yes. Thanks.
With that, just so you know, we start tomorrow. There will be no more sign-ups tomorrow, because this was today's meeting. As was stated earlier, we will start with number 214 tomorrow through 264 and then go into deliberations. Again, I want to thank everybody for being mostly respectful. Sometimes that's all we can ask. I appreciate it. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. See you tomorrow.